The most effective way to take revenge on a man is to pursue his woman. In my previous life, my father's friend Gaui not only took away all my family assets but also conspired with the school beauty to send me to prison. Having been reborn, I will target his woman and daughter, making him taste the flavor of despair as well. At this moment, a stunning young woman sat on the edge of the bed, gently blowing on the medicinal soup in the spoon. Xiao Feng, it's time to take your medicine. Looking at everything in front of me, my heart tightened suddenly, and tears streamed down my face. It's really good to see Aunt Bai again. Seeing my expression, Bai Jie's eyes instantly turned red. She looked at me anxiously and said, Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Don't scare Aunt Bai. Come on, let's hurry to the hospital and have a look. It wasn't until Bai Jie held my hand that I came back to my senses. No, it's nothing. I just zoned out for a moment. Bai Jie let out a long breath, and in her excitement, she pressed my head gently against her chest and stroked it. It's fine. You suddenly fainted this afternoon. You scared Aunt Bai to death. A faint fragrance lingered in my nose, and I was almost suffocating. I mumbled, I'm fine. I just can't breathe. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Jie realized that her actions were somewhat inappropriate, and her face instantly turned red. She cleared her throat lightly, then pretended to be nonchalant as she let go of me, and then raised her hand to gently touch my forehead. You should have cooled down by now. Be good and finish the last dose of medicine. I nodded and took the medicine, drinking it all in one go. Bai Jie smiled with her eyes full of charm. She reached out and gently ruffled my hair. Xiao Feng is really good. Then she adjusted the wrinkles on her hips, stood up, and said, Aunt Bai will go cook now. You rest a little longer, and I'll call you out when you're better. I stared at Bai Jie's departing figure and thought to myself, Aunt Bai, let me take care of you in this life. As for your insane husband Gaui, I will make him wish he could live and wish he could die. System binding successful. Publishing beginner task. Complete a home run with any opposite sex with a favorability level of 60 or above. Reward gene evolution potion. Task deadline, 3 days. To prevent the host from being left hanging, favorability is one of the core functions of this system. Favorability level classification for the opposite sex, 0 to 40 is ordinary friends. Confession acceptance rate 1%, 10%, 40 to 60 is not quite lovers. Confession acceptance rate 50%, 60 to 79 is lovers. Confession acceptance rate 90%, 80 to 89 is lovers. With a certain probability of accepting a proposal, the higher the favorability, the greater the acceptance probability. 90 to 95 is mutual support, 96 to 99 is unwavering until death, above 100. The probability varies by person. Before I could delve deeper into the system, Bai Jie's gentle voice came through, Xiao Feng, come wash your hands and eat. My heart stirred, and I had to suppress my curiosity, quickly responding, coming. When I arrived at the dining room, Bai Jie was already waiting at the table. Kind, cute, gentle, various qualities harmoniously coexisted in her, creating a strangely contrasting feeling. Today, it was just the two of us at home, and I eagerly thought, check Bai Jie's information. The next second, a sci-fi-like light blue virtual screen appeared before me. Name, Bai Jie. Favorability, born succubus plus 0. X experience, 16 times. G times, 0 times. Marital status, married. Current situation, husband Gaui often does not come home, and Bai Jie has discovered that he is keeping a mistress outside. For the sake of the child, she has chosen not to divorce for the time being. Current mood, lonely. Current wish, I hope that my 3 daughters and Xiaofeng can be healthy and happy. Only 16 times. And G's count is even 0. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. And somewhat wickedly thought, Gaui, you really can't do it. Ha! I have the responsibility to give Aunt Bai a better life in your place. And my favorability is actually 90. Gaui is already in his 50s this year. It seems he has the heart but lacks the strength, so I need a young and handsome guy like me to help out. Xiaofeng, why aren't you eating? Bai Jie looked up at me, and her face immediately turned red. Xiaofeng has grown up, already an adult. I don't know why, but I feel like Xiaofeng is a bit different, as if he's even more handsome. Bai Jie's heart was racing, and she felt a bit troubled, wondering if, as an elder, she should teach Xiaofeng about those things. I came back to my senses, enjoying the delicious food while continuously praising Bai Jie's cooking. I just spaced out for a moment. Now I'm eating. Aunt Bai, your cooking is really amazing. Even better than the chefs at those 5-star hotels outside. Bai Jie smiled widely. It's not as delicious as you say. You're just sweet-talking. A high emotional intelligence selection assist function has been activated. After the host makes the correct choice, the dialogue partner's favorability may increase, and love points can be earned, which can be used to purchase items in the system mall. If the choice is incorrect, favorability may decrease, but there is no penalty. The host can also choose not to make a selection and act freely. He snorted and said, "Nonsense. Of course it's fake. You get carried away just from a few compliments. And at your age, you should know better," he said with a sly smile while holding Bai Jie. He, sweet talker. Let me see who is more delicious, you or the pork belly in the bowl," she gently said. "Really, Aunt Bai, being able to eat the dishes you make every day, I must be the happiest person in the world. I hope I can eat them every day in the future." I was speechless. Of course I would choose the third one. I looked at Aunt Bai gently and firmly and said, "Really, Aunt Bai, being able to eat the dishes you make every day, I must be the happiest person in the world, and I hope I can eat them every day in the future." Love points plus 100. Currently 100 points. Aunt Bai's favorability towards you plus 1. Currently 91 points. Please keep it up. Aunt Bai was a bit shy. She gave me a charming glance. "Nonsense. Smooth talker." "Not at all," I replied with a smile. "Aunt Bai, I would never lie to you." At that moment, it seemed like a strange atmosphere enveloped the scene, and the two of us stopped talking, just silently eating. After finishing her meal, Bai Jie stretched, highlighting a breathtaking curve. She rubbed her sore neck, and her delicate face showed a hint of fatigue. As I watched this scene, I felt a stir in my heart. Just as I was about to speak, the system kicked in, and the high emotional intelligence choice function was activated. While rubbing his hands, he lewdly said, "Lie down. Let me help you relax properly." He. Go up and give her a big slap. Then domineeringly say, "Are you trying to make me feel heartbroken by not taking care of yourself?" She smiled gently and said, "Aunt Bai, thank you for your hard work in making such a delicious dinner for me. Let me help you relax a bit." I took a deep breath, then walked over to Bai Jie and gently said, "Aunt Bai, thank you for your hard work in making such a delicious dinner. Let me help you relax a bit. Is that really okay?" Love points plus 100. Currently 200 points. Bai Jie's affection for you plus 1. Currently 92 points. Please keep it up. He. As expected. Women are all contradictory. They say they don't want it, but their affection quietly rises. Warm reminder, you can use 100 love points to exchange for the technique of the King of Technicians in the system mall, which will help you better strategize. Do you need to exchange? Also, for this good thing, I quickly murmured, exchange. Love points reduced by 100. Currently 100 points. The skill of the King of Technicians has been granted. In the next second, a wealth of knowledge flooded into my mind. I gently advised, "It's okay, Aunt Bai. You have given so much to this family. You should also pay attention to your health. Seeing you so haggard makes me very heartbroken." "Well, thank you, Xiao Feng." Bai Jie unexpectedly agreed. Feeling a bit touched in her heart, she had silently contributed to this family for so many years, and not to mention Gaoi, who rarely comes home. Even her 3 daughters seldom cared for her and affirmed her as directly as I did. Then Bai Jie got up, feeling a bit shy. After taking a deep breath, she directly lay down on the sofa. As she lay down, her high and jelly-like figure bounced slightly. My eyelids twitched. I swallowed hard, and forced myself to suppress the fire in my heart as I approached Bai Jie. "Aunt Bai, shall I start now?" Bai Jie buried her flushed face in the sofa and then whispered, "Come on." The next second, Bai Jie only felt a rush of hormones. Her mind went blank, and suddenly a wave of tingling spread through her body. Bai Jie couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Her face was as red as a ripe peach. I stopped my actions and gently asked, "Aunt Bai, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Feeling that incredible heat leave, Bai Jie suddenly felt a bit lonely. She quickly defended herself. "No, I was just startled." "Then I'll continue." I used the techniques of a master therapist and focused on giving Bai Jie a massage. Bai Jie gradually sank into my techniques. She hadn't felt this at ease in a long time. "Xiao Feng, where did you learn this? It's really impressive. I'm glad you like it." "Aunt Bai, I learned it online, just to help you relax." Bai Jie felt very touched. Xiao Feng is really filial, unlike her 3 daughters who are all absent. "Thank you, Xiao Feng. Aunt Bai likes it very much." I said seriously, "I should be the one thanking you." "Aunt Bai, 6 years ago, my parents died in a car accident. I am endlessly grateful that you are willing to take care of me from time to time. Although I hate Gaoi to the bone, I both respect and love Bai Jie." Throughout Yi Bai's middle school years, Bai Jie really shushed him, often taking him to play and enlightening him. It can be said that without Bai Jie's help, Yi Bai might not be able to get out of the haze of his parents' death for many years. Even when he was wrongfully imprisoned in his previous life, she always believed in his innocence and visited him often. She was also killed by Gaoi for finding out the truth. In this life, Yi Bai would never allow a tragedy to happen. He was definitely going to make Gao Yi's life worse than death, but he wasn't going to hitch himself. It was so hard to be reborn. He still had to be properly winged with Auntie Bai. Bai Jie's heart felt pity. She and Yi Bai's mom were girlfriends for many years, and she was also very heartbroken at the unexpected death of her girlfriend. All in the past. The university life will become more and more exciting. When the world of flowers' fascinating eyes. Xiao Bai so handsome. Certainly a lot of girls to pursue. Not to forget anti-white. As soon as the words fell, Yi Bai immediately shook his head and said, "No, Jiangcheng University is not far from our home, so when my sophomore year starts, I will also live at home and stay with Auntie Bai every day." "You child, what are you talking nonsense?" Bai Jie's face flushed, but her heart was happy, and she pouted. "You always have to learn to live independently in the future. Auntie White, I'm serious." Bai Jie's heart was pounding, and she said in some panic, "Aya, you'll always have to have a girlfriend in the future, and it's inconvenient for Auntie Bai to live with you, and besides, Auntie Bai is so old, and all of us are old and yellow, so you'll hate Auntie Bai for nagging you later." Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Bad smile, knowing that it is inconvenient. "Why don't you roll up and get out of this villa?" But I don't mind if you have to stay here. Ha 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 ha. 2. Hanging back, awesome. "Do you realize you're almost 40 and old? I would have died at this age. You're still alive. Old man." 3. Seriously, Auntie Bai, you're still young and pretty. If we go out shopping together, people will definitely recognize us as siblings. And it's all your fault. You've raised my choice of a spouse by hundreds of levels. Where can I find a girlfriend who's as beautiful and virtuous as you are? Auntie Bai? Even if I'm lucky enough to have a girlfriend like Aunt Bai, if she doesn't respect you, I'm sure I won't spoil her." "Yi Bai, Tong Di, can you still give choices properly? You have to stay here? Am I that kind of person?" "Not me." Yi Bai's hand movements did not stop, and then said seriously, "Auntie Bai, you're still very young and pretty. If the two of us go out shopping together, people will definitely recognize us as siblings," he said. "And it's all because of you. Auntie Bai, you've raised my standard of choice by hundreds of levels. Where can I find a girlfriend as beautiful and virtuous as you? Auntie Bai? Even if I'm lucky enough to have a girlfriend like Auntie White, if she doesn't respect you, I'm sure I won't spoil her." Bai Jie laughed so hard that she couldn't help but pout. "What nonsense." Ding! Love points plus 100. Currently 200 points. Ding! Bai Jie's favorability towards the host plus 1. Currently 93 points. "Please make more effort, host O." Yi Bai began to pinch Aunt Bai's shoulders in other locations. He did not move and said, "I did not talk nonsense. My biggest wish is to find a girlfriend exactly like Aunt Bai you, but unfortunately it is as difficult as heaven. Born at the wrong time. Alas, if there is Aunt Bai you such a wife, let's live 20 years is also worth it." "No nonsense." Bai Jie pretty face flushed. The heart cannot stop lamenting. If you can meet Xiao Bai, such a husband is good. Handsome, good body, emotional stability, gentle character, simply the ideal type. Unlike Gaoi, this does not stay at home, but also derailed the. I was so blind back then. Why did I follow him? 1 hour later. Chapter 4, room door open? So I'm coming in? Pictures at the end of the chapter. Alright, Auntie can't do it anymore. Xiao Bai, you've worked hard. Let's stop here for today's shoulder pinching. Bai Jie felt a wave of weakness in her body and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Yi Bai rubbed his sore fingers. He was also a bit tired and nodded his head. "Okay, then let's do this for today, and continue another day." Bai Jie got up and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up, but as soon as she stood up, her feet went weak and her whole body couldn't stop falling forward. Yi Bai, who was on the side, was brought down to the ground by her and became a mat. This pose is as ambiguous as it gets. "You're testing cadres with this? You tell me, which cadre can withstand such a test?" Yi Bai didn't know what to do for a while, and the entire scene was suddenly plunged into a weird silence. Looking at Bai Jie, who was blushing from blush to neck, he had no choice but to break the calm and say, "Aunt Bai, let me carry you up." After saying that, without waiting for her to respond, Yi Bai put one arm around Bai Jie's neck and did a princess hug, then scooped her up with one hand. Bai Jie smelled the unique odor of Yi Bai's body and felt like she was going to faint, silently feeling his strong arms, her heart thumping like a drum. Soon, Yi Bai came to Bai Jie's bedroom and put her gently on the soft big bed. "Ahem, Auntie White, are you okay?" "Quite, pretty good. I'll go to my room then?" "Good." Eyes on Yi Bai's departing back, Bai Jie buried her face into the pillow and tossed and turned on the big bed, her white calves waving haphazardly as she couldn't help but wail in her heart. "I'm dying. I'm going to die. Going crazy. Shame on you." Baek Jae covered her face and whimpered at the thought. "How should I face White in the future?" It's okay. Clear the air. The clearer. Yi Bai returned to his bedroom and ran into the bathroom to take a cold shower to suppress the fire in his heart. After washing up, He lay down on his bed and began to think about life. Those painful memories of his previous life came back to him. Gao Yi is Ye's father's hairdresser, and together they founded Hangzhou's largest MCN company, Worry-Free Media. Yi Bai grew up in a greenhouse without any social experience and trusted this father's closest friend, who ended up being tricked out of his shares with his rhetoric. Looking back now, Yi Bai couldn't help but want to give himself 100 big mouths. My former self was so damn stupid. A handful of good cards, but actually played them badly. From being worth billions to being a labor prisoner. Luckily, it's not too late, and in this life, he's going to super double down on getting back everything he's lost. In his sophomore year, Lu Ruyan, the school flower that Yi Bai had licked for 3 years, agreed to be with him. At that time, Yi Bai was all happy and crazy, but who would have thought that this was actually a fairy jump? After it was over, the schoolgirl actually said that Yi Bai had defiled her. During the days in the detention center, only Aunt Bai and her 3 daughters had visited Yi Bai. Bai Jie firmly believes that he wouldn't do such a thing and says that he will help him find the best lawyer for his defense. And Gao Yi never showed up once from the beginning to the end. Even Yi Bai was stupid enough to understand that all of this was Gao Yi's handiwork, and his goal was those shares. But it was too late. Yi Bai was sentenced to 10 years. Since then, Yi Bai has been carrying the charge of being a strong offender and has spent 8 full years in Hangzhou's felony prison. During this time, Bai Jie visited him often and was always looking for evidence for him. Because of years of running around, Bai Jie's hair is colored with a hint of gray and her mental state is extremely poor. It wasn't until the 4th year that she brought news that made Yi Bai almost lose his mind. His parents' car accident was most likely not an accident, but planned by Gao Yi. And after that day, Bai Jie never came back. In his 7th year, with this drive for vengeance, he became the boss of Hangtown Felon Prison, and through the connections of a newly incarcerated rich kid, he learns about the outside world. Gao Yi and Bai Jie were traveling in Monkeyland when they were shipwrecked and Bai Jie disappeared. This devil, designed to kill his best brother, coaxed Yi Bai to get the shares, and framed him for imprisonment, and now he won't even spare his own wife. It's just heartless. Finally, in the 8th year, Yi Bai was released early due to his good behavior in prison. Before he was imprisoned, he was a sunny and cheerful teenager with a promising future. After his release, he became a psychologically twisted and scarred laborer. After he was released from prison, he immediately went to seek revenge on Gao Yi. Yi Bai ambushed in front of the entrance of the Carefree Media Company for half a month before he found the opportunity. He carried a watermelon knife and directly sent Gao Yi to the west. But what's the use of killing an enemy with your hands? Nothing can come back. Fortunately, God had the good sense to give him a chance to make up for his regrets. Back to reality. Yi Bai took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his inner rage. The most important object of revenge is definitely Gao Yi. This beast, with the skills of life and death combat and assassination that he had learned in Hangzhou Felon Prison in his previous life, it was not difficult to get Gao Yi killed without God realizing it. However, he had already killed Gao Yi once in his previous life. But to kill him directly in this life? It's a bit boring. How do you destroy someone? It's a learned skill. In Hangzhou Felon Prison, there was an old man who used to be an internationally renowned mercenary when he was young, and he told Yi Bai a lot of stories. One of them is how to get secrets out of the mouths of high-ranking officials in some small country. The first is physical torture. What with the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty taking turns to do it all over again, and with a high-level medical team so that the other person doesn't die. The second was mental torture. Taking all his parents, wife, and children and putting them in front of him. Just these few tricks were unbeatable in the old man's mercenary career. Taking over Gao Yi's proud career is the first step. Stomping on his dignity as a man. That's step 2. Physical torture is the final step. Isn't it only right that a husband's debt should be paid by his wife and a father's debt should be paid by his son? He, Yi Bai, was merely helping Gao Yi's wife and 3 daughters to abandon the dark side. But does it start with Anti-White, or with his 3 daughters? It's a question to ponder. Gao Yi can be put aside to be slowly tortured, while the other few targets of vengeance can be used as appetizers first. Even if he hangs on to him as a spare tire, he also wrongfully puts him in jail for his cousin, schoolgirl Lu Ruyan, the rich school bully who has been bullying him and causing him to misbehave on the college entrance exams, enabler of the gold-digging classroom teacher. In this life, he must make this group of enemies beg for life and death. Yi Bai was slowly perfecting his big plan for revenge when a sudden flash of light came to his mind. There's a class reunion the day after tomorrow. I was still thinking about how to shell the Dogcoin school bully and cousin Lu Ruyan. Now it's a good thing these two are at your door. The school bully's mom was also a well-known and cold movie queen. Yi Bai licked his lips. He was very much looking forward to the class reunion a day later. Soon the time came to 2 in the morning. Yi Bai got up, ready to go to the kitchen to drink a glass of water and then sleep. When I passed by Auntie Bai's bedroom, I found that the door was not closed tightly. and it was still shining brightly, and strange noises were coming from inside. The sound of a cell phone vibrating? Who's calling so late? And the sound of water. Did Auntie White take a bath this late? Driven by curiosity, Yi Bai tiptoed over. He swore that he really went over to see Auntie Bai because he was afraid that something would happen to her. Through the doorway, the pale yellow light of the house flickered on and off. There was also beautiful music playing. Yi Bai's little heart thumped. What's this? Yi Bai took a deep breath. Just a moment ago he had planned his revenge plan, and this was only a few minutes past? Testing him like this? Isn't it too cruel to treat a bloodthirsty young man like him in this way? In his heart, he has respect and love for Bai Jie, and he really doesn't want to do it casually. He prefers to do it in water. There are thousands of beautiful women, but there is only one woman as virtuous and gentle as Auntie Bai. That's a step into the abyss of a million feet. Once the slightest mistake was made, his relationship with Auntie White would drop to the freezing point. He couldn't accept the consequences. Just as Yi Bai slowed down the movement of his hands and prepared to leave, he accidentally bumped into the door. Crunch! The sound of the door spindle turning was especially jarring in the stillness of the late night. The next second, two pairs of eyes locked. Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1, 2, hangs back and says, awesome. The door was left open. Did you do it on purpose? Or were you careless? Or were you careless on purpose? 3, patting his chest, he said in a serious manner, Auntie Bai, let me help you. There's no need to thank me. I'm a helpful third-grade youth. Yi Bai. Chapter 5, Beautiful Tutor. Bai Jie, who was lying on the bed, was scared out of her wits by the sudden crunching sound, and her small face turned white. She saw the figure in the doorway, and those good-looking eyes were clearly Yi Bai's. It's finished. At this moment, Bai Jie's heart was in turmoil, with various thoughts tossing around in her mind, and her entire body seemed to be dyed with a layer of redness, dipping from her flat belly to her fair face. What to do? Shame on you. When did White come? White's not coming in, is he? What will I do if he comes in? How should I face White in the future? All thoughts only finally calmed down a little as the figure in the doorway left. Bai Jie let out a long breath and stared blankly at the door. SB system, I'll take the password. Ding. Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +1. Currently 94 points. Please make more effort, host O. The sudden system beep startled Yi Bai and hastily accelerated his steps. The night was silent, and the east grew white. The next morning, Yi Bai and Bai Jie ate breakfast in silence with their heads down, and both of them had large dark circles under their eyes on their faces. Bai Jie was very nervous. Her breathing was rapid, and her white skin was slowly drenched in red. Even the crystalline and lovely earlobes were hung with dots of pink. She cautiously asked, Bai, did you see anything last night? Yi Bai opened his mouth to speak when the system's beep sounded out of place. Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1, bad smile, of course I saw. After all, last night the moon was so beautiful. The moon is so bright, but I saw it clearly. But unfortunately the light to see didn't take a video. 2, hangs back and says, ma'am, you don't want to, either. 3, playing dumb, what do you mean? I went to my room last night and fell asleep. Yi Bai, what do you mean? I went to my room last night and fell asleep. Ding. Love points +100, currently 300 points. Bai Jie looked relieved and didn't want to continue this awkward topic. So be it, it's good to deceive yourself. No, it's okay, I'm going to go out and buy some food. So hurry up and eat your breakfast. The English tutor will have to come and tutor you later. Yi Bai almost forgot about this, because the English score is not good. Bai Jie especially gave him a female English tutor. It was so stupid in his previous life that he didn't actually do anything. At that time, he was just focusing on being that cousin Lu Ruyan's licking dog. Licking dog shall not howza. He wanted to give himself 10 big mouths when he thought about it. It looks like it's up to this big ocean horse to complete the newbie quest. Okay. After saying that, Yi Bai wolfed it down. After eating, Yi Bai took the initiative to wash the dishes while Bai Jie went out to buy food. Soon the doorbell rang. Yi Bai dried his hands and hurriedly ran to open the door. Hello, I'm Linda. Opening the door, Yi Bai's eyes lit up, and a blonde hair and blue-eyed big ocean horse came into his eyes. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and her delicate face was dotted with a few playful freckles. He was wearing a simple white shirt that seemed to be unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons because of the heat. The lower body was a tight wraparound skirt, with a few books in his arms and a whip in his hand. The whole person exuded a wild and intellectual temperament, and these two contrasting breaths could actually coexist harmoniously? Check Linda's information. Yi Bai couldn't wait to mime. In the next second, a light blue virtual screen with a sci-fi feel appeared in front of Yi Bai's eyes. Name, Linda. Sex, female. Age, 26. Face value, 92. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Circumference, 95 centimeters 63 centimeters 100 centimeters. Size, E. Personality, wild and open. Hobbies, money worshipping, money making. Favorability, 55. Innate charisma plus 20. Experience, 24. Marital status, in love. Diseases, none. Status, looking for a rich new boyfriend. Current mood, happy. Current wish, I hope to make a new handsome and rich new boyfriend. Location, no. 32. Dingsheng Villa area. A wealthy area of Gangxiang. That's it? It's not too easy to cheat. Hello, my name is Yi Bai. Sister Linda. You can call me Xiao Bai. Yi Bai went forward and enthusiastically took the books in Linda's hand. Come on in. Feel free to sit down. Linda said gently. Okay, do you need to change your shoes? No need. Yi Bai said as he beat a cup of warm milk. Linda looked around the room and was immediately shocked by the luxurious decor of the house. She was inwardly delighted, not realizing that her tutor this time was handsome and golden. Is it possible that my time has come? Can I finally catch a rich kid? At the thought, she walked into the living room with what she thought was a flirtatious smile. The look was like that of an old, hot hunter with his eye on his prey. If Yi Bai knew what she was thinking, he would have laughed out loud. It is important to realize that the top hunters often come out as prey. Linda smoothed out her wraparound skirt and sat down in her chair, crossing her legs. She had very nice shaped legs, of the wineglass variety, with black silk on top. Bye. Call me Sister Linda. I'm not a few years older than you. Linda had studied in China for many years and had long since practiced a fluent Chinese language. Sister Linda, Yi Bai said with a harmless look and a bright smile. Why don't you go back to the moldy country, instead of thinking of staying in China to develop? Ugh. Linda quickly changed to a sad face and choked. My mom died giving birth to me because of a difficult labor. My dad is a lousy gambler and a DU smoker. I didn't want to go back to the city full of junkies, shooters and $0 for hockey black. The Chinese people are very hospitable and China is safe and has a lot of good food. So I stayed. Ding. The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. While rubbing her small hand, he said with a bad smile, little green tea? Still pretending? Don't talk nonsense, okay? I have money and you have face and body. Let's take what we need. 2. Hangs back and says, Sister Linda, you don't want to, either. 3. With a concerned look on his face, he said, I'm sorry for bringing up your sadness. If you run into anything in Hangzhou, you can come to me. I still have some connections over here. Sorry for bringing up your sadness. If you encounter anything in Hangzhou, you can come to me. I still have some connections over here. Yi Bai said sincerely with a concerned face, holding Linda's white jade hand. Ding. Love points plus 100. Currently 400 points. Ding. Linda's favorability towards the host plus 5. Currently 60 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, geez. 4 of those 5 favorability points are because of the second half of the quote, right? Perfect. Just enough to reach the 60 favorability required for the quest. Just need to hit a home run next. No. It's okay. She looked at Yi Bai's handsome face, his delicate cheeks flushed, and her heart thumped indisputably, but she didn't withdraw her hand. After a moment of silence, Yi Bai reluctantly released her and said, Sister Linda, so shall we start now? Good. Come on. My room is this way. Linda, blonde, blue-eyed, foreigner. Chapter 6 Sister Linda. What does this abandon mean? Pictures at the end of the chapter. Yi Bai brought Linda to his room, which had a whiteboard specially prepared to facilitate teaching. The room hasn't been cleaned up in too long. It's a bit of a mess. Don't mind if I do. Sister Linda. Linda looked around the room and realized that it was quite neat and tidy and sniffed. No, you're too modest. You're much cleaner and tidier than my house. Coming to their desks, the two formally began their tutoring for the day. The two of them were sitting relatively close to each other, and a fresh fragrance lingered in Yi Bai's nose. Linda was still intentionally close to him as she taught the questions. Sister Linda, what does this abandon mean? This Linda's big eyes twinkled as if she had thought of something interesting. With a flirtatious face, come on, I'll teach you. A foreign language is good. You have to learn this foreign language. Yi Bai's ears tickled, silently feeling the temperature on his arm. You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can stand this? Bai Jie he will honor and cherish. Don't you dare come with me on this? What are you pretending with me? Sister Linda, can you have something cold today? I'll treat you to coffee, Yi Bai asked as he opened the door. Linda's wide-eyed eyes blinked and blinked, her gaze mesmerized, her eyebrows full of flavor as she lightly bit her bright red lips. It can be. Ding. Linda's favoritism towards the host plus 15. Currently 75 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the newbie quest, let there be more love in the world. Ding! Reward has arrived, Gene Evolution Potion *1. Finally, the job is done. Bai glanced at Linda, who was resting, and quickly walked to the bathroom before taking out the Gene Evolution Potion from the system space. He looked at the tube of potion in his hand that was emitting an eerie green light, as if he was looking at an incomparably precious treasure. In the next instant, a light blue virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes, describing the details of the potion. Gene Evolution Potion, Common Civilian Version. A technological product from the Galactic Empire, developed in order to perfect the human race's own defects. After injecting the potion, it can increase physical fitness, reaction power and so on by 5 times, and increase the lifespan by about 30%, as well as improve the majority of the genetic defects, and be able to prevent the occurrence of the majority of the diseases. Cowboys, I'm invincible. Feel free. You know, how many billionaires invest their money in life science organizations to fight disease and extend life, don't they? And now, he was able to obtain such an incredible gene potion just by casually playing a little game. This is still the civilian version. According to the nature of capital, there must be civilian plus version, noble version, military version, ultimate version. Father Unity is here. Please accept my child's obeisance. After injecting this genetic evolution potion, Bai could not only have the strength and physique comparable to the kind of one-handed helicopter pulling of a US captain, but he was also not afraid of most diseases. Most importantly, he will have a titanium kidney, and all men should know that titanium kidneys are important. Bai rolled up his sleeves and injected without hesitation. With a cool sensation, the potion slowly entered Bai's body, and his body was undergoing amazing changes. Completely painless, a product of a higher civilization. Even more amazingly, the syringe actually cracked into bits of silver light and disappeared after the green potion injection was completed. A warm current slowly flowed into Bai's limbs and bones, while his whole body began to sweat profusely and some black substances were discharged from his pores. The process was quick and lasted about 10 minutes. At the first moment, Bai felt that his vision became very clear, and he could even see the dust floating in the air. Due to his years of schooling, he was a bit mildly nearsighted, and although he didn't have to wear glasses, he was ultimately a bit blurry. And at this point his vision is fully restored and is much better than it was before he became nearsighted. The muscles on his body were angular, and although his body size hadn't gotten too much bigger, when he exerted force, his muscles all became as hard as rocks. Moreover, Bai in the mirror was incredibly handsome, with 8-pack abs and a dog's male waist. Bai picked up the shower gel and casually held it, and the shower gel bottle directly cracked. TSK, 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 terrifying as hell. He's considered to have reached the limit of human physique, isn't he? No, gotta try the effect. Bai cast his gaze to Linda outside and hooked a smile as he quickly took a hot shower and then walked over without slowing down. Linda was horrified. Was this still human? Is this Chinese kung fu? When you compare it like that, hockey black and hockey white are both garbage. No, I'm going to run away. Ding. Linda's favoritism towards the host +20, currently 95 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, after a long time. That's enough tutoring for today. Sister Linda, I'll take you home. Bai looked back at Linda and sighed, shaking his head. It's a good thing the system came out. Refreshed Bai helped Linda to the underground garage, casually found a Porsche 911, and then put Linda into the passenger side. He pressed the gas pedal and the car left the neighborhood like a runaway wild horse. Sister Linda, are you okay? But there was no response from Linda. Bai was helpless. He did not know the address of Linda's home, so he had to casually find a 5-star hotel, open a presidential suite, and place her in it. Otherwise, if Bai Jie went home and saw Linda in this state, then he wouldn't be able to jump into the Yellow River and wash himself. Bai sat on the edge of the bed, brushing his jitterbug while waiting for Linda to wake up. For a long moment, Linda looked back at him sadly. She thought she was the hunter, not realizing that the harmless little sheep in front of her was actually a vicious wolf in sheep's clothing. At the same time she is surrounded by great happiness. Handsome. Much money. This is her ideal partner. Bai said with an innocent face. Why do you keep looking at me? He looked at Linda, who was giving herself a blank stare, and couldn't help but heave a smile. Linda pushed up her gold glasses and licked her bright red lips. Readers, can you let people into your bookshelf to stay? I'm afraid I won't be able to see you. The little black room is so cold. People are afraid. Chapter 7 Linda's favorability toward the host has reached 100. Pictures at the end of the chapter. Ding. Linda's favorability towards the host is +5. Currently 100 points. Ding. Linda's favorability to the host has reached 100. In order to ensure the purity of the relationship and to eliminate minotaurs, has locked the favorability for the host. Unable to drop. Never betray. Yi Bai looked at the several missed calls on his cell phone and hurriedly dressed and prepared to run. You're just going to leave? Linda looked at Yi Bai mournfully. Yi Bai looked puzzled and asked, what else could it be? No. Linda was horrified. This is not scientific. I mean, what is our relationship now? Linda looked at Yi Bai with an expectant face. Yi Bai returned without thinking. Male and female friends. What else? Really? Honey, you are so nice. Linda sat up excitedly and looked at Yi Bai with a happy face. Sure, Yi Bai, is a decent man, a good citizen. The law only says you can't remarry. I think. Also sister rule can only have a girlfriend. Then you swear to love only me. Linda hugged Yi Bai's arm and pouted. Yi Bai only felt a wave in his heart. Swear that I only love Linda, or else I'll never have seasoning packets for my noodles. What kind of swearing is that? Linda looked at Yi Bai grudgingly and said, then you send out official announcements to your circle of friends, and don't block other people. Just kidding, it's okay to swear. It's not okay to circle your friends. Iron juice. You fall into the category of being unable to distinguish between big and small kings. No way. Yi Bai was very principled and refused categorically. Honey, please. Linda tightly tugged on Yi Bai's arm, her voice so coquettish that it could drip water. I just want your friends to know that we're together. Yi Bai was unmoved, and unhurriedly took out his cell phone and skillfully clicked on the WeChat transfer interface. Honey, listen. I transferred $5,000 to your WeChat. You go shopping and eat by yourself. I still have something to do. I'm leaving first. Linda looked at the $5,200 that had arrived on the V and rejoiced inwardly, exclaiming, honey, when's the next tutoring session? Besides, wait for my call. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to react, Yi Bai pulled his legs out and left as if he was fleeing. Are you kidding me? You've been reborn, so you must be able to do whatever you want. No one is going to bolt him. Next, the target was placed on Luo Yifan's movie queen mom. All I can say is that it's really moisturizing. Linda gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Bai's back, secretly swearing, you don't want to escape. Definitely lasso this man. Coming downstairs, Yi Bai immediately called back. He didn't want Bai Jie to worry. Hello? What's wrong with Auntie White? I'm getting ready to go home now. No, just wanted to ask. Xiao Bai, are you coming back for dinner tonight? Bai Jie's gentle voice came from the microphone. Okay, I'll go back now. Yi Bai said. Aha, come back soon. Waiting for you. Hanging up the phone, Yi Bai silently read. System, the novice mission is completed. Is there a new mission? The genetic evolution potion had given him a taste for it, and no one was going to stop him. All he wanted now was a few more of these missions. Ding! Release the main quest. Mission name, helping the weak and promoting goodness and beauty. Mission, return to worry-free media to create a jitterbug netroots incubation department to recruit a young girl with a face value of 95 or higher. Mission reward, Pride Translator. 1,000,000 real traffic voucher asterisk 3. Cash reward asterisk 50. 000,000. Time limit for the mission, 1 month from the date of issuance. Mandate penalty, none. Arrogant translator, automatically translates a woman's verbal statements into subtitles of her real mental activities, before he could think about it in detail. System beeps followed. Ding. Release side quest. Mission name, Vengeance Begins. Mission, bullying is never forgivable. Take revenge on the school bully who bullied the host for 3 years in the way the host prefers. Quest reward, Dementia, Suimian, Pocket Watch asterisk 1. Time limit for the mission, 1 month from the date of issuance. Mandate penalty, none. What? No. Man. It's getting outrageous. What is a demented pocket watch? Is this something that can be written? And aren't you the positive energy relationship aid? I'm looking for this is not positive energy either. This Pride Translator is good. Oh, woman. You still want to talk out of your ass? No way. However, if the Dementor pocket watch had the kind of power he thought it did, things would be better. Don't think wrong. Yi Bai is a decent man. He just thought of a brilliant plan to get back at Gaoi. The next day near noon, sleep is just fragrant. Yi Bai was woken up by the ringing of the cell phone. Once the phone is answered on the split face came a questioning. Yi Bai, why don't you come over yet? You're the only one left. The reunion will start soon. The end of the freshman summer. Class President Su Ku and the classmates group organized a reunion. He thought we graduated after a year have not seen. Get together a meeting to contact the feelings. Blowing awesome. Here's your chance. It's time to seek revenge on the schoolgirl, Lu Ruyan, as well as Luo Yifan, who bullied him. Luo Yifan's mother is a well-known movie queen. Very moist. He instantly came to his senses and sat up with a carp. I'll be right there. Hurry up. Su Ku urged. Yi Bai hurriedly got up and washed. not even having time to eat breakfast. Bai Jie looked at the windy Yi Bai with a strange face and asked, Xiao Bai, what's the matter? In such a hurry? Not eating breakfast? Not eating? Class reunion. That's no good. Skipping breakfast hurts your stomach. Bai Jie picked up the sandwich on the table. Good boy. Do as you're told. Yi Bai had no resistance to Bai Jie's gentleness. All that was left to do was to dutifully open his mouth wide and eat the sandwich that Bai Jie had personally fed him. As I ate, I slurred yummy. Eat slowly. Bai Jie's eyebrows carried a bright smile as she tenderly wiped away the bread crumbs from the corner of Yi Bai's mouth. Drink some water. Don't choke. Aha. He. Thank you Auntie Bai for pitching in. After drinking the water, his heart warmed up and he put on his shoes and prepared to go out. Wait. Bai Jie called out to stop Yi Bai, who was preparing to go out, and reached out his white hand to straighten his messy hair. Messy cannot be. Are adults, or pay attention to their own image otherwise the girls will not like. Yi Bai looked at the gentle-faced Bai Jie, his heart melted, and solemnly said, I don't need others to like me. Auntie Bai, it's enough that you like me. Auntie Bai, it would be nice if I could be with you for the rest of my life. Bai Jie's absolutely beautiful and pretty face brushed red, and her heart continuously wailed. Aha! This kid is so bold too. What kind of words are these? How can he say such shameful things? Why does one feel sweet inside? I'm not crazy. Bai Jie lowered her head, not daring to respond positively, and hurriedly pushed Yi Bai out of the door. Go. Chapter 8, What's going on with Yi Bai? Ghost possessed? On the way. Yi Bai also deliberately ran to buy a high-definition pinhole camera, and he had already figured out how to get back at this school bully. As far as he knew, the school bully was a single parent and his mom was a well-known movie queen. Yi Bai had seen some of this movie queen's works. The person was very beautiful, and her temperament was high and cold. You hit me. I'll hit Nima. You hit my high ground. I steal your crystals. He was grinning sorrowfully, like a lewd pervert. Soon, Yi Bai arrived at the agreed hotel room. As soon as he pushed open the door, the teachers and students who were pushing the cups looked over in unison, and all of them looked different. Sorry for the traffic jam. Long time no see everyone. Yi Bai didn't shy away from the stage, and casually found an empty seat and sat down. He was not the teenager who was bullied by others in his previous life. Now he was not what he used to be. It could even be said that he was an evil spirit who had returned from hell. As soon as he took his seat, he saw a man and a woman across the room. The woman with a look of disgust and the man with a look of playfulness. Yi Bai's gaze condensed, his heart's anger soared, and he almost couldn't help but storm up and kill this pair of dogs. The male was stout and had a mean face. His name was Luo Yifan, and this person was the school bully who had bullied him for 3 years. The woman's name is Lu Ruyan, the same cousin schoolgirl who took Gao Yi's favors and used a fairy jump to set him up for jail. He also remembered that just next winter vacation, Ruyan Lu found him, crying and saying that she had fallen out of love. Yi Bai secretly rejoiced inwardly, feeling that his chance had come. After all, this was the white moon he'd been licking for 3 years. Ruyan Lu said that it was crowded outside and she wanted to go to the hotel to rest. Lonely man, drunk in a hotel. Next drama know it all. When it was over, the police broke down the door and pinned Yi Bai to the ground. He thought he could just explain himself, but the way things turned out made him fall through the ice. Ruyan Lu actually bit the bullet and said that Yi Bai had taken advantage of people's danger to defile her. After this, Yi Bai was wrongfully imprisoned for a full 8 years. Don't even have to think about it. This must have received money from Gao Yi. Yi Bai suppressed the anger in his heart. A little impatience is a big plan. These few downfalls he has roughly arranged, guaranteed to make them unforgettable for life. View information about Ruyan Lu. Name, Ruyan Lu. Sex, female. Age, 19. Face value, 89. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Dimensions, 62 centimeters 45 centimeters 71 cm. Size, B. Character, worships violence, worships money. Hobby, clubbing. Favorability, -7, and 8 charisma +20. Experience, 398. Marital status, single. Disease X. Status, worrying about how to hook up with the rich second-generation president of the student council. Current mood, general. Current wish, for a fortune from heaven. Location, room 307. Fulton Hotel. Gangseong. TSK. It's $1 million ride. Yi Bai was a bit amused. He remembered that when they were together in their previous life, there was clearly a falling red on the bed. Looks like it's off to a high-tech restoration. Like to receive money to sell your body? There was a good place that was perfect for this kind of cousin, and Yi Bai couldn't wait to send her there. Yo, isn't this our Yi University bully? Worthy of being our senior's perennial #1 super school bully. TSK. TSK, the row is big. So many people are waiting for you alone. An eerie speech interrupted Yi Bai's thoughts. Yi Bai glanced at the source of the voice, and a skinny teenager diagonally across from him was looking at him with a disdainful face. This person, nicknamed Monkey, was one of Luo Yifan's minions. Monkey followed Luo Yifan has not been less powerful, beating up classmates, collecting protection money, molesting girls. Monkey looked at Luo Yifan and saw him nodding, and continued without a care in the world. I've heard that you're not doing well in the college entrance exams, Mr. Yi. It's a pity. According to the usual results of the mock exam, isn't it more than enough for you to go to Tsinghua University? Why did you do so poorly on the college entrance exam? Ha ha ha. Yi Bai's gaze was icy cold, as if he was looking at a dead person, and the monkey suddenly felt chilled when he met his sight. The culprit for his poor play was an entire clique led by Luo Yifan. 2 days before the entrance exams, the school that serves as the examination center has been closed to allow students to go home and study individually. After school, Luo Yifan and the others blocked Yi Bai, and after a beating, they forcibly took him to the swimming pool and then threw him into the pool. These demons in human skin forced him to take a full-hour dip in the cold pool. He had also cried out and asked them why they were treating him so badly, when he clearly hadn't offended them. The answer received was, because it's fun. During this time Yi Bai tried to escape many times. However, his 2 fists were no match for his 4 hands, and after being severely beaten, he was thrown back into the water. That night, he developed a high fever, which lasted for 3 days. Yi Bai topped a high fever and blurred consciousness for the college entrance exam. It would be strange if he didn't misbehave. In his previous life, he didn't want Bai Jie to worry, so he lied and said he lost his footing and fell into the pool. None of your business. Even if I only take 1 science exam, I still have a higher total score than a punk like you. Not to mention that punk boss of yours, Luo Yifan. Yi Bai's voice was very cold. At this moment, he was about to be unable to suppress his anger. The moment these words came out, the surrounding area instantly quieted down. Everyone did not expect that Yi Bai, who had been cowardly for 3 years, actually said something like this. Is this being possessed by a ghost? Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death by Luo Yifan? Monkey was shocked. He didn't expect this cowardly teenager who had let them bully him for 3 years to actually dare to say something like this. Looks like it's college. Think you can get away from them? In that case, beating Yi Bai to make him have a fever, causing him to play poorly, this lesson is not enough. Freshman year. The monkey found a few times Yi Bai. Opening is to borrow money. The guy is still as cowardly as before. Was his foot borrowed large thousands of dollars? He also thought of the university to continue to collect protection money. His family's economic conditions in general. The university would like to eat and drink spicy. Cannot be separated from these protection money. At that thought, the monkey stood up and pointed at Yi Bai and cursed. Yi Bai, mud horse, put your mouth clean. What grade are you still dare to scold brother fan? I think you are living impatiently. As soon as the words fell, Luo Yifan's studs stood up and cursed Yi Bai, looking like they were about to make a move at the drop of a hat. Yi Bai, are you mad because you didn't do well in the college entrance exam? Do you want to die? Looks like you didn't soak in cold water enough that day. How do you talk? Is it because you haven't been beaten for a few days that your skin is itching again? Looking for death yourself. Don't blame us for going to the restroom with you later to have a good exchange. The gold-worshipping homeroom teacher was sipping a small drink to herself, as if she couldn't see what was happening over here. Enough! Luo Yifan's face was gloomy and uncertain. He stood up and slapped the table fiercely. Suddenly the soup splashed everywhere. He felt as if things were a bit out of his control. Yi Bai was nothing but a limp-wrist shrimp who let him bully him and actually dared to rebel? Luo Yifan from a young brocade, clothes to stretch out the hands of food to mouth. Want what there is no can not get. After the movie Mom's Coddling, created this bad character of him. He's not bullying his classmates for protection money. He's not short of it. He just thinks it's fun. This rich kid, who grew up with a good diet, takes unprecedented pleasure from violence and oppression and indulges in it. He looked at Yi Bai viciously. Yi Bai, you. Before he finished putting his vicious words, Yi Bai directly interrupted him and said in a flat tone, stinking, your brain is not fully developed, is it? Slap the table to look like you're capable? Luo Yifan was confused. He had never been scolded like this since he was a child. You seek death. Luo Yifan was furious and violently lifted the table, but fortunately Yi Bai, who was injected with the genetic agent, reacted quickly and got up to avoid a disaster. But the others were not so lucky, and their bodies were covered with rice and soup. Although the crowd was angry, but due to the other party's past war record, also dared not say anything. If you have the ability, follow me to the alley downstairs. Yi Bai smiled indifferently, then headed for the door. A group of students were dumbfounded. What unfolded? Inverting the Big Dipper? When did Yi Bai become so rigid? What's going on with Yi Bai? Ghost possessed? Couldn't have gotten punks or something to ambush Luo Yifan while the party was going on? That Yi Bai is also too naive. Money makes the devil work. Luo Yifan can just throw some money around to get rid of the punks. The students were shocked and talking. You want to seek death? Then I'll fulfill you. Luo Yifan laughed in anger, kicked down the classmates who were in the way, and took the 3 minions with him as he winded down the stairs. Lu Ruyan on the side was dumbfounded. She never thought that that licking dog Yi Bai, who chased after her ass every day, had actually become so rigid? Sure, this isn't a death wish? At this moment, she was very excited inside and hurriedly followed to watch the show. Chapter 9, It's My Turn to Fight Back. The alley behind the restaurant. It was littered with garbage, sewage, and broken wires cluttered the air like a tattered web, and it was obvious that few people usually pass through here. At this time here, but a group of people gathered in great numbers. Yi Bai, do you think I can't do anything to you after you graduate? Don't you forget, our schools aren't that far away. Luo Yifan was enrolled in an ordinary junior college within the university town, which was indeed not far from Yi Bai's school. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and he said with a leathery smile, I can hire 7 or 8 punks for just a small amount of money, and have them squat you in front of your university every day. Do you believe me? Really? I don't believe it. Yi Bai looked calm and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Logically speaking, why does a rich second generation like you have to bully a little commoner like me? Hidden in Yi Bai's chest was a pinhole camera that was silently recording everything, a gadget he had bought on his way here. The corner of his mouth curved into a mocking arc. Could it be that luxury cars, yachts, and beautiful women can't satisfy you anymore? Luxury cars and beautiful women? These things are nothing but the lowest of pastimes in my eyes. Luo Yifan licked his lips as if he had heard a tasteless joke. I've long since gotten tired of playing with what you poor bastards can only dream of. Compared to these low-level consumption, those killings and kidnappings in the darknet are the real excitement. Oh, then why do you need to come and bully me, a poor man, if you can watch these so exciting things on the darknet? Yi Bai didn't move to condescend. What do you understand? Luo Yifan suddenly raised his volume, the veins on his neck bulging and jutting out. Poor bastards like you will never understand that beating up and even killing people in reality, just how cool it is. That doesn't sound cool enough? Yi Bai suddenly asked. So have you ever killed anyone? Of course. Luo Yifan admitted unabashedly, a hint of smugness even showing on his hideous face. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze instantly. Luo Yifan's 3 minions looked at each other, their eyes filled with panic and uneasiness. It was commonplace for them to follow Luo Yifan and bully the weak on weekdays, but something like killing someone was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, they only felt a chill running straight from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and they couldn't help but be flooded with a terrible thought. Would they be silenced? Lu Ruyan is even more scared to lose color. Legs soft, flopping paralyzed on the ground, a sense of urine surging to the heart. She was remorseful in her heart. She should have known better than to come down to see this hilarity. Luo Yifan seemed to be on top of his game, and his expression became more and more maniacal. It doesn't matter if I tell you. The who? What's his name? It's that wretch who sits cowering in the corner in shabby clothes. Oh, I remember. His name is Meng Xinghan. Yi Bai frowned and a cold light flashed in his eyes. That was the only friend he had in his high school career. Meng Xinghan's family is poor. His mother is a sanitation worker, and his father died in an accident on a construction site before he could remember. Yi Bai still clearly remembers that in order to save money, Meng Xinghan often ate only 2 steamed buns at noon. Yi Bai often helps him improve his meals, sometimes bringing him delicious desserts that he can't afford to eat. He said, I'll take it back to my mom. She'll love it. Yi Bai also tried to give him money directly, but he wouldn't take it. He said, thank you, but I can't take it. Mom said that you don't get anything for nothing, and if I took it, Mom would be very upset. Meng Xinghan's grades were not as good as Yi Bai's, but he played exceedingly well in the college entrance exam and went to the same university as Yi Bai, Jiangqing University. He enrolled in the hottest computer science department of the moment, dreaming of a job that pays over $10,000 a month after graduation so he can help his mom share the pressure. Meng Xinghan worked in the dining hall every day. The salary is not much, but the dining hall covers the meal, which has made him very satisfied. In order to share the family's financial pressure, he also often go off-campus part-time jobs, sending flyers, sorting courier, wearing doll clothes, soliciting customers, etc. Freshman semester this half year, he has experienced more than a dozen different kinds of part-time jobs. Just after the first semester of his freshman year, Meng Xinghan disappeared on his way to a part-time job off-campus, and when he was found again, he had long been bruised and dead for a long time. The killer, a homeless man, turned himself in a few days after the accident. You know what? This poor sourgood's actually in the bar part-time waiter. Laugh me to death. And this cheap thing is still petty to death. I just take his broken watch to take a look. He is on the side of the nagging, let me quickly return him. A few $100 of broken electronic watch. Actually buy him as a baby. Yi Bai clenched his back teeth. That was his birthday gift to Meng Xinghan. And when high school started, this poor guy's mom, carrying a basket of eggs and handing them to us, one by one, with those rough, dry, cracked, dirt-covered hands, asking us to help take care of his son? The smile on Luo Yifan's face was twisted and hideous. These few broken eggs are motherly love? Ha ha ha. My dog doesn't even bother to eat that kind of filth. Do you guys think he deserves to die? He deserves to rot in the poor countryside for the rest of his life. Shouldn't have polluted my sight, so I killed him. I told someone to take him to the basement of my house, hang him like an animal, take a barbed whip and whip him hard, one after another, and watch his blood splatter. And the feeling. It was awesome. You think it's over? I even took a knife and cut off his flesh piece by piece, and it was crazy to hear him screaming his heart out. I really want you to see that ugly face of his before he died. TSK, face full of tears and snot muddled into a mess. It's really disgusting. The corner of Luo Yifan's mouth pulled out a twisted smile. The smugness on his face was almost overflowing. He is still not enough, and pointedly and conspiratorially learned. Please, I can't die yet. Mom is still at home waiting for me to go back for dinner. Oh, and his mom, who works as a sanitation worker, has the nerve to come crying near the school and pollute my vision over and over again. Luo Yifan's eyes became sinister. So, I spent a little bit of money, hired a big car driver, and directly crashed her into mud. How was it? Wasn't it fun? Why? What? Yi Bai's voice was as cold as ice, as if he was squeezing out every word from between his teeth. What for? Luo Yifan laughed crookedly, revealing his morose white teeth. Of course it's for the pleasure. The three juniors and Lu Ruyan were all startled by his state and unconsciously took a few steps back. Right. This person who was tortured to death should have been you, Yi Bai. Luo Yifan seemed to remember something and laughed sorrowfully. Only that day when I went to look for you, I just happened to meet him at the bar. This is fate. Ha 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 ha. That can't be helped. It was all sent to the door. I had to choose him. He died for you. Ha ha ha. Yi Bai's face grew colder and colder as he asked with a leathery smile. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Ha 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 ha. As if Luo Yifan had heard some great joke. He laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back and shed tears. A poor man is a poor man. Is it hard to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to find a scapegoat? Yi Bai took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the desire to kill inside. I have one last question. Your mom is that famous movie queen Luo Wanqin, right? Yeah. What? Envious? You remember to pay attention in your next reincarnation. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yifan laughed openly. His laughter echoed in the silent alley, sending shivers down one's spine. Luo Yifan moved his neck and grinned. Originally, I had forgotten about you as a toy. I didn't expect you to seek death on your own. It seems like I have to send you on your way today. After saying that, he waved his hand. Give it to me. Treat our college bully well. Monkey and the other three minions laughed and gathered around, punching and kicking Yi Bai. Aren't you great? Ha? All you do is talk? Why don't you dare to fight back? What a coward. How dare you scold my fan? What is your status? Don't you have any sense in your own heart? I think you've got itchy skin or you've played less. I should have broken your hand before. I'll see if you can still go to the exam. Raining fists fell on Yi Bai, but he could not feel any pain at all, even a little itchy. After all, this body of his was genetically enhanced, and his physical quality far exceeded the limit of human beings. However, Yi Bai didn't resist, only letting out a mournful scream from time to time. A sinister glint flashed under his eyes as the pinhole camera on his chest silently recorded what was happening in front of him. I'll give you 3 minutes to fight, then it's my turn to fight back. Chapter 10, I'll make you fly. After 3 whole minutes of fighting, Monkey's fists became red. He couldn't figure out why Yi Bai's muscles suddenly became so hard. He felt like every punch he threw was hitting an iron plate. And if it wasn't for the fact that Luo Yifan was watching intently from the sidelines, he really didn't want to continue the fight. Enough! Didn't you 3 losers eat? Get the hell out of my way! Luo Yifan impatiently kicked the monkey away, waved his fist, and ruthlessly smashed it towards Yi Bai's stomach. Hiss! Luo Yifan covered his fist with a dumbfounded expression, and a vague stinging pain came from it. What's going on? Why is it like hitting an iron plate? This sand dollar is wearing iron armor? Aw, it hurts. Yi Bai let out a miserable scream perfunctorily and looked at Luo Yifan with a playful face. Looking at the cloudy Yi Bai, Luo Yifan was furious. He felt that he was being scorned. His blood was hot. He pulled out the butterfly knife hidden in his waist with anger, and ruthlessly stabbed at Yi Bai's body. Go to hell. Ha ha ha. Only a crunching sound was heard. The butterfly knife broke, but Yi Bai was unharmed. This appalling scene directly made Luo Yifan dumbfounded in place. Luo Yifan's pupils contracted violently. The butterfly knife in his hand fell to the ground, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably as he hissed and shouted, "What the hell are you? You're not human. You're a monster." The three junior brothers and Lu Ruyan were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and each of them backed up in fear. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked into a smile as he slowly got up, patted the dust on his body, moved his neck and wrists, and said coldly, "Had enough fun? It's my turn." Yi Bai bulldozed forward, expressionlessly grabbed his wrist, and then twisted it with force, and with a creak, directly dislocated his joints. "Bastard! I'll make you fly. You, ah!" Luo Yifan looked at Yi Bai with a shocked face. Before he could finish, Yi Bai kicked out with a kick that carried a terrifying power that even brought up the dust on the ground, and viciously kicked Luo Yifan's stomach, and like a kite with broken strings, his whole body flew backward uncontrollably. Boom! Luo Yifan hit the wall hard. Ah ha ha ha. Luo Yifan was dizzy and felt like his intestines were going to explode as a wave of came over him. Vomit! Yi Bai looked at Luo Yifan with a disgusted face. All adults. Still urinating and defecating anywhere? No quality at all. Monkey looked at the scene in front of him with an unbelievable face. What's the situation? What kind of medicine did Yi Bai take? How did he become so fierce? Was this still the same cowardly teenager that they had bullied for 3 years? Could it be that he's been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger for so many years? This is too sinister. If you had said you were so powerful, who would have dared to bully you? I'll make you fly. Experience the feeling of flying. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Bai was very fair. Directly one person a foot. 3 minions like a broken kite, swoosh smashed into Luo Yifan, splashing a burst of dust. Ah ha ha ha. Luo Yifan was already dizzy. After such a heavy blow, his eyes went black and he directly fainted. This was completely a one-sided crushing, genetically enhanced Yi Bai. If he used his full strength, killing Tyson with one punch would not be a problem. Bunch of losers. I haven't even exerted myself yet and you guys can't? Yi Bai. Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, was so scared that her little face turned white, but she still said with courage, "You're so powerful. Don't you like me? I'll give you a chance to pursue me." Yi Bai. Vomit. This broken shoe. How dare you come to disgust me? Oh, almost forgot about you. Yi Bai's dark eyes flashed with a cold light as he walked over unhurriedly. Lu Ruyan looked at the devil-like man slowly approaching. Fear surfaced in her eyes. She bit her lips tightly, without the slightest bit of blood on her face. Under her expectant gaze, Yi Bai waved his hand to bring up the sound of wind and fiercely flung 3 slaps over. Snap! Ruyan Lu was hit and spun in place a few times, her pretty face becoming red and swollen to the naked eye. Yi Bai gently shook his hand as if he disliked the foundation stained on it, and indifferently looked at Lu Ruyan, who was crying with pearly blossoms in front of him. Damn it! In a previous life I was wrongfully imprisoned for 8 years for money. It's hard to get over it without shelling you properly. The more Yi Bai thought about it, the more angry he became, and he kicked Lu Ruyan, who hadn't slowed down yet, to fly. If you think that he will just let these few go, then you have underestimated him too much. Just this little bit of pain can't ease the hatred in his heart. System. Redeemed the tendon-splitting hand. This was a secret book that he had been picking out for a long time in the system mall, just to give the 4 people in front of him an experience of a lifetime. Ding! Redemption successful. Love points minus 300. Currently 100 points. Next, Yi Bai to treat these several good students. After all, one by one, 2 of them are to him not thin. Yi Bai laughed as he walked towards Luo Yifan, and after kicking away a few obstructive minions on him, he grabbed his collar with his left hand, then raised his right hand and swung it down, bringing up the sound of the wind, and fiercely threw him a few big mouths. Hiss! Luo Yifan, who had originally fainted, was awakened by the intense pain, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yi Bai with a teasing face. He stepped back in terror, his back against the wall, like a helpless Hakimi, stuttering, "You, what do you want? You dare to hit me? Believe it or not, I'll call the police to arrest you. My mom knows the chief. If you let me go now, I'll pretend that nothing happened today." Yi Bai didn't say anything and just looked at him with a smile on his face. Yi Bai, I know I'm wrong. How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Please let me live. Yi Bai didn't hear him as if he was still smiling. Luo Yifan collapsed as a warmth flowed out of his crotch and he peed in fear. Brother White, Brother Bai, you're so generous. Just let me go like a fart, please. Luo Yifan didn't want to die. He still had a lot of money, a great life waiting for him to enjoy. If he died, he would have nothing. At this moment, he practically realized the fear of those who had been bullied by him. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. Finally, Yi Bai spat out a few cold words. Who said I want to kill you? Luo Yifan was like being pardoned. Kneeled down and kowtowed several times in a row, and kept chanting under his breath. Thank you brother Bai for being so generous. Thank you brother Bai. I will definitely behave properly in the future. I will definitely behave properly. He said so on his lips, but the demon in Luo Yifan's heart was constantly roaring. I will make you pay. As long as we can get out of here. With our family connections. A poor guy is just a poor guy. Crushing him is as simple as crushing an ant. Although he didn't know why Yi Bai's body was as hard as steel. But could it be harder than a bullet or a missile? Liar. You're dead. Ha 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 ha. Yi Bai laughed maniacally like he had lost his mind. Laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up straight anymore. Luo Yifan was chilled to the bone. Looking at the demon laughing maniacally in front of him, his reason told him to escape as soon as possible. But his legs seemed to be unconscious and unresponsive. The laughter came to an abrupt end. And Yi Bai's slender palm was like lightning as he slapped Luo Yifan's body a few times. Tendon splitting hand. Activate. Before Luo Yifan could figure out what was happening, an unspeakable sharp pain came. A pain that he had never tried before in his life. He felt as if a million ants were crawling on his brain. The bones and muscles of the whole body were as if they had been repeatedly scraped by a brush full of steel needles. Luo Yifan's features were twisted, writhing on the ground in agony, and heart-rending screams continued to emanate from his mouth. Without waiting for him to continue screaming, Yi Bai tore off his clothes and rolled them into a ball, stuffing them into his mouth, and the screams came to an abrupt end. Class, get up. You're not allowed to sleep here. But the pain continued. Wave after wave of intense pain came. Luo Yifan felt like he was going crazy. He felt like his muscles and bones were being torn and restored, then torn again. It is logical that when the pain reaches a limit, the brain will activate protection and let the person pass out alive from the pain. But at the moment, the brain seems to be unresponsive and unmoving. Luo Yifan seemed to be suffering all the tortures invented in the history of mankind at the same time. The pain distorted his features, and soybean-sized cold sweat kept dripping down. Yi Bai jumped away with a disgusted look on his face, looking at Luo Yifan who was rolling on the ground. Yi Bai thought about it, squatted down his body and patted him as if he was comforting an old friend, and then whispered, "Take a deep breath. It's normal to be in pain. I'm going to go look for Auntie." Luo Yifan whimpered and shrieked. His pupils contracted violently, his eyes flashed with hatred and regret, tears gushed out, and his body shook as if he were sifting through chaff. Chapter 11. Hello, Auntie. I'm Yifan's classmate. Pictures at the end of the chapter. Yi Bai was a very fair person. With such a high-grade martial art as the splitting tendon and bone hand, there was no reason for Luo Yifan to enjoy it all by himself, right? Ruyan Lu and the three little brothers couldn't be left behind either. Under their horrified gazes, Yi Bai laughed and walked slowly, raining down on them the split tendon and bone hand. Yi Bai looked at the 4 men and 1 woman who were rolling on the ground in pain, nodded his head in satisfaction and gently clapped his hands as if he was admiring his masterpiece. It was obvious that he was in a very good mood. According to the system's description, the effect of the splitting tendon hand would last for 8 hours. In these 8 hours, the endless pain was like a tidal wave that kept on coming, and the person couldn't pass out, and could only withstand the continuous pain with a clear consciousness. He didn't intend to wait here foolishly. After all, Luo Yifan's old mom, the cold and colorful movie queen, was still waiting for him. Then I won't play with you guys. Have fun today. Yi Bai patted the dust on his butt and left the alley without looking back. Jiangcheng, Fairview Villa Area. This is an upscale villa area located in Phoenix Hill, Jiangcheng. Surrounded by mountains and lush greenery, it is like a natural green barrier, isolating the dust and clamor. The luxurious gate is visually stunning, with 2 solid and heavy stone pillars rising up from the ground, on which the dragon and phoenix motifs are carefully carved in a lifelike manner. The gilt plaque engraved with Jinxiu Huajing on the top of the door is even more noble. The security room was next to the front door, a small but clean space with clear window panes that were spotless. Inside sat a young security guard, absently scrolling through Jitterbug. Yi Bai whistled, obviously in an excellent mood, and walked towards the villa area with unhurried steps. The security guard saw him through the window. The corners of his mouth turned down slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Where did this poor boy come from? Whoever can live here is not rich or wealthy." The guy was in a plain outfit and his t-shirt was still dirty and dusty. It doesn't look like it can be related to our high-class villa area. Yi Bai steadily walked to the door of the security room, politely raised his hand and lightly knocked on the window, and politely said, "Big brother, please help me contact Ms. Luo Wanqin. I am her son's classmate." When that young security guard heard that, he looked Yi Bai up and down, left and right, and that look carried an arrogant scrutiny and dislike. He skimmed his mouth impatiently back. You are her son's classmate? Take a look at your body. Unkempt, how half of the rich kid classmates look. Don't fool around here. Hurry up and go. Don't delay my business. Ha? No, buddy. Judging a book by its cover. Ha? Is this the quality of the security guards in the high-class villa area? Or is the dropwit aura at work again? Can you turn this thing off? You're forcing me to play hard to get, aren't you? Yi Bai's heart was speechless to the extreme, but his face remained unperturbed, and he patiently opened his mouth again. Big brother, I really have something urgent to look for Auntie Luo, so do me a favor and call on it. The security guard waved his hand impatiently, as if driving away mosquitoes. Go go go. If you are Ms. Luo's son's classmate, can you still not have contact information? I still don't know the routine of you people. Maybe holding some bad ideas. Want to mix into the villa area? There is no door. I can tell you if you do not go I can call someone. You do not look at their own appearance. Our villa area. Any car is more expensive than this line of you do not know how many times. Neat. Do not get in the way here. Hiss. Hey. I'm grumpy. Yi Bai, who was holding back the bad. Now the inner fire miso rose up, and his brain turned quickly, and the plan came to him. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile that seemed to be there, slowly pulling out his cell phone, in front of the security guard to open the bank app account balance interface. The long string of zeros shook people's eyes, and the whole 8-digit balance was strikingly displayed. The young security guard was still disdainful. The corner of his eye glanced at Yi Bai's cell phone screen in an instant. His eyes instantly glared round, his mouth wide open, like seeing a ghost. The expression on his face instantly froze, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Well, this little bit of asset, is it enough to trouble you to inform? Yi Bai looked at him with a teasing face. Enough, I'm calling now. The security guard completely panicked. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and dialed Luo Wanqin's phone in a hurry. After a few beeps, the call connected. A cool, euphonious voice came from over there. Can I help you? Yes, it's like this. Ms. Luo, there's a young man over here who says he's your son's classmate and has something for you. Oh, who? Yi Bai stepped forward and took the phone. Hello auntie, I'm Yi Fun's classmate. Yi Bai. Oh, I've heard of you. Perennial top of the school huh? Yes. I didn't realize that auntie knew me too. Test scores and all. It's all just luck. Can I help you? The cool voice asked flatly. It's like this. All our classmates are having a party and Yi Fun said he left something at home. He couldn't get away and asked me to help him get it. Thinking of Luo Yi Fun, who was still rolling around in pain in the alley, Yi Bai almost couldn't hold back his laughter and made up a serious story. Well, that's fine. Xiao Zhao, open the door and let him in. Luo Wanqin certainly didn't suspect anything, and bluntly asked the security guard to open the door. Okay, Ms. Luo, I'll open the door for him now. The security guard hurriedly took the cell phone, and even though he couldn't be seen from the opposite side, he still made a nodding gesture. Hanging up the phone, the young security guard looked at Yi Bai again. The attitude came to a 180-degree turn. Face instantly piled full of fawning smile, hurriedly ran out, nodding and haha waist, said, oops, little brother, really sorry I'm a dog's eye to see people low. Your generosity, don't talk to me in general, hurry to the inside please. Aha. Yi Bai was in a good mood and was too lazy to dwell too much with him, whistling as he entered the door, and immediately another security guard came up to lead the way. High-class villa area is different. It seems that the security guard at the door is a personal quality problem. Cross-examination is fine. Job requirements that's understandable. But you still have to mock. Alas. Forced to pretend. Walking into the internal road. A stone pathway appears in a short time. Along the winding path, a variety of flowers on both sides of the fight for color. A gust of breeze with the fragrance of the face. Yi Bai followed the security guard and arrived at Luo Wanqin's family villa without much trouble. Through the iron gates, you could even see an elaborate little fountain. The villa after the fountain is even more dominant. 3-story buildings rising from the ground. White walls with vermilion roof. Distinctive eye-catching. Yi Bai steadily went forward and raised his hand to ring the doorbell. The iron door opened automatically with a squeak. A cool figure stood in the doorway. System, check Luo Wanqin's information. Luo Wanqin, high cool iceberg, after the movie. Chapter 12, disgusting shrimp-headed man. You can go now. Pictures at the end of the chapter. Name, Luo Wanqin. Sex, female. Age, 36. Face value, 96. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Circumference, 90 centimeters 53 centimeters 85 centimeters. Size, E. Personality, cool, misogynistic. Hobbies, acting. Reading, favorability, 30, natural charisma plus 20, experience, 1, marital status, single, diseases, none, status, actor's career has hit a bottleneck and is seeking a transition, current mood, depressed, current wish, I wish Luo Yifan, a sinful bastard, would go to a distant place to study in a university, location, no, 7, Jinqiu Huajing Villa area, Jiangcheng, sins, kind of interesting, and the experience value is even only 1. So it seems like there's some kind of ulterior motive here. Uncle me. I love secrets. Yi Bai had a meaningful smile on his face as he walked into the house with a big grin. Looking at the beauty's delicate body in front of him, he subconsciously licked his lips. He was really hungry, and 8 years of hellish prison life had warped his psyche. Is he really a pervert? It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter. I've been reborn. Can't I do whatever I want? The interior of the house is lavishly decorated, with high crystal chandeliers that sparkle and shed light to brighten the entire space. Sit down. Luo Wanqin greeted Yi Bai coldly and called the nanny to bring fresh fruits and exquisite snacks. It really deserved to be a well-known cold movie queen in China, with her high cold and elegant temperament and flawless facial features, making it impossible to have any obscene thoughts. On top she wore a simple white silk blouse, loosely fastened with a few buttons and slightly open at the neckline. The cuffs were casually pulled up, revealing slender wrists with an understated and luxurious expensive wristwatch on them. Underneath, there were home shorts, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. Yifan's room is on the second floor, so if you want to take anything, just go straight up. Yi Bai was not polite at all. Reaching out, he peeled the orange on the table and slowly brought it into his mouth, petal by petal. It's like this. What about me coming this time? It's actually not to take something. Yi Bai glanced at the frowning beauty and said to himself, it's to find you. Looking for me? Do I know you? Luo Wanqin's voice was as cold as ice, disliking her nonchalantly. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. Yi Bai had a dangling look on his face and was playing with an orange in his hand. I'll let you get to know me properly in the next few hours. Ding! Luo Wanqin's favorability towards the host -20. Currently 10 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. Disgusting shrimp head man. You can get lost. Luo Wanqin clasped her hands to her chest, her face full of wariness, and said coldly, it's true. All men are the same. It's disgusting. She really didn't expect that this school bully, who was always at the top of the school's list, would be so disgusting and perverted. What's going on in your head? Caught in the door? How dare you come straight to her door and harass her? Yi Bai had a smile on his face and sat steadily on the sofa, pressing no intention to move. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't get out, I'll call security. Luo Wanqin glared angrily. 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, Luo Wanqin didn't hesitate to pick up her cell phone, ready to call someone. It's not good to be in such a hurry. Yi Bai unlocked his cell phone, opened a video and handed it to Luo Wanqin. Take a look at this first. It's not too late to make a decision after watching it. Luo Wanqin took the cell phone with a gloomy face. She wanted to see what this shrimp head man really wanted. It was a 3-minute video with Luo Yifan's fierce face on the video cover. Ding! Luo Wanqin's favorability towards the host -2. Currently 8 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. Luo Wanqin heart thump, surging a sense of foreboding. That bastard. He didn't do anything to hurt the world again, did he? Her onion-white fingers trembled slightly, and in her heart she was a little afraid to click on the video. She actually knew that Luo Yifan had done a lot of hurtful things over the years, and seeing those miserable victims, she had even moved to kill this sinful bastard. But she couldn't do it, not because Luo Yifan was her son, but once these things exposed, her career would be all over. There was nothing she could do but wipe Luo Yifan's ass over and over again. Luo Wanqin took a deep breath, as if she had done a violent mental struggle, and finally gathered the courage to play the video. The video opens with an alley full of trash and wires. Immediately afterward, a face 3 times similar to Luo Wanqin's appeared in the camera. Yi Bai, do you think I can't do anything to you after you graduate? I can just hire 7 or 8 punks to squat on you every day for a small fee. Can you believe that? Luo Wanqin raised her head violently, and her cold and pretty face, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, finally revealed a look of shock. Little Li, you go home first. Luo Wanqin hurriedly paused the video and supported the nanny who was busy in the kitchen. Then he turned his head to look at the calm-faced Yi Bai, forced himself to hold back his emotions, and asked in a pretense of composure, say, how much do you want? You rich people are funny. Yi Bai snorted and unhurriedly peeled another petal of orange. The corner of his mouth hooked into a crazy smile. I don't want money. Keep watching. There's a surprise. Ding! Luo Wanqin's favorability towards the host -5. Currently 3 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. Luo Wanqin looked at the devil-like smiling face in front of her. Her heart couldn't help but feel a chill. She forced down her inner panic and continued to look at her cell phone. Logically speaking, why does a rich young man like you have to bully a little old man like me? Oh, luxury cars and beautiful women? Ha ha ha, this is nothing but the lowest level of entertainment. I've long since gotten tired of playing with the things you poor people dream of. Luo Yifan in the picture had an arrogant face, full of disdain for ordinary people. Compared to all this low-level spending, all that killing and kidnapping on the dark web, that's the real thrill. As good as the dark web is, it's just video. Luo Wanqin frowned tightly, that ominous premonition in her heart growing stronger and stronger. So have you ever killed anyone? Of course. Luo Yifan licked his lips. The whole person trembled slightly with excitement. The veins on his neck rippled. His face turned red, looking very abnormal. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Do you remember Meng Xinghan? That poor guy sitting in the corner, wearing shabby clothes. I killed him. Luo Wanqin's breath caught. She knew that poor child. That night, as the rain poured down, she saw the tiny, bloody body in the basement and vomited furiously on the spot. But that little bit of compassion was swallowed up by the darkness of the rainy night long before the cause she held so dearly. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to find scapegoats to cover all this evil in the rain. I didn't realize that retribution would come so soon. Luo Wanqin, High Cool Iceberg Movie Queen. Chapter 13, I'm still young. 30 million is not enough. Let's make it 300 million. In the video, Luo Yifan was as crazy as he was. Spittle flying, hands dancing. That look, it was like a crazy person who just ran out of the mental hospital. And outside the video, Luo Wanqin's knuckles were pinched white because of excessive force, and there was no blood at all on that absolutely beautiful gooseegg face. The whole person seemed to have been drained of her soul. I took him down to the basement of my house, hung him up, and whipped him with a barbed wire whip, one after the other, and then take a knife and cut his flesh piece by piece and listen to his heartbreaking screams. Do you know how good that is? Luo Wanqin painfully covered her eyes, tears like a dike flood, from the cracks of the fingers one after another gushing out, her body shaking like a sieve chaff. What? Yi Bai seemed to smile, his eyes flashed with indifference and hatred. Didn't you want to call someone? Come on, continue your performance. Luo Wanqin turned her head, and that cool face was now pearly, revealing a soft brokenness. Her eyes were slightly red, her chest was heaving, and she looked so pitiful that anyone who looked at her couldn't help but want to comfort her for a few moments. Not bad for a movie queen. TSK, 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 TSK. Yi Bai laughed. The more he laughed, the louder he laughed, so much so that he couldn't straighten his waist. Luo Wanqin slightly opened her rosy cherry mouth and stared blankly at the man in front of her who suddenly had a maniacal laugh. The old lady is crying. Even if you don't comfort, you still laugh so loudly? Luo Wanqin was beginning to doubt her own acting skills. Could it be that this set had no effect on this man? In the next instant, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Yi Bai's eyes became scarlet, living like a fierce beast that would rise up at any time to hurt people. He fiercely bullied his way closer to Luo Wanqin, gently stroked her silky hair, pressed himself against her ear, and said softly, I still like the unruly and untamed look you just had. Recover. Luo Wanqin's already stiff and delicate body shook violently. She was ready to be taken advantage of. But Yi Bai came with such an inexplicable sentence? Yi Bai retreated with a big smile, revealing a mouthful of morose white teeth. Keep watching. The excitement is yet to come. Ding. Luo Wanqin's favorability towards the host -20. Currently -17 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Ha 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 ha. In the video, Luo Yifan laughed as if he had heard some great joke and couldn't straighten up. A poor man is a poor man. Is it hard to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to find a scapegoat? Ha 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 ha. I have one last question. Your mom is that famous movie queen Luo Wanqin, right? Yeah. Ha ha ha. What? Envious? In your next life you reincarnate and pay attention. Luo Wanqin hurriedly paused the video and swallowed hard. Her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. She really didn't dare to look further down. She knew that there was no way this could end well today. What the hell do you want? Give a quick word. How much? Name your price. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. And in no time, she changed back to that high and mighty look as if she didn't eat the earth. In her opinion, what kind of person doesn't love money? It's just a matter of what the price tag is. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows with a teasing face. Look at you. Here you go again. I remember what I said, right? I don't want money. $10 million. Luo Wanqin was expressionless, didn't even raise her eyelids, and directly opened the price. Yi Bai still had that frivolous look. His sight was like a scanner, looking her up and down. $30 million. Luo Wanqin took a deep breath and raised her voice. This is already enough for you to live in style for the rest of your life. Don't give an inch. Luo Yifan was worthless to her. What was worth it was her proud career as an actress. And once these dirty things came to light, then her career was definitely over. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked up a teasing smile. Couldn't help teasing her. $30 million? I'm still young. How can 30 million be enough? 300 million. 300 million and I won't worry for the rest of my life. Ding. Luo Wanqin's favorability towards the host -20. Currently -37 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. Don't go too far. Luo Wanqin stood up with a miso, her face full of anger, her eyes glaring like bronze bells, staring at Yi Bai. The worst thing is to let that bastard go to jail. I don't care about him as much as you think. When she was young, she was suborned by some big director, and perhaps because of the hormonal effects of pregnancy, she eventually chose not to abort the sinful child, but chose to give birth to it, which she regretted. Luo Yifan had been left with her mother when she was a child, and she didn't have much affection for the boy at all. Of course I know you don't care about him. Yi Bai's gaze was sharp as a knife, as if he could see through Luo Wanqin's mind in a flash. You only care about your own career. Luo Wanqin's eyes were wide open, her back whoosh jumped up a chill, and her head instantly went blank. How did he know? Madam, let's think freely. Yi Bai walked up, pressed against her ear, and whispered, if I upload this video to Shake, what will happen? Luo Wanqin's face swish became white. If this video uploaded to Shake, so explosive black information, only fear is an instant on the hot search, then her proud career would come crashing down in a matter of days. No way. Luo Wanqin blurted out. You underestimate showbiz PR. I have 10,000 ways to keep your video off the shelves. Yi Bai gently stroked her back as if coaxing a child. You might as well guess how much money I have? Search Carefree Media and see who the major shareholder of this company is. Luo Wanqin half-heartedly took out her cell phone and searched. And this time, her face became even more ugly. This devil in front of him was actually the major shareholder of Carefree Media, with a fortune of several $100 million. You're such a professional. Can you tell me if $100 million will make this video fire up to the point where everyone knows about it? You crazy bastard. Chapter 14, Show Me Your Sincerity. Pictures at the end of the chapter. Luo Wanqin's scalp was numb. She really didn't dare to imagine that someone would actually be willing to $100 million to fix her. What's this picture? Just for herself? While she had a lot of confidence in herself, she wasn't cocky enough to think she was worth $100 million. But she doesn't have any chips left to flip. After a few fierce ideological struggles, she compromised and spoke with difficulty. You win. 300 million. If you give me a month, I'm just going to smash the pots and sell my family's assets to come up with it for you. She had been in the acting industry for so many years and had invested in many movies and companies, and she was indeed worth several $100 million. But most of it is real estate and investments, and the cash on hand that can be used is only a few tens of millions. Ma'am, I remember saying many times that I don't want money. Luo Wanqin turned her head openly, looking at the man beside her with a bad grin on his face, only to feel chills all over her body. $300 million. Not even $300 million. What does this madman want? You? What the hell do you want? Her voice was shaking terribly as fear took over her mind. What's going on? Revenge. Of course. Money? It was important to know that Yi Bai was a reborn person. To him, making a few $100 million was no big deal at all. In Yi Bai's opinion, money was not important, nor was Luo Wanqin. What was important was to make Luo Yifan experience the most poisonous pain in the world. Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Bad smile, think. 2. Hanging back and saying, what do I want? Why don't you think for yourself? 3. In the guise of a licking dog, goddess. You are my goddess. I don't want anything. I just want to silently care for you. Lickspittle's brain is just not the same. Yi Bai didn't say anything, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Think. Ding. Love points plus 100. Currently 200 points. Ding. Luo Wanqin's favorability towards the host -5. Currently -42 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. Ding. Luo Wanqin's favorability towards the host is +2. Currently -40 points. Please make more efforts. Yi Bai was like a grandpa, leaning comfortably on all fours on the sofa with a cozy smile on his face, as if nothing had happened just now, shaking his legs gracefully. Are you satisfied now? Luo Wanqin's eyes were red and she yelled at Yi Bai. Delete the video for me. This matter ends here. Yi Bai was amused. The corner of his mouth turned upwards and said carelessly, "Madam, you're too naive, aren't you? You don't think it's over like this, do you?" Ding. Luo Wanxin's favorability towards the host -5. Currently -45 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. What do you mean? Luo Wanxin sniffed. Her heart thumped, realizing that things were not that simple. Her voice trembled a little. That's $300 million. Yi Bai had an expression of taking it for granted. Then what do you want? Luo Wanxin's eyes widened and her chest rose and fell violently, obviously furious. Why don't we count you $200 just now? You still owe me $299,998 now. Yi Bai had a bad smile on his face. That beat up look. As if he was talking about a trivial matter that didn't matter. $200? Luo Wanxin's face turned red with shame and anger. Without saying a word, she directly pounced on Yi Bai and scratched and clawed at him, just like a mad tigress. Of course Yi Bai was not accustomed to her. His eyes were quick, and once he reached out, he counterclasped her wrist like an iron vice, and with a slight force, he pressed her onto the coffee table. You just punched me and fined you $200. Now you owe me $300 million. Don't you go too far. Are you still not a man? Why are you bullying me? A weak woman. Like this? Luo Wanxin's eyes were filled with tears, angry and anxious. Ding. The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. With a disinterested look on his face. Fine then. I'll just upload a video of your son beating up someone. 2. Hangs back and says, just like you. $10 can't be more. 3. In the guise of a licking dog, it's me who went too far. Let's do it this way. I don't have to pay back the $300 million. I'm going to give you another $300 million. Is there something wrong with option 3? It is true that licking dogs are not allowed to house. Looking at Luo Wanxin's mortified face, Yi Bai teased, just like you. $10 can't be more. Ding. Love points plus 100. Currently 300 points. Ding. Luo Wanxin's favorability towards the host -1. Currently -46 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Luo Wanxin was ashamed and angry. She looked away from him, not daring to meet his eyes. Her body kept twisting, wanting to break free. Unfortunately, Yi Bai's strength was too great, and after struggling for a while, she resigned herself to her fate. With his eyes closed, he looked as if he wanted to kill or die. Madam, don't you continue to struggle. Yi Bai's voice was low and hoarse. Luo Wanxin completely broke her defense. Her pretty face turned red and she cursed. Don't you give your face away. You dog thing. What the hell do you want to do? That's what you said. Ding. Luo Wanxin's favorability towards the host -2. Currently -48 points. Please pay attention to the host's words and behavior. Ding. Luo Wanxin's favorability towards the host is +20. Currently -28 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Counting the time. The effect of the splitting tendon hand should have ended. The next good scene. You have to invite Luo Yifan to act in it to make it exciting. Luo Wanxin's sweat soaked the hair on her forehead. Yi Bai looked at her. The corner of his mouth hooked up a bad smile, took out his cell phone, opened the green letter and clicked on Luo Yifan's chat window. Yi Bai, location, no. 7. Jinxiu Huajing Villa area. Jiangcheng. Yi Bai, very moist. Finally dialed a video call over. Luo Wanxin, hi cool iceberg beauty, after the movie. Chapter 15, guess where I am? The alley behind the restaurant. Luo Yifan and the others were being tortured to the point of almost going crazy. The intense pain from the splitting tendon hand was like millions of ants, constantly gnawing at them. Finally, the splitting tendon hand ended, and as the pain slowly receded, Luo Yifan began to regain his senses. The remaining 4, the moment the pain receded, fainted in unison. Bah! With his arm, which had just regained a trace of strength, Luo Yifan tugged at the torn burlap in his mouth, gasping for air and greedily sucking in fresh air. He couldn't believe how he had spent those 6 hours. The pain was worse than the punishment of hell. Luo Yifan's inner hatred and fear for Yi Bai reached its peak. Jingle bells. An untimely ringing interrupted his thoughts. Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, it was actually a video call from Yi Bai? Luo Yifan's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered the words that Yi Bai had said before he left, and a sense of foreboding surged through his heart. The words that were like a nightmare kept echoing in his ears. Luo Yifan took a deep breath and clicked connect with a trembling finger. After connecting, what came into his eyes was Yi Bai's repulsive face, and behind him was a luxurious wall with many expensive paintings hanging on it. Luo Yifan's pupils snapped. Wasn't this his living room? On the screen, Yi Bai said with a teasing face, guess where I am? Dang! Before Luo Yifan could take a closer look, the call was interrupted. Looking at the cell phone screen that was plunged into darkness, Luo Yifan's face went green and white for a while. His expression twisted in pain. No. No way. He frantically tapped the screen, entered Luo Wanqin's cell phone number, and dialed directly. Luo Yifan's body was shaking like sifting chaff. Cold sweat was pouring out of his mouth, and he kept murmuring, "Impossible. The user you have dialed is temporarily unavailable to receive calls. Please dial again later." Luo Yifan's heart was like ashes, but still with a glimmer of hope. He kept dialing the phone. "The user you have dialed is temporarily unavailable to receive calls. Please dial again later." A dozen calls in a row all came back with the same sentence. Finally, after a dozen rings on the last call, the phone finally picked up. "Hey, Mom, what are you doing?" "Nothing, I'm busy." "Well, I'm busy." "Hang up." "Wait, don't you." Just as Luo Yifan wanted to say don't hang up, the phone hung up. "You guys deserve to die. I'll kill you all." Luo Yifan's expression was twisted and hideous. His bloodshot eyes were wide open as he kept murmuring, "I'm going to kill you all." His whole face was pressed against the screen of his cell phone, mechanically bumping the screen one at a time, as if trying to burrow into it. Jingle bells. The screen of his cell phone lit up and it showed a voice call from Yi Bai. Luo Yifan stared blankly at those two large, piercing words, trembling as if he had seen something horrible. He gritted his teeth and thought long and hard before clicking the answer button. Yi Bai's voice came out. "Ma'am, I see that you don't seem to care much about your son. Could it be that he's not biological?" Luo Yifan's body shook. He hadn't felt a mother's love since he was a child. He wondered if he had picked himself up. Luo Wanqin disliked back. "None of your business? Talk properly. It's pro-life." Luo Yifan was overjoyed. He knew that he was a child with a mother. "So I see you. Like you don't care much about him? Your career is much more important than him. Tell me, what's the secret? Why are you such a gossipy man?" "I say, alas." Luo Wanqin told the story. "More than 10 years ago, I guess, when I was just starting out in the industry. And although I had heard about how dark and chaotic the entertainment industry was, I still underestimated how dark it was here. My agent took me to a cocktail party with some investor and I just took a sip of wine and went unconscious. I know, I'm being submarined, but what can I do with a girl from the countryside and no power in the city? I didn't know I was pregnant until I went to the hospital for a medical checkup sometime a few months later. Probably because of my constitution. I neither showed nor reacted too much. I wanted to abort him, but the doctor said it was too late and forcing the operation could be life-threatening. I didn't dare to tell my parents or go home, or those people would surely think I was unclean, and I had no choice but to run back to the township and give birth to him. This sinful bastard ruined my life. I wanted to strangle him countless times, but I still couldn't bring myself to do it, so I threw him to my mom to bring up. Well, that's it." Luo Yifan looked stagnant. His body is cold. When he heard the word sinful seed, he has been heart dead. A flame of hatred burned in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yifan's eyes were covered in blood. His expression was twisted and hideous as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to kill you." He picked up the butterfly knife on the ground and stumbled out of the alley. But the power of the tendon-splitting hand was so great that his legs were still unconscious until now. He fell to the ground with a thud, unable to get up. He picked up the phone and tried to slam it as hard as he could, but his arm hadn't fully recovered and he just threw it away. The new book rating just out. A little low. Readers greatly help point a 5-star praise. Chapter 16, I Love Secrets. Pictures at the end of the chapter. Ding. Luo Wanqin's favoritism towards the host plus 40. Currently 12 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, after a long time, Luo Wanqin, who had slowed down, looked at Yi Bai and opened her mouth to ask, "Are you satisfied now? Now give me the video." "Video? What video? I don't understand it at all. What do you mean?" Luo Wanqin sat up straight violently. "You're playing dumb now? What kind of man are you?" Ding. The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Licks his lips and smiles badly. "Madam, this is your secret." 2. Hangs back and says, "Ma'am, you owe me 299,999,880,000 right now." 3. In the guise of a dog licker, "Here, I'll give you the video. Just please let me be your little puppy." The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked into a smile, and under Luo Wanqin's unbelieving eyes, he quickly kissed her. Ding. Luo Wanqin's favoritism towards the host plus 3. Currently 15 points. Please make more efforts. "Oh, you, madam, you still owe me 299,999,800 now." Yi Bai gently stroked her white face. Ding. Love points plus 100. Currently 400 points. Ding. Luo Wanqin's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Currently 25 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, TSK, 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 women, mouths, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the newbie quest, the beginning of revenge. Ding. Reward has arrived, Dementor Pocket Watch *1. Dementor Pocket Watch, a mysterious side product from the Fairy Empire. It can control ordinary people, and after issuing commands, the controlled object will firmly execute them, and the control state cannot be lifted unless the host lifts the control. Listening to the cold mechanical voice coming from his mind, Yi Bai was overjoyed. He thought that he had to kill Luo Yifan before this mission would be finished. I didn't realize that after humiliating Luo Yifan, the mission was actually completed? Still, Luo Yifan had to send it away, and he wanted to put an end to this scum's life with his own hands. Yi Bai looked at an ancient brass-colored pocket watch in his hand, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. He had a brilliant idea. It's really Qin Shi Huang touching the wire, winning hemp. Night, some dark alley. 3 burly, cross-faced punks were in a triangular position, trapping a tender young girl in the center. That young girl's body is thin, at this time is shivering, as if a helpless falling leaf in the gusty wind. Crystallized teardrops hung on her cheeks, and her hands clutched the book bag in her arms, the last vestige of security she had in the darkness. Little girl, if you're sensible, hand over the money and don't force us to do anything. The leader of a punk dyed a head of yellow hair, arm tattooed with a dragon with teeth and claws, mouth holding in nearly burned out cigarettes, talking smoke, blurring his hideous face. I really don't have any money. The young girl's voice trembled with a sobbing tone. Her petite body desperately shrank back, her back pressed tightly against the cold and damp wall, her eyes full of panic and pleading. No money? Next to a bald punk sneered, thick big hands like pincers forward, grabbed the collar of the young girl, yanked her over hard. TSK, play with a few brothers, don't you guys mess around. The young girl screamed in terror, her feet stomping desperately in the air, trying to break free from the bald head, but her weak strength was like a mantis in front of the punks. Hey, how dare you resist? The third punk looked big and thick, with a long scar on his face extending from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, like a sinuous centipede. At this moment, he also surrounded up, waving a casserole-sized fist, making a gesture to smash to the young girl's body. His mouth also cursed, to whine, but not to eat a penalty whine. Today I have to give you some color to see. Aha! Help! Somebody help me! The 2 ponytailed girl closed her eyes in despair as she screamed. Hey! A cold voice echoed in the alley, startling the 3 punks who were preparing to do evil. The 4 of them looked at the sound in unison, and a figure with its hands in its pockets stood at the entrance of the alley. It was a handsome-looking teenager with ordinary clothes and a cold face. The person who came was none other than Yi Bai, but he didn't show up because of the cliched hero saving the day plot. He was targeting the 3 punks. It's not accurate to say that. He was trying to control those 3 punks. After all, killing is against the law. So wouldn't it be faster to simply find a few villains and let them dogfight than to go through the trouble of laying it out? Let go of the girl and come at me. Ding. Sun Xiaoyan's favorability towards the host +10. Currently 50 points. Please keep up the good work. Oh, what era is it? How come there are still brain-dead heroes saving beauty? Where did you kid come from? Dare to spoil my good deed. The scar-faced man shouted angrily. Boss, this kid is fine-skinned. Why don't you leave him to me? Boss, you know, I'm good at this. The bald head licked his lips, a pair of narrow eyes colorfully sizing up Yi Bai. Yellow hair nodded indifferently. Whatever. The bald man let go of the young girl with a bad smile, turned around and pounced towards Yi Bai, hissing from his mouth, Kid, I advise you not to make unnecessary resistance lest you get hurt. Surrender obediently and serve my old man well later. He swung his fists, looking like a tiger, but in fact, he had no rules and regulations, but he was just a strong man on the outside. Damn non-tone, get out of the way. Don't take it from me. Yi Bai had a vicious chill, and his body deftly flickered, easily dodging the bald man's attack. Immediately after that, he did a beautiful to-the-core roundhouse kick that landed straight on the back of the bald man's head. Bald only felt a black eye. Flop fell to the ground. Half a day cannot get up. Head buzzing. Only feel the sky spinning. The scar-faced punk froze for a moment, as if he didn't expect Yi Bai to be so capable of fighting, and with a loud roar, he threw up his fists and slammed them towards Yi Bai. Yi Bai didn't panic, flicked sideways, as slippery as a loach, and grabbed Scarface's wrist in the process, twisting it with force. Only heard a click, clear and loud. Scarface howled like a pig in pain. His arm drooped limply. Cold sweat broke out on his face. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down, and his eyes were filled with pain and fear. The double ponytail girl was like a frightened bunny, trotting to hide behind Yi Bai, those big eyes fluttering, eyes full of worship and gratitude. Her cheeks were scarlet, like the most colorful peach blossoms blooming in spring, and she said softly, "Thank you for saving me." Yi Bai glanced at the young girl, his cold demeanor slightly eased, and said, "Hurry up and go home. Don't walk down this kind of alleyway alone in the future." The young girl, though scared, did not want to leave her savior behind and said hesitantly, "Then you." "I'm fine. Go ahead." Yi Bai shook his head. He didn't come here to heroically save the girl. He didn't have time to take care of the little girl. Ding! Sun Xiaoyan's favorability towards the host +10. Currently 60 points. Please keep up the good work. Oh. The double ponytail girl nodded obediently, turned around and left quickly, but also did not forget to turn back to look at Yi Bai. The eyes clearly more than a few points of reluctance to give up. After the young girl left, the leader of the yellow hair colorful said, "Brother, buddy, there is no need to do absolutely right. Who's buddies with you?" Yi Bai flashed forward. His figure appeared in front of Huang Mao like a ghost, staring him to death. A heavy punch viciously struck Yellow Hair's obese stomach. The latter's eyes were about to protrude, and in the next second, he directly spat out his overnight meal. Looking at the three punks rolling and wailing all over the ground, Yi Bai nodded his head in satisfaction, then pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket. The pocket watch was of an ancient style, with some mysterious symbols engraved on the cover, which were hidden under the shimmering light, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable aura. He walked over to the three punks still wailing on the ground, squatted down, and gently waved the pocket watch in front of their eyes, his mouth chanting, his voice low and full of compulsion. Not long after, the three punks' eyes became vacant and lifeless. Even the pain in their bodies disappeared, obviously being controlled. Yi Bai stood up, a flash of viciousness in his eyes, took out his cell phone and found the photos of Luo Yifan's 4 people, then handed them over. Just to be clear, there is no reduction in the number of words in the text, so it's not water. To make it easier for you readers to remember, I'll occasionally make a summary list of the female characters that have appeared at the end of the chapter. 1. Auntie. Bai Jie, gentle and virtuous. Favorability, 94. 2. Foreign friend. Linda, English teaching. Favorability, 100. 3. High cool movie queen. Luo Wanqin, vengeful school bully. Favorability, 25. 4. Double ponytail JK girl. Sun Xiaoyan, heroic rescue. Favorability, 60. Chapter 17. The right way to open a demented pocket watch. Before coming here, Yi Bai had gone ahead and looked at the alley behind the hotel, and the 4 Luo Yifan and Lu Ruyan were all still there. The split tendon hand was surprisingly effective, truly worthy of the system. Although the effects of the pain had passed, it was as if their bodies had been sucked dry. They could barely even stand up, and without a few hours, it would be impossible for them to leave on their own. Moreover, all 5 of them were unwilling to let outsiders see them in this wretched to the core appearance, so they had stayed in the alley until now, wanting to wait to regain their strength before leaving on their own. Go to the alley behind the Fulton Hotel and kill these 4 men in the picture. The woman stay put and turn yourself in when you're done. Yi Bai is a very fair person. Luo Yifan was tortured and had a mental breakdown. Lu Ruyan cannot just go to death so easily. The reason why he didn't kill Ruyan Lu was because he had a better, more relieving way. Yes, the 3 of them replied in unison. The look as if they were robots. The effect of this Dementor pocket watch is so perverse that the subject of the control will find rationalizations for what they are doing, and after the control is lifted, they will only feel that they are possessed or schizophrenic. So how come they are somehow doing all these things? Yi Bai came to Fulton Hotel and went straight up to the second-floor private room. This private room is quite elegantly decorated, with a few landscape paintings hanging on the wall, and the air is filled with the faint aroma of tea. Yi Bai sat by the window, ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, and quietly waited for the good show to begin. Downstairs, Luo Yifan's 5 people seemed to have recovered quite a bit and could barely move around, and were helping each other out of the alley. Lu Ruyan's pretty face that was not low in value was swollen high, and the elaborate makeup was blurred by sweat, so the whole person looked like a demon or devil. She slurred, "Yi Bai this. I have given him the opportunity to chase me. Actually dare to lay such a cruel hand. Damn it, when tomorrow comes, I'm going to make that dog Yi Bai look good. Don't you think so, boss?" Monkey looked to Luo Yifan, who was staring blankly at the side. "Boss, what's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Luo Yifan walked forward woodenly without answering. "Boss." Before Monkey could finish, there was a disorganized sound of footsteps at the entrance of the alley. Luo Yifan and the others looked in unison, only to see 3 punks full of anger appearing at the entrance of the alley, one of them holding a small knife in his hand. It was as if he had seen his father's murderer, charging straight over. "You, what are you guys?" Monkey trembled and backed away. "What do you want?" Luo Yifan came back to his senses at that moment, forcing himself to be calm and rebuking loudly. The punks, however, didn't answer and pounced on them without a word. Luo Yifan was startled and took a few steps back in panic. His face instantly turned pale and his eyes filled with fear. The yellow-haired punk directly rushed towards Luo Yifan, his hands strangling his neck, getting tighter and tighter. Luo Yifan's eyes widened, his face full of panic, his hands desperately breaking the punk's hands, his mouth gasping for air. Help! Help! His feet stomped around on the ground, trying to break free from the punk's bonds, but with his body just recovering, he couldn't make much force at all. Scarface and Baldhead, on the other hand, wrestled with Monkey and the others, and for a while, the alley was filled with punches and kicks and screams. One of the boys was punched in the face, nose blood gushing out. He screamed, covered his nose and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Monkey tried to escape, but was kicked in the ass by the punk and fell on his ass, unable to get up for half a day. Lu Ruyan was so scared that she lost her color, her legs went weak, and she directly collapsed to the ground. The yellow liquid uncontrollably soaked her skirt. She waved her hands wildly in front of her face and screamed in terror, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Right at this moment, not knowing where the strength came from, Luo Yifan actually fought to break free from the punk's restraints. Between his inadvertent heads up, he caught a glimpse of Yi Bai, who was leisurely drinking by the second-floor window. At that moment, his eyes erupted with endless fury, filled with hatred, regret and fear, as if he had seen a demon from hell. How could he have imagined that the wretch that he had casually bullied a few days ago had changed so much? Much less would he have thought that Yi Bai would retaliate against him in this way. The endless pain of the splitting hands, the humiliation of having his home stolen, and now the fear of being on the verge of death. He felt remorseful in his heart. If he had not been so arrogant and domineering and had not bullied Yi Bai, why would he end up in such a situation today? It's still Meng Xinghan who's good. Even when he's on the verge of death, he only knows how to beg for forgiveness. If Yi Bai knew what he was thinking, he would only sneer. You don't know that you are wrong. You just know that you are going to die. How much did Yi Bai spend? I'll give you guys 10 times. Luo Yifan's legs were soft. He stumbled and fell to the ground, begging for forgiveness. All of you big brothers and good men, spare my life. Yellow Hair didn't say a word, but just sneered as he approached him, his eyes as if he was looking at his father's murderer. Brother, can I have $1 million? Just spare my life, please. 5 million. 5 million. The four of them are at your disposal. I just need you to raise your hand. I'll put $5 million in your bank card today. Luo Yifan's face was covered with bloodstains, and he begged with a handful of snot and a handful of tears, and that appearance was as wretched as it could be. The monkey, who was being beaten by the side, heard the nameless fire bursting out in his heart. Not caring about his seriously injured body, he pounced straight at Luo Yifan. Luo Yifan, you selfish dog. If it wasn't because of you, how would I be reduced to this state? You still dare to abandon me. I want you dead. Luo Yifan was furious, kicked the monkey who pounced up. The monkey was like a kite with broken strings. The back of the monkey's head smashed hard on the concrete floor, convulsed for a few times, and then no movement. Your cheap life is worthless. You're nothing. How dare you compare yourself to me? Not yet arrogant for 2 seconds. Once he saw the raging Yellow Hair, he immediately slipped on his knees and begged, "Brother, 10 million, 10 million. It can definitely make you guys not worry for the rest of your life." But Yellow Hair remained impassive, and kept that bloodthirsty expression on his face. Luo Yifan was completely desperate and screamed miserably at the top of his voice, "Yi Bai, you shall not die. Yi Bai, you shall not die. Somebody save me. The person who killed me is Yi Bai. The person who killed me is Yi Bai." He really couldn't figure out how the money offense, which had been unbeatable in the past, didn't work at all today. These three punks were like possessed, not saying a word and striking to the death. Yi Bai looked at the chaotic scene downstairs. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, raised his wine glass and took a gentle sip. The look of enjoyment was like enjoying a great show. His eyes were filled with indifference and pleasure, and as he watched the once unbeatable Luo Yifan struggle on the edge of life and death, the hatred in his heart was somewhat comforted. It wasn't long before the sounds of the fight subsided, and Luo Yifan's 3 minions lay on the ground in a heap, motionless. Lu Ruyan sat paralyzed on the ground, her eyes empty, still immersed in great fear. Her body trembled unceasingly, and her teeth were cackling. Luo Yifan himself was dying and breathless. His eyes were wide open, staring deathly at Yi Bai on the second floor. His eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment, yet he was unable to do anything about it, and finally fixed in this deathly state. After completing their task, the three punks stood up, patted the dust on their bodies, and walked in the direction of the police station, their steps mechanical and determined, obviously still under the control of the hypnotic commands. Cool. It's just too good. Yi Bai stood on the windowsill and laughed maniacally, looking up at the bright, clear moon with a wave of relief on his face. Chapter 18 I promise you everything. Ding. Release side quest. Mission name, who would joke about their innocence? Mission content, take revenge on the schoolgirl who framed the host for 8 years of imprisonment in the way the host prefers. Quest reward, super evil dragon card *1. Time limit for the mission, 1 month from the date of issuance. Mandate penalty, none. Come to the new mission? Brother Ton, or you understand me. Yi Bai was planning to go find Lu Ruyan to take revenge when the mission came. It was really a sleepy sand pillow. But what does this super evil dragon card mean? This is the real world, not a game. Where did the evil dragon come from? System, what is the use of this super evil dragon card? Yi Bai asked curiously. Super evil dragon card is a bonus prop. After using it, it can be used by the host to designate any member of the opposite sex with a goodwill of more than 20 to be temporarily transformed into an evil dragon with unlimited blood. The time lasts for 24 hours, and the host, as a courageous person, needs to crusade against the evil dragon and inflict a bludgeoning attack on it to get a large amount of cash rewards, and the goodwill is more likely to rise. Heterosexual? Blitz? You're not right. Tadako. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked up with a meaningful smile. Who should this card be used for? After settling the bill, Yi Bai slowly walked out of the restaurant and came to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was scared by the sudden appearance of the black shadow, her liver and gall blown apart. In shock, she used both her hands and kept retreating backward, her mouth still shouting chaotically. No, don't come over, please, don't kill me. What's the matter? Big school flower Lu has forgotten about me, the senior licking dog that surrounds you every day? Yi Bai played with the Dementor pocket watch in his hand and looked at her with a teasing face. Hearing the familiar voice ringing out, Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually regained clarity, and as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she cried out in surprise, "Bye-bye." Immediately after that, she finished her face change in a second and replaced it with a pearly, pitiful expression. Only the red, swollen side of her face made her look extra funny. "You, what the is a white name? Who hit you so hard? How dare you bully Lu's schoolgirl? Oh, it's yourself. It's okay. Bye-bye. You're finally here. Save me. I'll promise you anything you want to do to me." As soon as the words fell, Lu Ruyan was like a hungry tiger trying to hide in Yi Bai's arms. Yet. Even though Yi Bai was used to seeing big scenes, his face turned green when he saw the scene in front of him. In a flash of lightning, he raised his leg and kicked Lu Ruyan, who was flying in mid-air, and the latter fell heavily to the side of the trash can like a kite with broken strings. Damn, you're sick and you dare to touch me? No, had to get home and shower. Who knew there wasn't some virus floating around on his clothes too? Lu Ruyan let out a miserable scream. People were confused. She had taken out such a pathetic look. Yi Bai was indifferent even if, but also under the black foot? In normal times, her lickspittles, spares, and jackasses would have wailed and rushed up to comfort her. Forget it. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. Ruyan Lu had a horrible suspicion in her heart that Yi Bai had hired those 3 punks to kill Luo Yifan and the others. Just thinking about it made her shiver. She really didn't want to die. There were still so many fresh dog lickers waiting for her to catch at the university, and she was still planning to marry into a rich family later on after repairing that membrane. How can I die here? I haven't realized my dream yet. However, those 3 punks had only killed the 4 Luo Yifan people, but they had turned a blind eye to themselves. Didn't that speak volumes? Yes, that's right. Yi Bai likes me. Bye. Bye-bye. Ruyan Lu's rising moved her wounds, causing her to grimace in pain, but she still endured the pain and staggered towards Yi Bai. Bye-bye. I know you're still angry in your heart, but I've actually liked you since my freshman year of high school, and the reason why I haven't said yes is because my family's tutelage is very strict, and high school doesn't allow relationships, and they don't allow that before marriage. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and looked at the sincere Lu Ruyan in front of him. What's wrong with this woman? What's wrong with her? Ruyan Lu dared to say that it was her first time, so of course she was confident. She's got a bunch of excuses. Men are the best. What's more, she can still go for the repair surgery. Bye-bye. Until today I didn't realize how much I love you. I'm willing to be your girlfriend, your wife, as long as you want. Can give you now. My most precious thing. Ruyan Lu had teary eyes and a watering look. Vomit. Yi Bai was solidly nauseated by her words. His stomach churned and he couldn't help but vomit onto Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. The anger and hatred in her heart rose miserably. She had lived such a big life. Which male wasn't shushing her and running before and after her? When have I ever been so humiliated? I endure. For the sake of her own little life, Lu Ruyan forced herself to endure the discomfort in her heart and changed into a caring look. Bye-bye. What's wrong with you? Let me help you smooth out your chi. Don't come over. Yi Bai raised his hand to stop Lu Ruyan's dangerous behavior. Cut the crap. I still have to go home for dinner. Start now. 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 Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. Playing with such flowers? Even though she had been in love for many years, she had never seen such a dirty and horrible murder scene before. This is not good, right? Ruyan Lu took a deep breath and reluctantly smiled. Want to go to my house? There's no one at my house. What a waste of words. Isn't it the same everywhere? Yi Bai's face was impatient. He still had to go back to eat with Auntie Bai. But, there's garbage and sewage everywhere. And there are bodies. There might be people sneaking around looking this way. Please, go to my house. Ruyan Lu begged bitterly. But Nima. Yi Bai's patience had been consumed, glaring at her ferociously. Or you can simply go to hell. I don't have time to give a damn about you. Lu Ruyan immediately shook her head in horror at her words. No, I promise you. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been? Chapter 19, No. You're into pure love now? Of course it's to give you the most precious thing that people have. Ruyan Lu pinched the corner of her coat and snapped with a shy face. What? No, man. You really think I'm a cutie? You really think I'm a cutie? Lu Ruyan this confident looked to Yi Bai Hole won't. He disbelievingly silently read, System. Check Lu Ruyan information. Name, Ruyan Lu. Sex, female. Age, 18. Face value, 89. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Dimensions, 62 centimeters 45 centimeters 71 cm. Size, B. Character, worships violence, worships money. Hobby, clubbing. Favorability, -7, and 8 charisma +20. Experience, 398. Marital status, single. Disease, X disease, multiple injuries. Fractures. Status, under threat of death. Current mood, fear. Current wish, to be alive. Location, alley behind Fulton Hotel. Gangseong, pop. Yi Bai burst into a rage. A throw of the hand is a loud slap. No, you still whole on pure love? What do you mean? Ruyan Lu questioned incredulously as she fell to the ground, covering her even more red and swollen side. You don't understand human language? Yi Bai still felt not enough to relieve his anger. Backhanded another slap thrown over. You do not have a little bit of force in your own heart? Ruyan Lu's brain buzzed and she burst into tears with a wow. Shut up. Yi Bai was so annoyed by her noise that he directly sent her one of her favorite big mouths. Lu Ruyan stopped crying all of a sudden and only dared to lower her head and sob in a small voice. What a load. Yi Bai took out his demented pocket watch and said with a disgusted look, Raise your head and look at me. What's this demon going to do to me again? At those words, Ruyan Lu raised her head trembling, her heart in great fear. Yi Bai squatted in front of her with an evil smile on his face, holding an ancient-style pocket watch in his hand, exuding a mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. What is this? Ruyan Lu stared blankly at the strange scene in front of her, inwardly puzzled. This, Yi Bai's eyes twinkled. Perhaps by letting her know the truth and then controlling her, this fear would smell even sweeter. He licked his lips and said without slowing down, This is a magical trinket I picked up. Do you know what it does? No. Ruyan Lu had an ominous feeling inside her, and it was getting stronger. Aren't you wondering why these three punks would come to kill them when they clearly have no grudge against Luo Yifan? And how about the fact that each of them treats money like dirt? Are you curious as to how much money I actually spent for them to remain unmoved by $10 million? Yi Bai said these words with a frank face, and in Lu Ruyan's ears, it was like a devil's whisper. Sure enough, these three punks were hired by Yi Bai, and only he had such a strong hatred to put Luo Yifan to death. Although her inner suspicions were confirmed, there wasn't an ounce of excitement inside her, only infinite fear. This maniac, it's not enough to torture them for so long, but to kill them, and now that she knows the secret, will she be able to live then? Why? Ruyan Lu's whole body was trembling, her back was chilled, and the fear within her heart was growing stronger. Since you're so curious, as your classmate, of course I have to be merciful and properly clear up your confusion. Yi Bai finally realized at this moment why those villains were always so abrasive and talkative before killing the protagonist. Because this mental torture can make him more comfortable. I spent $0, and no amount of checking would help because there was no financial transaction at all. Ruyan Lu frowned with a puzzled expression. Yi Bai had a wicked look on his face and explained in a serious manner. Actually, I have supernatural powers and can mind control anyone. How was it? It's amazing, isn't it? Wasn't it fun? Ruyan Lu shivered. She had lived for more than 10 years and had never seen a supernatural phenomenon. If not for everything that had happened today, she would have scoffed at the claim. But now that the facts were in front of her, there was no room for disbelief. Yes, indeed. It is indeed amazing. Ruyan Lu had no choice but to try her best to stall for time, banking on the hope that someone would discover the abnormality here. Right? I also feel magical. Yi Bai had a teasing look on his face and came to her ear. Then you might as well guess what orders I will give you. Murder? Suicide? Lu Ruyan collapsed. With a handful of snot and tears, she tightly grabbed Yi Bai's clothes and begged. Yi Bai, please, 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 do whatever you want me to do. Don't control me, don't kill me, please. Yi Bai coldly looked at this who had wrongfully imprisoned him for 8 years without any sympathy in his eyes, and said word by word, guess. I don't guess, please, let me go. Lu Ruyan desperately shook her head and got up to escape, but she was kicked to the ground by Yi Bai. Yi Bai, why are you doing this to me? I only fished you as a spare tire for 3 years. It's not a crime punishable by death. Please, don't kill me. Lu Ruyan was cloaked in hair, feeling the immense pain coming from her body, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. The next second, the voice that sounded like a demon sounded again. Guess. Lu Ruyan cried out in pain, slurring her words. Please, please, please. Yi Bai slapped over and said coldly. Guess. I guess. Ruyan Lu couldn't take this anymore and desperately said. I guess you'll make me kill someone. Make me kill myself. Wrong. Yi Bai's voice was as cold as ice and frost, as if he was squeezing out every word from between his teeth. But when it reached Lu Ruyan's ears, the voice was like heavenly music, and hope flared up in her heart. She didn't have to die? Lu Ruyan had a face of delight and was busy kneeling down and kowtowing. Thank you. I'm not finished. Lu Ruyan's heart was instantly seized, and she waited for the final sentence with a face full of fear. There's a country with a sense of fecal enclosure that suits you well. Where? Of course it's Sangwa. Isn't it fun? Yi Bai said with a teasing face. Say thank you? Lu Ruyan's hanging heart finally died. Chapter 20. I just wanna give every girl a home. What's wrong with me? Yi Bai looked at Lu Ruyan's back gradually disappeared in the street corner, quietly stood for a moment, but the expected task completion tone is still late. Sure enough, the task is not so simple for you to accomplish. At least we have to wait for this Lu Ruyan to really set foot on the land of the 3 kingdoms before the mission can be completed on the board, right? He shook his head helplessly and was about to turn around and leave when the cell phone in his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. Yi Bai took out a look. The screen shows the caller. It is Bai Jie. 2 words. What's wrong? Anti-white. A smile instantly appeared on his face, and he answered the phone without hesitation. Even his voice was much gentler. In Yi Bai's heart, Bai Jie is the proper true love. Others are all to the side. He does not want Bai Jie to have a little worry. No la. Just want to ask Xiao Bai if you're coming home for dinner tonight. Your sister Inger is back. Bai Jie's gentle voice was like a spring breeze brushing past her ears, traveling down the microphone into Yi Bai's ears. Yi Bai listened to the familiar voice, and his heart, which was originally a bit annoyed and boiling because of the success of his revenge, just slowly calmed down. When he heard the words Sister Inger, his eyebrows unconsciously raised. Gao Inger, Bai Jie's second daughter, a veritable genius girl, is currently studying for a doctorate at Hangzhou University, but she is so cool and cold in nature that she has a lukewarm relationship with Yi Bai. Back. Definitely back. I'll rush back now. Auntie Bai, you remember to leave me a pair of chopsticks. Yi Bai hurriedly said. Aha, of course, the chopsticks were already prepared for you. Bai Jie's voice was laced with laughter. Come back soon. We're all waiting for you. After a pause, she added. Don't drive too fast, La. Be careful on the road. Be safe. I know. Don't worry, Auntie Bai. I'm the most careful about driving safely. Hanging up the phone, Yi Bai kicked the gas and hoofed it all the way towards the direction of his home. Yi Bai pushed open the door. A fragrance of rice came to his face, and fixed his eyes to see that Bai Jie and Gao Inger had already sat at the dining table and waited for a long time. I'm sorry, just now the road was jammed. This journey can be counted as a tossing death. Come back late. Let you guys wait for a long time, La. Yi Bai said as he changed his shoes with ease, took 3 steps and rushed to the dining table in a flurry of wind, and sat down on his butt. It's fine. I also just finished cooking. Bai Jie had a gentle smile on her face, her eyes full of concern. Come, eat while it's hot. Eat more meat. I feel like you've lost weight lately. Xiao Bai. As she spoke, her chopsticks were not stopping, and she caught several pieces of oily beef, and put them all into Yi Bai's bowl. Thank you, Auntie Bai. It's really worthy of Auntie Bai's cooking. Just by smelling the aroma, I'm drooling. Yi Bai smiled and praised, then put a chopstick of meat dish into Bai Jie's bowl. Aunt Bai, you eat more too. It's good that you like to eat. Bai Jie looked at him with a smile. Yi Bai turned his head to Gao Inger on the side and greeted her with a smile. Sister Inger, long time no see. Well, it's been a long time. Gao Inger raised her eyes and said in a sparing manner. Yi Bai had long been accustomed to her cool temperament and didn't care. He had known Gao Inger for more than 10 years and the other party's temperament had always been this cool, and there was no malice, but it seemed as if she wasn't interested in anything around her. Gao Inger today dressed very simple. Ordinary light-colored t-shirt with tight jeans, outlined the perfect hip line, feet stomped a pair of brown boots, big white legs. The Yibai's life is still long, just like a model. Through a stream of uninviting aura, Yibai steals a glance at her while picking up his rice, muttering in his heart, Sister Inger is really getting better looking, but it's a pity, her character is as cold as the South Pole, or else people chasing after her are afraid that they will have to line up from Hangzhou to Paris. After all, the general male students are afraid that they won't even dare to chase after her. At the dinner table, Bai Jie kept on giving Yibai dishes, and the two interacted warmly, while Gao Inger ate quietly, occasionally looking up with little emotion in her eyes. Dinner came to an end. Yibai quite wanted to know Gao Inger's data information, and instantly silently recited, view Gao Inger's information. Name, Gao Inger. Sex, female. Age, 25. Face value, 98. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Circumference, 80 centimeters. 57 centimeters. 81 centimeters. Size, C. Personality, cool, arrogant. Hobbies, reading, studying. Favorability, 75. Innate charisma plus 20. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Diseases, none. Status, in trouble with Thesis. Current mood, general. Current wish, to graduate successfully. Location, no. 32. Dingsheng Villa area. A wealthy area of Gangxiang. Yibai mulled over Gao Inger's information as he ate. This woman was not easy to take down. Bai Jie has 3 daughters in total, but is not biological. She was married to Gaoi after his ex-wife died of an illness. The first daughter, Gao Kor, and the second daughter, Gao Inger, are twins, but their personalities are diametrically opposed, with one being gentle and agreeable and the other being unapproachable. The youngest daughter, Gao Bauer, is even more mischievous and arrogant, and each of the 3 daughters is different. Sister Inger, I can see that you're not in high spirits. Do you have any problems lately? Yibai decided to take the initiative to pry for information. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie also looked at her daughter, and realizing that she did have a frown on her face, she also asked, Yes, Inger, what have you encountered recently? Nothing, just a bad thesis. Upon hearing this, Yibai immediately searched inside the system mall to see if there were any related goods, and sure enough, after some unremitting searching, he found it. Physics professor level knowledge, 300 points. Ding. Redemption successful. Love points minus 300. Currently 100 points. Purchase. Yibai did not hesitate to buy it, and in the next second, a coolness came into his head, and he felt that he was more than enough to go and give lectures to physics doctoral students. Ugh, it's so hard to pick up girls. At this rate, maybe he'll be a hexagonal warrior, the king of technicians and a physics professor. I'm such a good man. Yibai was touched by himself. I just want to give every good girl a home. Am I wrong? I'm just not wrong. Sister Inger, what's your thesis topic? Tell me, maybe I can help. Yibai, who had not graduated from university and only had a high school education, did not feel embarrassed at all. Picking up girls? Not too shabby. What? Gao Inger looked at the little cutie. As if looking at him, the cool beauty had a dumbfounded expression. Very contrasting. If it was Gao Bauer, that arrogant female brat, she might have taunted. But Gao Inger wouldn't. She looked unchanged as she rattled off a long list of paper titles. I understand this. Yibai had an excited look on his face and said a series of related physical concepts. Gao Inger people are stupid. She really did not expect Yibai, a freshman, actually understand the content of the thesis of a doctor of physics? Ding. Gao Inger's favoritism towards the host +1. Currently 76 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. She looked incredulous, her 10,000-year-old iceberg face fluctuating in a rare way, and hastily asked about the concepts in multiple papers. What made her jaw drop in shock was that Yibai answered correctly without even having any time to think. Although Bai Jie on the side didn't understand, she still smiled as she watched the two siblings exchanging words, and her heart was a little gloomy. Perhaps Xiaobai likes young girls like Inger. Gao Inger sat paralyzed in her chair with a face of skepticism, a stark contrast to her just now cool appearance. She read to the dog's stomach in the past 10 years? Actually not as good as a high school graduate. Where did you learn that? Gao Inger asked undeterred. Oh, I taught myself. I usually read some physics books when I'm bored. Gao Inger? Chapter 21, sorry. Genius is just the threshold for meeting me. I taught myself. When I was bored. Check it out. Destroy it. Hurry up. Is that right? That's just not right. It was hard for her to accept that she had been up early and studying for many years, but she was actually still no match for Yibai's casual learning. Gao Inger took a deep breath to calm down and tried to regain her iceberg beauty look. Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Laughs evilly and impetuously. Sorry, genius is just the threshold for meeting me. 2. Hangs back and says, Ing air sister, you don't want to be unable to graduate, do you? 3. With a harmless face, he said, Sister Inger, why don't we go to your room later? I'm quite interested in this knowledge as well, so we can just learn together. Sister Inger, why don't we go to your room later? I'm also quite interested in this knowledge, so it's just that we can learn together. Yi Bai did not think twice and laughed nervously. Ding! Love points plus 100. Currently 200 points. Ding! Gao Inger's favoritism towards the host plus 1. Currently 77 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, good. She looked as normal, still as shy as ever. Gao Inger didn't expect Yi Bai to be so thorough, and her heart produced a slight ripple. Ding! Gao Inger's favorability towards the host plus 3. Currently 80 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, well, her heart wasn't at peace. After eating and drinking, Yi Bai followed Gao Inger to her room. While most girls' rooms were filled with all sorts of pink-colored cute items and dolls, Gao Inger's room was on the blue side, with not many dolls, and the most striking thing instead was a huge bookshelf filled with books. Check it out. Gao Inger drew out a bunch of papers and handed them to Yi Bai. She still didn't want to believe that a freshman could really read this paper. Yi Bai wasn't polite and took the paper, so he sat down at the desk and read it. Gao Inger stood beside him, her pair of good-looking Danfang eyes scrutinizing the teenager in front of her. She had a feeling it hadn't been that long since the last time they'd seen each other, so how had the kid gotten so smooth? Heck, if her mentor wasn't busy with a project, she wouldn't be begging for advice from a freshman. It's a shame to think about it. Gao Inger was thinking while her eyes were darting around. Where has she seen this battle? That stunningly beautiful pretty face brushed to become red. Eyes curved, the corner of the eyes of the tear mole embellished in a red halo. Let this 10,000 years iceberg goddess all of a sudden appear to be a variety of flavors. This brat, what the hell was he thinking? Yi Bai didn't notice the beauty beside him. He quickly skimmed through the first draft of the paper and said with confidence, No problem. I probably know which places you're stuck. It was only then that he noticed Gao Inger's flushed face and, a bit puzzled, asked, Sister Inger, are you hot? Gao Inger had a jolt before she withdrew her gaze and said in a panic, Right, yeah, it's quite hot today. After saying that, she tied up her shoulder-length hair high, revealing her snow-white neck. Then her small white hands kept fanning the wind, and her cherry mouth blew air, as if she wanted to blow away the dry heat inside. Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Licked his lips and laughed evilly. Are you stupid? The heat won't eat ice cream? If you don't know how, let me buy it for you. 2. Hangs back and says, Sister Inger, it's not hot today either. It's cool. I think you're just parched inside, aren't you? Let me con. 3. Gently saying, Then I'll go turn on the air conditioner. I'm getting a little hot too. Yi Bai got up and went to the side to pick up the air conditioner remote control and said, Then I'll go turn on the air conditioner. I'm a bit hot too. The room became much cooler as the cool air blew out in a steady stream. Ding! Love points plus 100. Currently 300 points. Ding! Gao Inger's favoritism towards the host plus 5. Currently 85 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, aha! Yi Bai found something wrong. Just turn on an air conditioner. Actually add so much goodwill? Although natural charisma could reduce the difficulty of gaining goodwill, it also indirectly showed that his behavior had poked Gao Inger's heart. After Yi Bai thought for a while, he came up with the reason. Growing up independent, Gao Inger's heart actually longs to be pampered and taken care of as a little girl, and likes the whole forced love thing, only due to the character of cold outside and hot inside. Usually there are not many suitors. Most of the boys will be ashamed of themselves when they see her, starving the timid and bracing the bold. Yi Bai took Gao Inger's small white hand in his hand and took advantage of the latter's confusion to bring her to sit down in front of the desk. Then he approached the beauty directly and began to explain the difficult points of the paper. Gao Inger's mind was blank. Her snow-white neck was slowly dipped in red, all the way up to the crystal-cute earlobes, hanging a little pink. Her heart thumped uncontrollably as she smelled the scent of testosterone coming from beside her. Is this still white? It's only been a few days, and you've become so mature and manly? Will he confess to me later? But there's a few years difference in our ages. Mom won't approve. What should I do if I confess? Gao Inger was rambling, not listening to a single bit of knowledge. Ding! Gao Inger's favorability towards the host plus 2. Currently 87 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, Yi Bai, who was on the side, noticed the situation and directly reached out and touched her pretty face, saying in a serious manner, Sister Inger, are you having a fever? Your face is a bit hot. Natural charisma is good to use. Ordinary people this way to do. High and low have to go in to eat the country. Do not imitate. There is no need to say anything more. Righteous Father is above. Accept my child's obeisance. Gao Inger stood up with a clamor, lowered her head, and pushed Yi Bai to the door without a word. Boo! The sound of the door closing rang out, and with it came her slightly shaky voice. I'm a bit tired today. I'll rest first. I'll explain next time. Ding! Gao Inger's favoritism towards the host +1. Currently 88 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Ha. Women. Mouthy. Good. Then Sister Inger rest early. Yi Bai returned indifferently. There was no rush anyway. After saying that, he ran off to help Bai Jie wash the dishes and massage his shoulders. Chapter 22. Are you testing the cadres with this? Yi Bai hummed a little song and just stepped into the living room. As if he had been immobilized, his entire body froze in place. A delicate figure, without warning, broke into his line of sight. The knot in his throat involuntarily rolled. His gaze was firmly absorbed by that figure, and he could no longer move away from it in the slightest. In front of the bright floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, Bai Jie was concentrating on practicing yoga, completely immersed in the world of yoga, oblivious to Yi Bai's appearance. She was wearing a tight little white camisole that fit her pale skin like it was tailor-made for her, and it was simply too seductive. Underneath were black yoga pants, which showed off her long, straight legs to the fullest. At this moment, Bai Jie was doing a difficult stretching maneuver. Her body was as soft as if she had no bones. The whole person seemed like an elegant white swan, beautiful beyond words. The sparkling crystal lamps above her head shed pieces of light, falling on her, coating her fair skin with a layer of dreamy starlight, with a hint of charming breath in her holiness, so beautiful that she did not look like a mortal. Hiss! Yi Bai swallowed his saliva, only feeling that his mouth was dry. His sight uncontrollably swept over Bai Jie's body, and his eyes could not move away as if they were nailed down. You're testing the cadre with this? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Bai Jie seemed to notice a blazing gaze falling on her, slowly lifting her head, her long black hair scattering like splashes of ink. When she saw Yi Bai standing not far away, she was first slightly stunned, then the corner of her mouth hooked into a gentle light smile, and she softly said, saying, Little Bai, you came out? Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Bad joke, ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm out. 2. Hangs back and says, why have you stopped? Ma'am? Keep practicing yoga. I haven't seen enough. 3. Playing dumb, yeah. Inger-san is a bit tired, so she's taking a break first, and she'll talk about her thesis next time she's free. Yi Bai, who was rambling, was startled and froze for a moment before coming back to his senses, and subconsciously said, yes, Sister Inger is a bit tired, so she's resting first, and she'll talk about the thesis next time she's free. Ding! Love points +100, currently 400 points. Tough on you. Bai Jie had a gentle smile on her face as she got up and came to Yi Bai's body, pulling out the paper towel on the table and gently wiping away the beads of sweat on his forehead. Yi Bai was stunned as he felt all this. He hadn't experienced such care for 8 years. 8 years of dark prison life had long distorted his mind, so he was ruthless and incomparably vicious in his means of revenge against Luo Yifan and Lu Ruyan. Only in front of Bai Jie could he find that once young self, and only at this moment did he know what was most worth cherishing. Soon, Auntie White, when I finish my final revenge, I'll take good care of you for the rest of my life. Looking at the gentle beauty in front of him and sniffing the light fragrance lingering between his nose, Yi Bai's heart suddenly surged with an uncontrollable urge. He opened his hands with slight trembling, and with all his strength, he embraced Bai Jie tightly into his arms. The moment his arms encircled Bai Jie, Yi Bai only felt like he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. His heart began to beat violently as if it was going to break through his chest. It was nervousness. He was afraid if his actions had crossed the line, afraid of causing Bai Jie's resentment. Bai Jie's gentle breath brushed Yi Bai's neck, causing his heart to tremble. This was a feeling he had never felt before when facing Linda and Luo Wanting. Yi Bai felt the slight stiffness of Bai Jie's body, yet it seemed to relax. This subtle change warmed his heart. Ding! Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +1. Currently 95 points. Please make more effort, host O. 8 years of prison torture. All that pain, humiliation and despair. At this moment, all were dispersed a little by Bai Jie's soft body, warm body temperature, and Bai Jie was only slightly shocked, but in the next instant she relaxed, because she trusted Yi Bai, so she did not struggle, but just gently leaned in Yi Bai's arms, just like a soft breeze in the spring, with endless tolerance and gentleness. As if Bai Jie sensed Yi Bai's inner waves, she gently patted Yi Bai's back, seemingly in silent comfort. That gentle movement, like the warm spring sun, sprinkled on Yi Bai's heart with thousands of holes, causing his eyes to redden slightly. Yi Bai and Bai Jie embraced each other tightly, Time seemed to stand still, and both of their hearts were beating violently in this silent embrace. After a long time, Bai Jie reluctantly pushed Bai away, with a shy blush on her face, but her eyes were full of tenderness. Bai, sit down for a while, Auntie will get you a glass of water. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Bai looked at Bai Jie's back, the touch of the embrace just now still echoing in his mind. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his frantic heartbeat. Not long after, Bai Jie walked over with a cup of water and handed it to Bai, smoothly sitting down beside him. Xiao Bai, have you encountered something unhappy recently? Can you tell Auntie Bai about it? Bai Jie's voice was soft, with a hint of caution. Bai took the cup of water, took a sip, and slowly said, Auntie Bai, I'm fine. It's just that I'm about to start school, so I might not be able to see you every day, Auntie Bai, and I'm a little depressed. Bai Jie gently held Bai's hand and said gently, then you can go home and rest every day. Auntie Bai will buy you a car. Anyway, Zhangcheng University is not far away. Really? Aunt Bai, you promised me to come home and live? A trace of delight flashed in Bai's eyes. Then Aunt Bai won't mind me being annoying, right? She gently patted the back of Bai's hand, bit her rosy lips, and said with a shy face, how come? Auntie Bai also enjoys staying with little Bai. Wonderful. Auntie White, you're so nice. Bai excitedly embraced Bai Jie into his arms for a while before Bai Jie gently broke free. This was very encouraging to him, and it seemed that the step of embracing had been broken through. At that moment, the voice of the yoga instructor came from the TV. Next, let's perform a more challenging move that shows the ultimate flexibility of the body. Bai Jie glanced at the TV, covered her small mouth, and exclaimed, oops, I forgot to practice yoga. Bai looked at the scene in front of him, and with a turn of his mind, he began to silently look for it in the system mall. System. Redeemed Yoga Master. Ding. Redemption successful. Love points minus 100. Currently 300 points. Super Physique, King of Technicians, Split Tendon Hand Air, Physics Professor, Yoga Master, Bai. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile as he turned his head to Bai Jie and said, Auntie Bai, why don't I help you practice yoga? I've learned some before, and my skills are pretty good. Bai Jie lightly bit her rosy lips, somewhat hesitant. She didn't disbelieve that Bai would yoga. She had unconditional trust in Bai. But the words of yoga, although she was a beginner, some of the movements were too ambiguous if the two were together. Bai Jie thought for a moment, before the massage, and now also hugged. Xiao Bai's performance are sitting in upright, but instead of their own nonsense. But at the thought of the two practicing together, her pretty face burned for a moment, and her snow-white neck was slowly drenched in blush. The clearer. Okay, please, Bai. Bai Jie's brain was as if it was a muddle, and she agreed under the devil's own spell. Chapter 23, we're really just doing yoga. Once Bai heard Bai Jie's promise, his heart was instantly happy, but his face was still pretending to be calm. Reaching out to make a pleased gesture, Auntie Bai, let's go to the yoga mat over there. Bai Jie's cheeks were scarlet and she gently nodded, like a small child who had made a mistake. She lowered her head and followed behind Bai. On the TV, the yoga instructor was enthusiastically explaining the first pose, the triangle stretch. Bai took a deep breath, tried to calm his wildly beating heart, and spoke, Auntie Bai, let's try this movement first. It stretches the leg and waist muscles. With that, he walked behind Bai Jie and gently put his hands on her waist. Bai Jie's body trembled violently, and her entire body instantly tightened up like a frightened deer. Auntie Bai, you first. Bai led her to do yoga. Bai whispered in her ear, and that warm breath caused Bai Jie's neck to blush. Who says yoga pants are bad? These yoga pants are just fine. Bai Jie did the maneuver slowly as she was told, her heart beating so fast that it felt like it was going to burst out of her throat. Bai held her wrist and brought her to stretch to one side. Stretch out a little more. Feel the stretch of your body. Bai whispered in her ear, his hot breath spraying on Bai Jie's neck, causing her body to burn. Bai Jie's cheeks reddened like ripe apples as she bit her lip and tried to calm herself. It was hard to finish the maneuver, and Bai Jie gasped slightly. Bai rushed to support her, but his hand accidentally touched her arm. Auntie White, you're doing a great job. Then the yoga instructor on TV started to explain the spinal twist pose. Auntie White, this movement flexes the spine. It's good for the body. Bai Jie nodded with a red face. She was nervous and expectant. Bai let Bai Jie sit on the yoga mat, then sat down himself behind her. Auntie Bai, you first straighten your left leg and cross your right leg over your left leg. Bai said as he helped Bai Jie adjust her posture. Bai Jie followed Bai's instructions and slowly twisted her body to the side, her hands searching for support. Turn a little more. Aunt White. Bai Jie turned her head, and their faces were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breath. Bai Jie's eyes flustered and dodged. She had never been so close to Yi Bai before, and this ambiguous atmosphere made her both shy and a little overwhelmed. After a while, Bai Jie said, "Beck, there's the next move." Her voice was as small as a mosquito buzzing. At this point, the TV trainer started explaining the one-horse move. Yi Bai looked at Bai Jie. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Auntie Bai, why don't we try this? This is the ultimate test of flexibility." Bai Jie watched the action on the TV with both fear and curiosity in her heart. She bit her lip and hesitated before nodding her head. It was difficult, but she tried to complete the one-horse action as required. Bai Jie raised her head and looked at Yi Bai. Their gazes met, and a strong ambiguity filled the air. "What are you doing?" Cao Inger was holding a cup of water in her hand and was about to drink it when the scene in front of her where the two were sitting opposite each other struck her like a thunderbolt. Bai Jie and Yi Bai were startled by the sudden sound. Their heart rates spiked rapidly, and like frightened kittens, they bounced straight up. "No, nothing, I'm teaching Auntie Bai yoga." Yi Bai's eyes darted around, pretending to say as if nothing had happened. "Oh, is that so?" Cao Inger swept over the duo with a scrutinizing gaze. In the past, she would never have any waves within her heart. And today, she's actually a little jealous? She's jealous of her own mom? Cao Inger was startled by her own ridiculous thoughts. "Definitely not. I just feel curious." Yes, Bai is very skillful. He taught me several moves." Bai Jie tilted her head sideways with an unnatural look on her face. She didn't know what she was so vain about. It was obviously just practicing yoga. Nothing intimate. "Okay? The clearer. Oh, I didn't realize that you're quite versatile, little Bai." Cao Inger glanced at Yi Bai curiously. After not seeing him for a while, why had Xiao Bai changed so much? Not only do you know doctoral level physics like the back of your hand, but now you even know yoga? Does that make sense? "No, I'm just idle and bored. I'll learn everything. It's great to be able to put it to use." Yi Bai touched his nose and laughed dryly. "Well, you two should go to bed early as well." Cao Inger nodded non-committally and went straight to pour a glass of water, then went upstairs to her room. Yi Bai and Bai Jie looked at each other in place, both seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. "Then I'll go up and rest first? Auntie Bai, you also go to bed early." Yi Bai didn't forget to make an ambush. "I'll teach you other moves next time." Okay. Good night, White. Good night, Auntie White." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards his room. Bai Jie eyed Yi Bai's back. Her thoughts drifted somewhere, and that pretty face slowly became flushed. Back in his room, Yi Bai lay on the bed, his mind full of images of practicing yoga with Bai Jie just now. Set a small goal. Next time kiss and tell. On the other hand, Bai Jie was lying on the bed, similarly tossing and turning. Her heartbeat hadn't completely calmed down yet, and when she thought about her interaction with Yi Bai just now, her face couldn't help but redden. Just to be clear, there is no reduction in the number of words in the text, so it's not water. To make it easier for you readers to remember, I'll occasionally make a summary list of the female characters that have appeared at the end of the chapter. 1. Auntie. Bai Jie, gentle and virtuous. Favorability, 95. 2. Foreign friend. Linda, English teaching. Favorability, 100. 3. High cool movie queen. Luo Wanqin, vengeful school bully. Favorability, 25. 4. Double ponytail JK girl. Sun Xiaoyan, heroic rescue. Favorability, 60. 5. Auntie's eldest daughter. Goplay, not officially present. 6. Auntie's second daughter. Cao Inger, thesis teaching. Favorability, 88. 7. Auntie's third daughter. Gopal, not officially present. Chapter 24. There are still a lot of beautiful women in the company. Early in the morning, the sunlight savagely passed through the gap in the curtains and waved on Yi Bai's face recklessly. Yi Bai hadn't slept so soundly for a long time, and he kept replaying Luo Yifun's and Lu Ruyan's misery in his mind, a feeling that made him very satisfied. The 8 years he was framed and imprisoned in his previous life was like a nightmare that he could never wake up from. Every minute and every second was an endless torment, and those pains and humiliations haunted him like ghosts. After he used the most brutal means to take revenge on Lu Ruyan and Luo Yifun, an electric current ran from the soles of his feet all the way up to the top of his head, causing his entire body to float, and giving him unprecedented spiritual fulfillment. Next, it's your turn, Gao Yi. Yi Bai licked his lips, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. I will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. But he wouldn't just focus on revenge. The leisurely life surrounded by beautiful women was still waiting for him. If he didn't enjoy it, wouldn't it be reborn for nothing? It's also time to inspect the company. There are still a large number of beautiful women in the company. Yi Bai had a bad smile on his face. Every day there are all kinds of beautiful women with star dreams to join the carefree media. But the reality is cruel. Can really fire up? But only a few people. Yi Bai clearly remembers the various explosive hotspots in the future of Jitterbug, as well as many movie and television works that have not yet come out now. But Yi Bai is not a philanthropist. He can easily promote a person. But everything has a price. It depends on this group of beautiful women to pay. By the way, it seems I still have a system quest that I haven't completed. Main mission. Mission name, helping the weak in promoting the good and the beautiful. Mission, return to Carefree Media to create a Jitterbug Netflix department and recruit a young girl with a face value of 90 or more. Mission reward, Pride Translator. 1. 000. 000 real traffic voucher asterisk 3. Cash reward asterisk 50. 000. 000. Time limit for the mission, 1 month from the date of issuance. Mandate penalty, none. Arrogant translator, automatically translates a woman's verbal statements into subtitles of her real mental activities. I have to say, although Unity Sun gives some inexplicable low intelligence options every day, Unity Sun is really generous when it comes to quest rewards. And there's no blacking out on that. Jitterbug Netflix department? Yi Bai stroked his chin and pondered in his mind. It does fit the trend of future development. He remembered that at this time in his previous life, it was from this point in time that Jitterbug started to gradually explode and eventually became a national-level software. Carefree Media's main business now is shooting web series and online movies, which did make good money some years ago, but has really been going downhill in the last 2 years. So it seems that the establishment of the Shake Netflix department is not just for system tasks, but also can bring new growth to the company. As for the company getting bigger and stronger, Gao Yi's shares will become valuable? Jokingly, Yi Bai still has the soul-taking pocket watch in his hand. As long as he wants, he can now hypnotize Gao Yi and make him immediately transfer his shares at a low price. However, he had already killed Gao Yi once in his previous life, but to kill him directly in this life? It's a bit boring indeed. Crushing Gao Yi in his proud career and then making him transfer his shares immediately is just the first step. When he returns home, he will realize that his wife and 3 daughters have already abandoned the world. Perfect. On the way to drive to the company, Yi Bai's mind kept floating with images from his previous life. Gao Yi's hypocritical smiling face, the tragic situation when his parents were in a car accident, Auntie Bai who died in a foreign country, and all the torture he suffered in prison. The images were like a sharp blade, piercing his heart and making his hands unconsciously grip the steering wheel. Soon, Gao Yi, wash your neck and wait for me. Not long after, Yi Bai arrived at an office building in the CBD of the city center. Worry-Free Media has rented 2 floors here for the company's headquarters. He parked his car, took a deep breath, and strutted into the building. Just stepping into the hall, the 2 beauties at the company's front desk looked over in unison, their white pretty faces coincidentally showing expressions of surprise. The one on the left, with wavy curly hair and a tall figure, wore a slim professional suit with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. The one on the right had short shoulder-length hair, a sweet face, and was wearing a light blue dress that gave her a fresh and uncluttered look. Seeing Yi Bai walk in, the 2 who were groping and chatting immediately changed into a respectful smile. Mr. Yi, you're here. The 2 beauties clamped their voices and said in delicate unison, their voices so gentle that they could drip water. Yi Bai nodded slightly as a response, then walked straight forward. When Yi Bai walked away, the 2 beauties glanced at each other, their eyes full of nymphomania. Wow, this is Mr. Xiao Yi, right? Really handsome and rich. It would be great if I could marry him, the wavy-haired beauty said with a mesmerized face. The shoulder-length short-haired beauty on the side rolled her eyes. You can pull it down. People like this rich person. The most important thing is to have the right family. How can they look at ordinary people like us? Don't be crazy here. You don't know how to be shy. You don't understand. I'm willing to be a junior even if I'm a junior. Look at the way he just looked at me. It's simply too charming. Do you think he likes me? The beauty with wavy curly hair ignored it, with a face of flamboyance. It's a beautiful thought. How could Mr. Yi look at you? If he did, it would be me. Yi Bai lifted his foot and walked into the office area. The moment he entered, countless gazes were thrown at him, and the office area that was originally discussing things suddenly quieted down. Who's this? I haven't seen him before. Is he new? I don't know. Is it the new leader? It doesn't look like it. I haven't heard that the company is going to have a new leader. Could it be someone from one of the partners? Fart leader? So young, looks like a fresh graduate. Why do I feel a bit like Mr. Ye's son? It seems to be a bit like that, but isn't he just a college student? Now that the company is under the control of Mr. Gao, it's useless for him to come here. I guess he just came to the company for a gold plating. The sudden appearance of Yi Bai not only attracted the attention of the ordinary staff, but also attracted the attention of the interested parties in the arena. Wei Jishui and Yuan Hao looked over. Both of them felt a little familiar when they looked at Yi Bai's looks. Isn't this man Mr. Ye's son? Wei Jishua's words woke up Yuan Hao. He frowned and said doubtfully, "It's indeed General Manager Xiao Ye. What's he doing in the company?" Both of them are agents of the artist department. Relying on the fact that they are related to Gaoyi, they usually act as a bully in the company, often making moves on their female colleagues, and trying to mooch and subterfuge when they see a beautiful female artist. Here comes the chance to take credit. Yuan Hao hooked up a teasing smile. "Before, Mr. Gao instructed us that if we see Mr. Xiao Yi come to the company, we have to treat him well and give him a hard time, lest he be overambitious. After all, the company is in Mr. Gao's hands now. How old is this little brat? It's just a good reincarnation and a fluke to inherit his deadbeat dad's inheritance." Wei Jishua looked jealous and said maliciously, "Want to run a company? Don't even look at how much you weigh?" Chapter 25. I did it. Any comments? Wei Jishua grabbed the credit as if, quickly walked up, said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, this is not our Yi Xiao. Today so free, to inspect the work of the company?" Yi Bai frowned and glanced at him indifferently, spitting out a few words. "I'm the major shareholder of the company, and coming to inspect is none of your business? What kind of a thing are you to be in charge of me?" Yi Bai naturally recognized him, after he was released from prison in his previous life, in order to get a better revenge. He also specially understood the situation of worry-free media. These two scums are Gao Yi's distant relatives. Relying on the little relationship with Gao Yi, they are making a fuss in the company and subterfuge newcomers. General Manager Little Yi. That's not the way to put it. Yuan Hao saw Wei Jishua being disliked and speechless. He hurriedly stepped forward and prepared to show some performance. "I know that you are concerned about the company, but there are specialties in the arts. The company's performance was not so good before the death of Mr. Yi, and now thanks to Mr. Gao's power to save the day, the company is gradually on the right track, and it can't afford to be tossed around." Wei Jishua came back to his senses and hurriedly snatched the words. Yes. After the death of General Yi, under the leadership of General Gao's wise and godly leadership, coupled with the hard work of the two of us, the company has prospered. Our company is thriving. When the surrounding people heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, thinking in their hearts that these two people had gone too far, but they didn't dare to make a sound. After all, everyone knows that these two are Gao Yi's inner circle, and if they offend them, they will definitely not have a good time in the company. Yi Bai looked at these two people, his eyes as cold as the cold wind of a waxing moon. These people don't think they're still the same college students who didn't know anything in their previous lives, do they? If you think he'll hold his tongue, then you might as well go to the alley and look at the scaly corpses of Luo Yifan's 4 men. Or maybe look at Lu Da's schoolgirls, who are departing to fly to the 3 kingdoms. Are you crazy about getting credit? How could Yi Bai spoil the two of them? In the next second, Yi Bai violently threw a slap, swelling Wei Jishua's smelly face, then lifted his leg and kicked him heavily, directly sending him flying and directly smashing the desk. When everyone didn't react, Yi Bai, like lightning, did as he was told and kicked the shocked Yuan Hao flying, ruthlessly smashing into Wei Jishua. Ah ha ha ha. Miserable screams echoed throughout the office. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene. This little general manager Yi is also too tough. And this force, just like in the movie, a kick can actually send people flying. Yuan Hao and Wei Jishua rolled on the ground in pain and wailed. "Which one is the personnel manager? Come here for me." Yi Bai's face was like frost. His expression didn't fluctuate one bit. The personnel manager hurriedly came. His face was full of tension and doubt. He looked at Yi Bai, and then looked at Yuan Hao and Wei Jishua who were on the ground and wailing. His heart was muttering. He didn't know what kind of show this was. These two people, who are doing wrong in the company and bullying others, seriously affecting the company's morale, are fired immediately. When the personnel manager heard this, he immediately showed a difficult face. He knew the relationship between these two people and Gao Yi in his heart. Firing them, Gao Yi's side is definitely not good to explain. After hesitating for a moment, he said carefully, "Mr. Yi, these two have been in the company for a while, and they haven't made any major mistakes in their work. This sudden dismissal, isn't it a bit? I said immediate dismissal. Or do you want to accompany them too?" The personnel manager was scared by Yi Bai's cold and icy eyes. In his heart, although he was afraid of Gao Yi's blame, he was more afraid that Yi Bai would fire him on the spot. One is the major shareholder and the other is the current president. He can't afford to mess with anyone. There was no other way, so he had to bite his tongue and say, Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll do it right away." Surrounding colleagues see the scene. Our shocked jaws are dropping. One of the female employees called Lily, eyes wide open, eyes filled with tears, hand unconsciously cover the mouth, heart a burst of pleasure. These two animals finally retribution. Yi Bai threw his voice and said, "Anyone who has been harassed or suborned by them, Come to me privately after work and I'll make sure they go to jail. With that, a figure huffed and pushed the glass door open, breaking into a fit of rage. What's the situation? You guys aren't working, what are you gabbing about here? Yuan Ho? Wei Jie? What's going on here? Who did this? Get your ass out here. Gao Yi was originally in the president's office to verbally educate the little secretary. Suddenly by a loud noise scared the whole person shrink back. Shocked. Anger from the heart. Angry out of questioning. He looked around, and his eyes quickly met Yi Bai's murderously cold eyes. I did it. Any comments? Gao Yi's throat is dry. Why is this little bastard here? Just as he was about to change into a kind expression, Yuan Hao and Wei Jie rolled and crawled to his front. The appearance was as wretched as it could be. Like two fallen dogs, the two of them cried and cried. Their noses and tears smeared all over their faces. Mr. Gao, you must make a decision for us. Yuan Hao suddenly hugged Gao Yi's calf and cried. His fat belly chipped two of his shirt buttons. His glasses hung crookedly on his oily face, living like a hyena whose tail was stepped on. And he shouted with a sobbing voice. This Yi Bai hit people as soon as he came here, and he said he would fire us. Is there any king's law left? Wei Jie also chimed in with a sniffle and a tear. Yes, Mr. Gao, we've been doing our best for you. How could he do this to us? Where is he hitting our asses? He's hitting your face, Mr. Gao. The corner of Gao Yi's eyes twitched, looking towards the two dog legs that got snot and tears onto his expensive suit pants legs. His eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character. His heart was annoyed, and then he looked at Yi Bai who had a cold face, thinking to muddle through this first. Xiao Bai these two people did not light and heavy. May have offended you. Young people fire can be understood. Gao Yi throat knots rolled 2 times. Squeeze out a smile but then, public beating is not good after all. Give Uncle Gao a face. I let them two give you an apology. This matter is so past. Gao Yi glanced at the two people who were still crying out. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he cursed in his heart, a little bit of eyesight is not there. Afterwards, he kicked the two away and angrily scolded. Still not apologizing to General Yi. The two of them woke up as if in a dream, busily bowed their heads and apologized. Yi, General Manager Yi, the two of us should be beaten for our mouths. You are generous. Spare us this time. I promise I won't dare next time. Give you face? You think you're Shanks? The fruit of face is here? You want to keep these two dogs? No way. Mr. Gao. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked up with a teasing smile. On the 12th of last month, Wei Jie subterfuged the trainee Chuan stock in the artist lounge. And on the 3rd of July, Yuan Hao tricked Zhang Meng into the Hilton Room 1603 in the name of auditioning for the movie. There are many more examples like this. Do you need me to explain them one by one? Of course Yi Bai was too late to find the evidence, but in his previous life when he investigated Gao Yi, he had investigated these two lapdogs and knew their crimes backwards and forwards, so it wasn't hard to take it out now and scare them into confessing. The two men who were frantically apologizing instantly froze into statues, and the cold wind from the air conditioning vents rolled across the dead silent office area. Chapter 26, How much do I look like my old self when I stand in front of you? Dang! The mug in Agent Lina's hand was unsteady and fell straight to the ground, shattering into several petals. The crisp ringing sound extraordinarily piercing in the quiet office area, breaking the deathly silence. Lina's eyes were wide with disbelief. Zhang Meng is a newcomer that she is very optimistic about, and was ready to give resources to support her to the top. But the result was that a few days ago, she suddenly went back to her hometown without saying a word, saying that she did not want to enter the entertainment industry. It turned out to be Yuan Hao, a beastly fellow. Who did this? There are quite a lot of things like this. Do you need me to give the police a backup of the surveillance? Yi Bai slowly pulled out his cell phone and waved it in front of the crowd. Or let the two parties come over to confront each other now? Although Yi Bai had no evidence in his hands, it was obvious that everyone present was bluffed, especially Wei Jie and Yuan Hao, who had ghosts in their hearts, were unable to stand and fell to the ground like mud. When these words came out, the office area instantly resounded with a succession of intake of breath. The people's faces did not show, but in their hearts, they were clapping their hands. After all, during the weekdays, these two lapdogs were dominating the company, and everyone else was not less bullied by these two lapdogs. They couldn't be happier now that they could witness them getting their asses handed to them, and most likely going to jail. Gao Yi's heart thumped. A strong uneasiness surged to his heart. He had a bad feeling. Yi Bai seems to be a bad person today. Yi Bai seemed to notice Gao Yi's difference and slowly looked at him, watching a layer of fine beads of sweat oozing out from the other party's forehead. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he asked with a smile, Mr. Gao, what do you think should be done about this? Where the hell do I know what to do? These two losers, subterfuge even if, actually left to handle. He was really surprised that Yi Bai, the original ordinary college student, suddenly became so hardened and actually had evidence in his hands? This little bastard must have been secretly laid out for a long time. Today's matter is definitely not Ye Bai's temporary intention. He must want to take advantage of this matter to bring down himself, so as to come back to control the company. This idiot has always thought of himself as a good uncle. Why did he put on this show today? What went wrong? Did he find out about what happened back then? Shouldn't be. One had clearly taken care of all the loose ends back then. No, he mustn't be allowed to get away with it. Gao Yi's mind thought rapidly. The kind expression could no longer be tensed. His face was green for a while and white for a while. Assholes. Gao Yi suddenly stormed up, grabbed the teacup on the table and ruthlessly smashed it on Yuan Hao's shoulder. The hot tea flowed down his suit. Scalded Yuan Hao wowed, but he didn't dare to dodge. You two animals. The company treats you well. How dare you do such harmful things? Gao Yi's face immediately puts on a look of righteous indignation. It is simply lawlessness. This kind of morally degenerate behavior can never be tolerated and must be severely punished. But in his heart, he was constantly calculating. These two people are his own close friends. If they are really punished severely according to what Ye Bai said, his power in the company in the future will be affected by a lot. No, we have to think of a way to turn things into a big deal and a small deal. And we absolutely can't let Ye Bai have his way. Security. Gao Yi's furious roar was tinged with trembling as he glimpsed the flickering cell phone cameras in the crowd. Knowing that he had to get things under control in a hurry. Get these two scums to me. Directly call the police. Ye Bai seemed to have read his mind and cut off the words directly. His face cold. Or is Mr. Gao planning to wait for them to destroy the evidence? Yuan Hao and Wei Jie heard that the police were going to be called. They were so scared that their faces were as white as paper. And the two people who were still crying were now paralyzed on the ground as if their spines had been taken away. Yuan Hao's hands and feet, rolling and crawling, once again hugged Gao Yi's legs, and begged bitterly, Mr. Gao, please save us. We really know we are wrong, and we won't dare to do it again. You can't hand us over to the police. We'll be finished if we go in. Wei Jie also kowtowed like garlic. His forehead hit the ground with a thump sound, crying, Mr. Yi, Mr. Gao, we will definitely compensate the victims. Please be merciful and spare us this time. We have a family. If we go to jail, how can they live? Mr. Gao, you can't be ambiguous about this kind of thing. You must give an explanation to the company's employees and those victims. Ye Bai's every word was loud and clear, pressing step by step, leaving Gao Yi speechless for a moment. At this point, Yuan Hao and Wei Jie, the two losers, must give up, and blame yourselves for being so stupid that you can't even wipe your asses clean. Hold them down. Gao Yi's back teeth clenched as he squeezed the order out from between his teeth. 5 security guards rushed up to control the two men. Wei Jie's crotch suddenly blotted out dark water stains. The stench mixed with Yuan Hao's pleas for mercy filled the office area. Chen, call the police. Chen Gaoyuan is the head of security. Sniffing immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the police. Yuan Hao and Wei Jie saw this situation. How could they not know that they had become outcasts? Scared pale, flopping on their knees, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Mr. Yi, we were wrong. Save us. Mr. Yi, we really know we're wrong. Please spare us this time. Mr. Yi, spare his life. It's all at the behest of Mr. Gao. Before he could finish his sentence, several security guards rushed up like hungry tigers, 2 thick hands covering his mouth in death. Yuan Hao's eyes were wide open. His face reddened. The veins at his neck rippled like a twisted earthworm, twisting his neck in vain, trying to break free from the restraints, and his mouth emitted indistinct whimpering sounds, but he could only watch himself being firmly restrained by the security guards. Take them down. Give them to the police when they come. Gao Yi's neck veins bulged out, and that pair of sinister eyes looked as if they were about to spew out fury. The crowd of onlookers suddenly exploded in sound. Xiao Zhang from the planning department raised his cell phone to shoot, the camera focusing on Ye Bai's slender and upright back. Too handsome. This is the domineering president. Awesome. Someone should have cleaned these up a long time ago. Damn. These two. Lousy, hard to find a good seedling. It is by their subterfuge. Only disheartened resignation. These two dogs. The last time we went to a commercial K-party, they both ran away with their arms around the female artist, and skipped out on the bill or I settled the bill. The sparse applause gradually connected into a piece, and several female employees who had been harassed had already burst into tears. Gao Yi's temples jumped. After taking a deep breath, he said with a smile on his face, colleagues, it is my imperiousness. It's because I'm not strict with my subordinates that I caused these two people to deceive their superiors and commit such evil deeds in the company that they are so hateful to God. Don't worry, I will definitely not let them off the hook. Next I will cooperate with the police comrades to find out the truth, to clear the victims' names. and to give everyone justice. Chapter 27. It's your life to give me your shares and die. Mr. Gao is mighty. A few staff members who saw the wind at their backs immediately clapped their asses. Alright, everyone continue working. Gao Yi clapped his hands, signaling them to return to their workstations, then turned his head to look at the secretary beside him and said, Shaolin, everyone at the scene's cell phones should be checked. I don't want to see videos about today streaming onto the internet. Okay, Mr. Gao. Secretary Lin, who was wearing a black silk wraparound skirt, nodded her head in agreement. You're on summer vacation this time, right? Uncle Gao was busy with his work during this time. He couldn't go back to accompany you. It's my fault to say that. Before old Yi died, I promised him that I would take good care of you. Cao Yi was full of smiles and patted Yi Bai's shoulder. Xiao Bai, let's go in and chat. Good. Yi Bai quietly watched this beast's performance. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and he said in a nonchalant manner. Instead, an image from his previous life appeared in his mind. Cao Yi looked at Yi Bai, who approached with a knife and kept pleading, but the latter was unmoved and understood him with a knife. In this life, perhaps revenge can be accomplished by more interesting means. Taking over Gao Yi's proud career is the first step. Stomping on his dignity as a man, that's step 2. Physical torture is the final step. He, Yi Bai, was merely helping Gao Yi's wife and 3 daughters to abandon the dark side. A debt of blood, to be paid in blood. Yi Bai followed Gao Yi into the spacious and luxurious president's office, where the refracted light spots from the crystal chandelier were jumping on the crocodile leather sofa. The office was brilliantly decorated, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows let in bright sunlight, illuminating the entire space. But Yi Bai felt that every inch of the air here was filled with a sickening odor. Gao Yi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his face grim as if it was about to drip water, and his eyes flashed with viciousness and malice. He really couldn't figure it out. Obviously some time ago when he went home, Yi Bai was still very respectful and trusting of him. This is only a few days? He actually became so oily and refuted his face, almost making him get off the stage. How does an untouched teenager change so much in just a few days? Listening to the footsteps behind him, Gao Yi put away his gloomy face in a split second, comparable to a Sichuan opera face change. Once he turned around, his face hung with a smile as warm as the spring breeze, and the folds at the end of his eyes were percolating with kindness. He enthusiastically walked to the side of the leather sofa, reached out and gestured for Yi Bai to sit down, his mouth still chanting, Xiao Bai, you can be considered to be here. Uncle, I'm looking forward to the stars and the moon. Just waiting to have a good chat with you. You, this child. The vacation also did not say a word to Uncle Gao. I still have been thinking about you. You've also grown up now. My old brother and sister-in-law Yi would be very pleased if they saw this scene in the 9 Springs. Saying that, he personally picked up the alabaster pot on the table and poured a cup of steaming tea for Yi Bai, his movements skillful and natural, as if he was really a caring elder. This is your father's favorite dahongpo. When Gao Yi poured the tea, he purposely let the spout of the pot tremble lightly, and the amber-colored tea soup shook out ripples in the celadon cup. Anyone who sees this side of him would have to praise him for being a good elder, wouldn't they? Who knows how horribly vicious this kind face is underneath. He hires someone to create an accident that kills his hairdresser, bribes Ruyan Lu to frame Yi Bai, and kills his wife in order to cover up a secret. Although Yi Bai is very eager to immediately give him a set of Splitter plus Demented pocket watch package, but this is not enough to repay the blood and sea hatred. Gao Yi, let's keep you alive for a while. I'm looking forward to seeing you break down and go crazy. Yi Bai slightly lowered his eyes, hiding the ice-like cold light in the depths of his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked up an appropriately polite smile as he responded. Uncle Gao, didn't I rush to find you as soon as I arrived at the company? After a pause, he said like a prick in his words, who would have thought? My father only passed away a few years ago. The company actually came out with this kind of maggot scum who bullies men and women. It seems that Uncle Gao, you're so busy with all the work you do, you don't care much about the grassroots employees, right? The company's earnings in the past 2 years seem to be quite average, right? Although you are the elder. I can't say anything, but I also can't watch my dad's hard work ruined. You are the youngest. I think Uncle Gao you can also sympathize with me as a junior, right? Listening to Yi Bai's words that seemed respectful but actually contained a hidden wit, Gao Yi's smile little by little began to disappear. After so many years, with his unfathomable city, he had confused one friend or enemy after another, and even his hairdresser, who had been together for decades, had fallen into his hands. This was the first time that Gao Yi felt that things seemed to be out of control. Thinking of that year, Gao Yi's face was gloomy for a split second, a trace of viciousness crossing his eyes. He and Yi Hanqing are brothers who wore the same pants since childhood, and have experienced many hardships together, and at the most difficult time, the two ate the same bowl of noodles. Unfortunately, people's hearts are fickle, and they can suffer together. But it's hard to share wealth and prosperity. Or rather, Gao Yi is such a vicious and cruel person from the bottom of his heart. Only that the poverty in the past has covered up his nature. Once he had the opportunity to chase money, he did not hesitate to abandon his former affection. And for the sake of money, he could do whatever he wanted and do unscrupulous things without any burden. He and Han Qingyi fought together, from nothing to the creation of worry-free media, and saw the company gradually take off. But Han Qingyi began to be dissatisfied with some of his business strategies wandering in the gray area, and threatened to completely sweep away these dirty things. Cao Yi watched the fat meat in his mouth flying away. How could he let it go? At this moment, the demon in his heart was completely unleashed, and his hideous face looked particularly gruesome against the backdrop of his anger. If you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Through his connections, he secretly contacted the so-called professionals and spent a lot of money to plan an accident. It was a night of torrential rain when Ye Bai's parents' car went out of control on a mountain road and crashed hard into a cliff, leaving only a field of wreckage and bloodied bodies when rescuers arrived. Since then, he has taken control of the company step by step, and he is like an emperor in the company, just one last step away from owning the company completely. And the shares in Ye Bai's hand are this final step. He has even planned several programs for this. Your dad, your mom, they're all good and dead. You want to fight me? What are you fighting me for? Go to hell. It's your life to give me your shares and die. Chapter 28, It's good to be busy. The accumulated dust from the air conditioning vents swirled in the shimmering light and rustled down onto the mahogany desk. Gao Yi sat behind the desk. The corner of his mouth raised a meaningful smile, not slowly playing with the gilt fountain pen that Yi Hanqing sent him before he was born. The inside of the cap engraved with Brothers of the Same Heart has long been oxidized black. He raised his eyes to look at Yi Bai sitting across from him. A trace of imperceptible viciousness flashed in his eyes, and in a trance, his thoughts instantly drifted back to that moment in the morgue a few years ago. At that time, as a good brother Gao Yi, busy for Yi Hanqing after the event, the spirit hall, the atmosphere is so depressing that people cannot breathe. Surrounded by people are immersed in grief, crying, sighing intertwined. However, Gao Yi did not have the slightest bit of grief within his heart. Instead, endless joy surged up. This joy was like a tidal wave surging in his heart, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to hold back, not allowing himself to laugh out loud. In his eyes, Yi Hanqing's death was the best thing he ever did in his life because it meant he would have more. Once two people together to fight the river and mountain. Now he has the opportunity to swallow those once suppressed by Yi Hanqing desire, but also like a wild horse out of the reins. In his heart rampage wildly. How? Gao Yi retracted his thoughts and laughed out loud. That laughter sounded extraordinarily harsh. Then you've misunderstood Uncle Gao. I actually found out some time ago that those two scums were using my name to wreak havoc and bully men and women in the company. As soon as I heard the news, my lungs exploded with anger and I couldn't wait to thwart them. It's just that I didn't call the police to arrest them, so that I could get them all in one place without spooking them. I've been having people collect evidence in private for a while now. It's just that I happened to stumble upon it today. Bai you, Xiao Bai. Oh, in that case, was I wrong about you? The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a teasing smile. Your acting is truly superb and worthy of a small Oscar. But sadly, I'm a born again. Acting is acting. Let's see who can outact who. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi's face immediately piled up with seemingly sincere guilt and helplessness, shaking his head slightly and letting out a heavy sigh. Hey, Xiao Bai, you can't say that. Think about it. Our company is such a big organization. How many things are going on inside and outside? Every day there are a bunch of documents to deal with. One meeting after another. So busy that I'm so dizzy that I don't even have time for a drink of water. He said. Your high uncle everyday busy feet are not touch the ground. Even the time to go home are not. You also know, this company is I and your father back then together hard work to fight out of the blood. In order to be able to keep it. These years I really pay too much energy. Every day from morning to night. Even their own family cannot care about it. Alas. Really sorry for your Auntie Bai. Gao Yi let out a long sigh, and there seemed to be some tears in his eyes, as if he was really blaming himself for his busyness and negligence over the years. Busy on your feet? Busy with your honey? Busy? All of them. It's good to be busy. It's enough for me to take care of Auntie Bai and your 3 daughters. Yi Bai was silent and coldly watched his performance. Alas, it's a shame to say that, when I was busy, I neglected the grassroots management of the company, Gao Yi said while still pretending to sigh. I didn't expect to let Wei Jishui and Yuan Hao, those two scums, to do wrong in the company for so long, doing these unethical things of bullying men and women. It's simply heavenly. The more Gao Yi spoke, the angrier he became, and he heavily slapped the table, the Celadon tea light trembling in response. He said through clenched teeth, word by word, his tone full of righteousness, as if he was the one who hated this evil behavior the most. Bai, don't worry. I will definitely not sit back and do nothing this time. I will definitely investigate thoroughly to the end. Give you, all the employees of the company, and those victims a satisfactory explanation. And never let these two scums get away with it. Cats cry for rats and pretend to be merciful. Who doesn't know that Wei Jie and Yuan How are your men? It's me who misjudged you. Uncle Gao. Yi Bai suddenly revealed an inscrutable smile. I really didn't expect Uncle Gao that you were so busy. These years are really hard for you. Let's do it this way. I have time for summer vacation now, and my university is also in Jiangchang. There are not many classes during the week. I will go back to the company to help out next, and also reduce your burden. It's called a will-o'-the-wisp. General, pump the car. Gao Yi was shocked to open his mouth wide. His eyes stared with copper bells. Subconsciously want to shirk. Xiao Bai, you study this. You still have to focus on learning. Your high uncle I can still do a few years. The company this side of things. There are me. You do not worry. Without waiting for him to finish, Yi Bai continued with a smile as if he didn't hear it. And you're right, Uncle Gao. We absolutely can't let these two scums get away with it. I'll trouble you to take more trouble on this matter. I'll follow up next, so that you won't be deceived by the people under your hand. That's all. Gao Yi was dazed by Yi Bai's consecutive moves, but he had been in the shopping mall for so many years. His city was extremely deep. On the surface, he still maintained his composure. His face didn't change at all, only in the depths of his eyes. He very quickly flashed a flash of viciousness that was close to madness. Yi Bai is the major shareholder of the company. Just based on this, even if Gao Yi has 10,000 unwillingness in his heart, there is no way to stop Yi Bai from returning to the company. What's worse, for so many years, Gao Yi had been presenting himself as Yi Bai's elder, portraying a caring image in front of everyone. Once because of the company's things and Yi Bai completely torn face, he painstakingly operated for many years of good guy persona will instantly collapse. He absolutely cannot accept that he painstakingly built the image so ruined. Thinking about it again and again, Gao Yi understands that he can only think long and hard about it, and finding a chance to get the shares in Yi Bai's hand is the key. After all, as long as he controls enough shares, he will be able to regain absolute control of the company, and at that time, without his shares, Yi Bai will be like a toothless tiger, and naturally he will not be feared. As for Wei Jie and Yuan Hao, these two idiots are dead as dead. In Gao Yi's eyes, they are just two dispensable cast-offs. Bullying and subterfuge. If these things were exposed on the internet, the impact and consequences would be enough to make the whole company fall into the abyss. There are some things that don't weigh 4 taels without being weighed, but if they are weighed, 1,000 pounds can't be beaten. Moreover, Yi Bai will continue to follow up, and now things can only abandon the car to protect the commander-in-chief. However, in his heart, he was not at all worried that Wei Jie and Yuan Hao would climb on his own. After all, he had been careful in his life, so how could he leave a handle? Gao Yi slightly leaned forward. His face hardened and squeezed out a smile. Xiao Bai, I played with your father since we were young. We both are iron brothers who grew up wearing the same pants. In my heart, he is my best brother. For so many years, I've also been treating you as if you were my own child. You're his only child. And naturally, there's a part of you in this company as well. He paused. His eyes swept over Yi Bai's face with seeming concern, and then said, since you have the will to go back to the company to help, little Bai, Uncle Gao will definitely fully support you. If there's anything you don't understand or need help with, come and find Uncle Gao at any time. Chapter 29 Establishment of the Shake Shack Netflix Department. Then thank you, Uncle Gao. Yi Bai sat on the sofa and casually swept his eyes over everything around him, seemingly careless, but secretly keeping an eye on Gao Yi's every move. He picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip. The bitterness of the tea dispersed on his tongue, but it did not affect his calm state of mind at the moment. In his previous life, the Gao Yi in Yi Bai's eyes was a kind and amiable elder, until he experienced being wrongfully imprisoned, learning the truth about his parents' murder, and Aunt Bai's burial in his hometown, at which time he realized that Gao Yi was a ruthless madman. But the current Yi Bai is not the world of the previous life of the little cute. The image of this good uncle in front of him completely collapsed in his heart, leaving only endless hatred. He looked at Gao Yi's face that still wore a false smile and looked kind, only to feel a strong wave of physical discomfort. A wave of acid went straight to his stomach, and he could not wait to rush up and tear this mask of hypocrisy apart. What a sickening, disgusting thing. Yi Bai's eyes were filled with disgust and hatred. If it wasn't for the fact that his revenge plan was still unfinished, he couldn't wait to kill this bastard right now. Xiao Bai, Gao Yi suddenly covered his heart. A sad look. Recently always dreamed of Lao Yi. If he can see you now, this look is good. But unfortunately the sky is jealous of the talent. Alas. Really, the years are not forgiving. When you were a child I also hugged you. You are now really grown up. No to care about the company. When Yi Bai heard Gaoi, the father killer, mention his parents, instantly, a wave of anger instantly shot straight to his head. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands standing out, forcing down the urge to kill. Gaoi, you heartless beast. Since you want to get killed, I'll mercifully speed things up and make good friends with your wife and 3 daughters. Thinking of this, Yi Bai laughed back in anger, said unhurriedly, care about the company? After all, I am the major shareholder with more than 50% of the shares. The development of the company, but also my responsibility. The bottom dozens of people are still waiting to pay their salaries. If this kind of loss continues, the company may be when the bankruptcy. You say it is right, Uncle Gao? Gao Yi was as if he couldn't hear the barbs in his words, and that wrinkled face still maintained a look of a kind elder. He said in a serious tone, Xiao Bai, the company's recent benefits is not too optimistic, but you do not often come to the company. You do not understand. Now shooting network film and television company more and more. The competition is also more and more intense. Uncle, I am also under pressure. But don't worry, Uncle will definitely find a way to make the company better. After all, the company is your father in my heart and soul. Alas, but Uncle Gao is getting old and is not able to do what he wants. It's good for you to return to the company. Start from the grassroots level and familiarize yourself more with the company's business situation. Gao Yi had a sincere and truthful face, as if everything was for Yi Bai's good. I'll work a little harder in these few years to help you stabilize the company and strive for a higher level. When I retire in a few years, the company still needs to be handed over to you, relying on you to make it bigger and stronger. I'm the base of your dam. Do you have any shame? Still waiting for you to retire? I can't wait to kill you now and stomp you into hell. And you're giving me the company? You've been planning to take my shares all day, haven't you? Bastard. Chapter 30. Yi Bai was speechless to the extreme in his heart, but he still tried to maintain his expression on his face. Uncle Gao, you're right. The company is really facing quite a few challenges now. How fierce the competition is in the online drama market. It's too hard for the company to go to the next level in the online drama and online movie business. We have to find another way to do it. Yi Bai did not mention anything about the topic of grassroots employees. He had a proper smile on his face, which was full of respect for Gaoi, making it impossible for people to find a single fault. Hearing this, Gao Yi's face showed a hint of complacency, and he was about to say some more words of experience. However, Yi Bai's words turned, Uncle Gao, you're old and less online. You may not understand the current market trends. I recently noticed that this platform, the momentum of development is particularly fierce. I think our company can set up a netroots incubation department, specializing in digging and cultivation of jittery netroots. And I think we can set up a netroots incubation department, specializing in digging and cultivation of jittery netroots. Relying on the huge flow of Jie, the Netflix economy is promising, and if we get it up in the future, we can also promote the company's movie and TV works through their influence. Gao Yi leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the armrests, appearing to be listening attentively, but in his heart, he was disdainful of Yi Bai's statement. He couldn't help but snicker and speak with a smile. Xiao Bai, you're young, you've experienced few things, it's good to have ideas, but you're too naive. I know that jitterbug thing. It's just a place for young people to fool around. It's okay to record your life, but it can't be a big deal. What's the point of having a lot of followers? Can you cash in on it? Netflix is the real business. I've been in this business for so many years. Don't you think I don't know that? The more Gaoi spoke, the more energized he became, as if he had already seen Yi Bai's grimy face after hitting the wall. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. This stupid dog definitely could not anticipate how rapid the future development of Jitterbug would be. Looking back to last year, September 2017, the number of daily active users of Jitterbug was only a paltry 5 million. But who would have thought that after less than a year, this data is like a rocket, directly exceeding the 150 million mark, and in the future, the daily activity of Jie will soar all the way up to break through 800 million. With such a huge amount of traffic, as long as you have fans, there is no worry about cashing in at all. The head author casually picks up an ad as hundreds of thousands, millions, not to mention the live bandwagon, entertainment live, etc. Take the eyebrow pencil kid for example. His highest record is a single live 5 minutes turnover of more than 100 million. The head of the head with goods anchor daily sales of more than 100 million is abound. Uncle Gao, the new wind mouth of the times is here. If you play ostrich and turn a blind eye, the opportunity will not wait for you. Now the user volume of Jitterbug is exploding. All types of short videos are bursting with fire. And a lot of ordinary people can become internet celebrities overnight. If the company can seize this opportunity and cultivate a group of influential netizens, it can not only profit from advertising and bandwagons, but also combine these netizens with our company's film and television business, expanding a new direction of development. Gao Yi disdain in his heart. He only wants to plow in his own acres and thirds of land. Always look down on the emerging short video platform of Jitterbug. Think that Jitterbug on the blogger or some eyeball stuff. However, when he thought about it, since Bai wanted to toss it, then let him go. If this kid screws up the project, he'll definitely lose his prestige in the company, and then it'll be much easier to get the shares from him. Thinking of this, Gao Yi's face showed a trace of reluctant smile. Bai, I didn't expect you to have this kind of idea. Although it's immature, but it's worth a try. Then Uncle Gao will support you a hand. Like this. That floor in the artist department. And there's an unused office. It's allocated for you to use. However, this Netflix incubation department of yours has just been established, and it definitely needs quite a lot of financial support. But the economy is not doing well right now, and the company's side of the money is relatively tight, so we can only give you a budget of $1 million first. Do a good job. Uncle Gao believes in you. $1 million? What's the point of sending a beggar? Bai sneered in his heart. What can this amount of money do? You can't even see a splash when you throw it into Shakeology. Shouldn't we take advantage of the fact that Shake Shack is just starting to get hot now and make a big push? If you miss this golden period, when the Jitterbug market is saturated in the future, the competition is more and more intense. Even if you smash in a few $100 million, you want to achieve the effect of today's $10 million to achieve. It is almost impossible. Uncle Gao, $1 million is indeed a bit less. After all, can't shed the child, can't lasso the wolf. My side of the preliminary estimate, at least need a budget of $10 million. I have the certainty to take advantage of the first opportunity, to make our company run into the jittery voice, one of the best MCN organization. Rating less? 10 million? Gao Yi's eyes widened, almost jumped up directly from the chair. Bai, you are not in charge of the house and don't know how expensive it is. The company is not doing well right now. How can there be so much money for you to take and toss? Besides, the prospect of your project is still unknown. Everything is just your prediction. It's only 1 million. This is already the maximum amount I can give. Bai said unhurriedly. Uncle Gao, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry first. Think about it. If you want to make achievements in this track of jitterbugs, the initial investment is certainly not less. Less investment is better than no investment. The 10 million, to be used for venue rental, equipment procurement, net red signing, operation and promotion, etc., each of which is an essential expense. Moreover, the development potential of Jitterbug is huge now. As long as we can seize the first opportunity, the subsequent return is absolutely beyond imagination. If we only give 1 million, this project can't be started at all. And then not only will we waste our time and energy, but also make the company miss this great opportunity. Gao Yi's brows were frowning tightly, twisting into a deep Chuan character. He changed his previous casual attitude and listened carefully to Bai's words. His face became more and more gloomy, as if it was covered with an inextricable layer of haze. He had thought that this milquetoast, unaware of the heights of the brat, put forward this so-called Netflix department, but it is just a joke. I did not expect him to actually be able to talk about it. Look at this chesty posture, obviously behind the back of the full of homework, has long been ready to make the relevant plans. Gao Yi's heart is like a mess, annoyed to a great extent. He is madly roaring in the bottom of his heart. What is going on? Where did the original clueless teenager who knew nothing about business go? It's only been a few days. Why is it like he's been taken over? Not only did he become articulate, but he also understood the current market so thoroughly? Thinking of this, Gao Yi subconsciously was about to open his mouth to reject Bai's request, but his eyes inadvertently swept over Bai's slightly tender face, and in an instant, as if he had thought of something, a hint of gloominess flashed through his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up an imperceptible arc. Theory is theory, action is action. There are many people who talk on paper, but very few who can put it into action and succeed. No matter what, Bai was still a young man who was not yet experienced in the world. So what was the use of having more ideas? Even if he was given $10 million to toss around, odds are that he'd still screw it up given his abilities. At that time, the project failure to bring huge losses, enough to let the company up and down the attack on him, under 1,000 accusations. Bai, this milky boy, how to withstand such pressure? Isn't this the perfect opportunity for him to get Bai's shares? As for the 10 million, it was indeed not a small amount, but compared to the vital shares in Bai's hands, it was just a drop in the bucket. Even if we do lose money, as long as we can get the shares and take complete control of the company, what is this loss? The more Gao Yi thinks about it, the more he feels that this plan is feasible. the abacus in his heart crackles, and the gloom on his face gradually disperses. Chapter 31, I Want Zhang Rulan. Gao Yi was secretly happy in his heart, but on his face, he still put on a difficult look and said, Xiao Baiya, you also know that the company's earnings are average now, and 10 million is really not a small amount of money. But then, Lao Yi is after all my brother for so many years, but unfortunately the sky is not as it should be. He died young, and you are after all his only child, and the company has a share of you. You hi uncle me, and how could I not help you? Xiao Baiya, for the sake of you're so devoted to the company, Uncle Gao, I am determined to believe you this time. Give up my life to fully support you once, to give you a budget of 10 million, this money is considered to be for you to practice. You go ahead and do it. Uncle Gao believes you can do it. I'll believe the hell out of you. Act, keep acting. You're giving up your life to support me? It's more like I want you to die. Gao Yi, this hypocrite, is just trying to see his own joke, and when the project fails, he will fall on the well and make it convenient for this beast to cheat the shares. Unfortunately, no matter how sophisticated you Gao Yi are, you couldn't have anticipated the outbreak of jitterbug, and even more so, you couldn't have anticipated that I was a reborn person. When the time comes, the Netflix department will make money and it will be you, Gao Yi, who will be marginalized. As for the company getting bigger and stronger, Yao Yi's shares will also rise and become more valuable? You're ugly, but you think beautifully, Yi Bai stated. Did you ask me? He still had the great killing weapon of the Dementor pocket watch in his hand. When he thought about this, Yi Bai sneered in his heart, but his face was wearing a sincere smile. Acting? Who wouldn't? Then thank you Uncle Gao. I will definitely live up to Uncle Gao's expectations and run this department well. Yi Bai saw that the budget matter was finally done. A hint of imperceptible witticism appeared on his face. Uncle Gao, there's still one more thing I want to trouble you with. I heard that there is a small actress named Zhang Rulan in our company's web drama department. I think she has a good image and potential, quite suitable for the development direction of our web star department. Do you think we should transfer her to my side? Don't ask. Asking is a parallel world. In her last life, Zhang Rulan had signed a contract with Carefree Media, but unfortunately, the company didn't pour too many resources into her, and she could only play around in a few small low-cost online dramas. And even though her image was good and her acting skills were not bad, she was always buried in the corners of the entertainment circle, and her career was not hot and no one asked for her. It wasn't until she took the plunge and jumped to another company that her life took a turn for the better. By her starring I Came to Peep Your Wedding. Once released, it triggered a viewing craze, box office all the way up, and ultimately captured a full 800 million at the box office. Zhang Rulan also take this opportunity to become famous overnight, fire throughout the north and south, become a hot new star in the entertainment industry. Talent cannot be wasted. Transferred to the hands of Yi Bai, he has 100 ways to let her fire up, and it is also considered to be for the future into the film and television industry to lay the foundation. Gao Yi was slightly stunned, and in his heart, he was a bit surprised why Yi Bai would set his eyes on such a small actor. Zhang Rulan, he hadn't even heard of the name, and it was obvious that she wasn't on the artiste department's key training list. Usually this kind of newcomer is just signed with a base salary. Given a little bit of resources, if it can burst into popularity, then the contract will be renewed and cultivated. If not, the company can also be terminated at any time. In his opinion, this kind of small actors are everywhere. Whether they can be hot or not is all up to fate, so he didn't care too much about it, thinking that anyway, Yi Bai surely can't toss out any tricks, so it doesn't matter if there's one more small actor. Chapter 32, My company is full of beautiful women. Gao Yi thought for a moment. He also didn't want to get entangled with Yi Bai because of this small matter, so as to avoid a long night's sleep, so he waved his hand and said, alright, if you want to transfer over, it's just a small actor, don't delay your main business. Thank you Uncle Gao, you are so refreshing, Yi Bai said with a smile, a hint of imperceptible teasing flashing in his eyes. He stood up, his eyes obscurely glancing at Gao Yi, a iffy smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Gao, then leave this matter to me. Gao Yi folded his hands, his fingers hidden under the desktop tightened slightly, but this old cunning guy, his face still maintained a gentle smile. Good, work hard, let go of your hands, don't worry about losses, Uncle Gao will always be behind you to support you. Young people need to experience more. After coming out of the office, the hot sunlight pierced through the glass curtain wall and mercilessly sprinkled on Yi Bai's cold face, so blinding that he subconsciously raised his hand to cover it. Although all the set goals were accomplished this time, Yi Bai's heart still couldn't calm down. Even in his last life, he had already personally savored Gao Yi's horrified eyes and sent this person away with his own hands. But when he faced this again, the killing intent in his heart still surged like a tidal wave, almost devouring him. After experiencing 8 years of hellish prison career in his previous life, Yi Bai had long sharpened his iron heart in the endless darkness. If not, he was afraid that he would not be able to suppress the horrifying killing intent within his heart. Once he lost control of his body, Gao Yi, this beast could never survive for more than 3 seconds. There's no rush. What's better than revenge before the husband? Yi Bai took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down before walking towards the artist department. It was mid-afternoon, and the corridors of the office were filled with people. The faint scent of coffee and the hum of printers in action. Yi Bai traveled all the way forward, and the employees around him coincidentally stopped their movements and looked at him sideways without moving, with different eyes. Some had awe in their eyes. After all, Yi Bai was the son of the company's major shareholder. Some were curious, wondering what big move this Yi Xiao was going to make next. Some were grateful. No matter what, he was considered to have eradicated the two pests. Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue, for the company. Is Mr. Yi returning to his position at the company? A voice rang out, like a stone had been smashed into the calm water, sending ripples. It can't be, right? Mr. Yi seems to be just 18 years old, just coming of age. How can he be capable of managing such a large company? No matter what, I'm still thankful to Mr. Little Yi, Yuan Hao and Wei Jixue. Those two dogs are relying on Mr. Gao to back them up. They're usually used to bullying men and women. Someone should have cleaned them up a long time ago. I can only say that evil people have evil rewards, not unrewarded. But the time has not yet come. That's right. If it weren't for the fact that I have an old man and a young man, I would have gotten them both. Have you ever heard of it? In fact, Mr. Gao and old Mr. Yi do not deal with each other, and it seems that back then, the two of them quarreled over something and got into a disagreement. And within a few days, Mr. and Mrs. Yi were involved in a car accident. This time, General Manager Xiao Yi came over in a rage. And I can't say that it was just to settle the score with General Manager Gao, although the two of them just didn't know what they were talking about in the office. I'm sure it's definitely not as calm as it appears. I have a hunch that our company is about to change. An old employee lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "There's more to this? How come I haven't heard about it?" "That's because you came into the company late, and the older employees basically know about it. Be careful what you say." Yi Bai didn't have the heart to pay attention to these gazes right now. He was in a hurry with his footsteps. His heart was only thinking of hurrying to meet Zheng Roland and continue his next plan. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button that took him straight to the artist department. The artist department of Carefree Media is the most dynamic and eye-catching part of the entire company. Every day, newcomers with dreams of stardom come here for audition and training. As a well-known star-making factory in the industry, it is full of beautiful women, fat and thin, all of them with beautiful appearance and moving body. At the moment, inside the dance room, 24 newcomers are working feverishly on their form training. The moment Yi Bai pushed open the door and stepped into the dance room, a scent mixed with perfume, sweat and hormones hit him, mesmerizing him. The creak of the door opening sounded, and the air in the entire room seemed to freeze for a moment. A group of girls doing form training turned their heads in unison. The first to react was a short-haired beauty who had been doing stretches, her defined mermaid line glistening with fine sweat. As soon as she joined the company, she inquired about the major shareholder of this company as a young man. But unfortunately, Yi Bai is not seen by the gods and dragons. She wants to throw herself into the arms of people cannot be seen. Otherwise she said anything to hold on to this golden thigh. If you can get close to this tree, your future will be very prosperous. This is a rich second-generation man who can be trusted with the rest of his life. She had several highly educated girlfriends who had run off to work as threes for rich men in their 60s and 70s. And although they made more money, how could an old man possibly compare to the strong and powerful Yi Xiao? The short-haired beauty also didn't expect to see the long for rich second generation as soon as she raised her head. Her eyes were wide open. Her eyes were full of excitement. And she couldn't help but chirp out for a moment. Wow. Yeah, young man, good. This exclamation was like throwing a stone on a calm lake, directly breaking the silence of the practice room. Is this the young and powerful Yi Xiao, who is close to people by virtue of his billions? The short-haired beauty bites her lower lip lightly. Lord Reader, I'm a bit tired. Can you let me rest in your bookshelf? Chapter 33, No, who turned my self-target on? The beautiful women present at the scene were suddenly alive, a thousand charming face of surprise overflowing. One by one, like an open-screen peacock, the eyes with the hungry wolves for a few years, staring viciously at the fat prey. Is this the young and powerful Yi Xiao, who is close to people by virtue of his billions? If I could marry him, wouldn't I get all the glory and riches? You know, in their circle, face value is just a knocker. Talent is worthless, and only the gold master can make you a big fire. And Yi Bai is the company's major shareholder. If he can get Yi Xiao's appreciation, it can be equal to 1 foot into the door of success. More than 20 pairs of eyes were staring at Yi Bai in unison, and he only felt as if he was in the middle of a flower bush. Thousands of beautiful women were like blooming flowers, each competing to blossom their most touching side. The closest to the door was a weak-skinned beauty named Zhang Yilian. Zhang Yilian didn't react slowly, waving her hand with a dimpled smile and saying, "Hello, Yi Xiao." Zhang Yilian was scratching her head vigorously just to show off her figure. If she could make Yi Bai look at her a few more times, wouldn't the opportunity come? And she knows very well in her heart, as long as she can get in touch with Yi Bai, then not only will there be few benefits in the company in the future, even the female lead of the new drama is not an unattainable dream. Zhang Yilian didn't care who the governor was, she just wanted to be the governor's wife. For her, the perfect script was to hook up with Yi Bai, be his girlfriend, and even marry into a rich family. With this background, Zhang Yilian would soon become a big star in the limelight, and when the time came, she would receive both fame and fortune, and be chased by tens of thousands of people under the spotlight. Just thinking about it, she couldn't help but pounce on Yi Bai and eat him. The double ponytail girl leaning against the wall was doing a zigzag. As soon as she raised her head, she met Yi Bai's gaze and immediately lowered her head shyly. Her ears were so red that they were dripping blood, although the other beauties reacted half a beat slower. In their hearts they coincidentally hated each other. "All of you are scheming whores. You're all shameless and know how to steal the camera. How could Yi Xiao look at you too?" While being indignant, they didn't forget to greet Yi Bai, clamping their voices and saying daintily, "Good day, Yi Xiao." There were just too many beautiful women, and Yi Bai was dazzled for a moment. Who turned on my self-targeting? What a blissful annoyance. He scanned around the room and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These girls, each one of them is a 1 in a million beauty, perfect for coming to be an Edison. Although these thousands of beautiful women in front of them are very charming. That look, that body, anyone who looks at it must be tickled in the heart. But is he, Mr. Yi, the kind of person who easily indulges in tenderness? In his heart, the plan of revenge is the top priority. Everything else has to be sidelined. Right now, his mind is full of one thing. He has to hurry up to pull Zhang Ruolin to his side, and tie her to the thief ship. Although Zhang Ruolin in the previous life cannot be counted as the hottest batch of female artists, but it is also the mainstay, and now she has not debuted. People in their own company, close to the water tower first, which can be white flowers of silver. If you turn a blind eye, that is really stupid. Alas, although Yi Bai loves to use adamantine tactics, he actually has a compassionate heart. Thinking of this, Yi Bai's eyes were mounted as if they were radar, searching quickly between the various beauties, and soon locked onto a timid beauty in the corner. In the corner, Zhang Ruolin was like a small rabbit, with her head lowered, timidly shrinking there, wearing a washed-out white tee without too much decoration, her long black hair tied up in a high ponytail, appearing to be a whole person bursting with vitality. Her innocent face, tender to pinch out the water, dry and clean, did not make a little makeup, but this is the face. I do not know how many people have been charmed. Proper first love face, but also countless people in the heart of the white moonlight. The pale, delicate skin was flushed with a slight blush. No wonder it's a gym student's dream. Beautiful on film and even more so in reality. Zhang Ruolin's eyes were clear and bright, like a clear spring, penetrating a wave of innocence and simplicity, which made people look particularly comfortable. Her lips were red and elastic, and when she pursed them slightly, she carried a faint stubbornness, and a few points of lovable shyness. Zhang Ruolin. Yi Bai smiled gently and waved his hand. The white and eye-shattering corner of the clothes but subconsciously shrank into the shadows again. At this time Zhang Ruolin is not a first-line artist who will be on fire across the country later on, but only a young girl who just got out of the modeling work, and her heart is apprehensive to break into the entertainment industry. This is the first time she meets the big boss who has a value of more than $100 million. The surrounding beauties of all colors showed expressions of surprise, their faces all showing envy and jealousy. View Zhang Ruolin's information. Yi Bai recited silently. In the next second, a sci-fi, light blue virtual screen appeared in front of him. Name, Zhang Ruolin. Sex, female. Age, 21. Face value, 96. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Circumference, 78 centimeters 59 centimeters 82 centimeters. Size, B. Personality, lively. Hobbies, acting. Photography. Food. Favorability, 60. Natural charisma plus 20. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Diseases, none. Current status, undergoing actor's physical training in the training program of the Artiste Department of Worry-Free Media. Current mood, positive. Current wish, I hope to make a successful debut. Location, Worry-Free Media Artist Department, Gangseong Innovation Park. nowadays. In our society, just this condition is indeed a rarity. Roland, I'm looking for you for something. Come with me to the conference room next door and we'll talk. Yi Bai walked to Zhang Roland in big strides, trying his best to make his tone sound gentle. It's better to be a gentleman with such a beautiful lady. Zhang Roland's mind was blank. She was completely puzzled. Why did Mr. Yi suddenly come to find himself? She nodded somewhat nervously and said with a little tremor in her voice, Yi, Mr. Yi, good, good. Zhang Roland's small heart was thumping so hard that it was almost jumping into her throat. There's no defense. She looked up to see Yi Bai walking away, hurriedly stood up and jogged all the way to the door of the practice room. That running posture was just as cute and adorable as Saban's. Chapter 34. Then let me ask you, what happened to Yi Xiao's day-to-day life? The actresses behind them shot their gazes over like poisoned knives, jealousy distorting their faces, and one of them muttered in a low voice. Yi Xiao actually took Zhang Roland with him? He couldn't really have come here specifically to look for Zhang Roland, could he? Don't! What's the point of that B-grade woman? Yi Xiao, look at me. There's one thing to say, she does look better than most of us. Someone muttered in a low voice. Stop, it's better looking than you, but don't count me out. Immediately someone disliked back. Che, what's the big deal? It's just a face of innocence. Maybe it's pretending. I heard my best friend's boyfriend's classmate say that she had changed more than 10 boyfriends in college, and she's still pretending to be innocent here? Shame on you. Oh, maybe made some unseemly means it. On the surface of the innocence is incomparable. Privately who knows what it looks like. Must snatch Yi Xiao back. The short-haired beauty Chun Yu stood playfully at the doorway, pressing the other newcomers to not get involved in those vicious and vulgar discussions. Her two good-looking willow leaf eyebrows gently knit up, like two shallow crescents, beautiful and innocent face, so delicate that people cannot move their eyes, a pair of big watery eyes, like containing a wad of spring water, high and straight nose under the bridge of the nose, is a delicate mouth, so that people cannot help but want to bite on a bite. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Bai and Zhang Roland as they approached, and her pretty face, which was so beautiful that it shook her eyes, changed color, a burst of green and white, and thousands of thoughts continued to toss and turn inside. Damn, a bunch of stupid boy chi. What do you know? Listening to the rustling snickers of the trainees from behind her, Chun Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. A bunch of heartless ES, and scolded people. Zhang Roland. People are being looked at by Yi Xiao, and you guys, each and every one of your eyes are glued to Yi Xiao, and you can't wait for your body to stick to Yi Xiao and not come down. Look at the math. The beads are all over my face, but it is also considered human nature. After all, the resources that Yi Xiao leaks through his fingers are enough for them. A group of earth chickens, to fly 3 times with phoenix feathers inserted. Still, face value? There are 1.3 billion people in China. Aren't there a lot of people with high face value and good figures? That's just a knocker. Talent? Worthless in the face of capital. The only thing that can really make you a big hit is the Gold Master. Only by attaching yourself to the Gold Master can you really hit it big and make it to heaven in one step. Yi Bai is the company's major shareholder. If you can get into the eyes of Yi Xiao, get appreciation. It is the same as 1 foot into the door of success. Even being a girlfriend for a few months earns enough money for the average person to work hard for the rest of their life. Reality is so cruel. Chun Yu has long been not just graduated what do not know college students. After the social beatings, she realized that money is not everything, but no money cannot be. As for Yi Xiao already looking at Zhang Roland, so what? Even if he has a crush on Hong, Ming and Kun, no one says he can only have one girlfriend, right? It's not like we're getting married, so it's not like I'm in the way of Chun Yu's favor. After all, Yi Xiao is so rich, worth over $100 million. It's normal to be busy. So let me ask you, what happened to Yi Xiao's day-to-day life? Youth is short. When the opportunity to change money is in front of you, is it not silly to hesitate? It must be seized. Thinking of this, Chun Yu's heart crossed. She had already made up her mind. To be a lover is to be a lover. Afraid of nothing. Yi Xiao is young and handsome. Much better than those fat, greasy, bad old men. Right? She gave herself a frantic mental pep talk, throwing what little moral baggage she had left in her mind out the window. Yi Xiao! Yi Xiao! 2 dainty cries rang out almost simultaneously, both of them clamping their throats together. Their voices so sweet they could have squeezed out sugar water. Chun Yu sniffed and looked over, a flash of anger instantly flashing in her eyes. It's you again, Jiang Yilian. You scheming! How dare you steal a man from me? Jiang Yilian was the wheat-colored skinned beauty, and at this moment, she also had an imperative face. She also figured out that instead of fighting for a vain chance to make a debut, why not bet on Yi Bai, the handsome and golden major shareholder? It's you, Qing Yui. You dare to spoil my good deed. The two men's gazes met, glaring viciously at each other, their eyes so full of gunpowder that sparks seemed to flicker in the air. Yi Bai watched the scene in front of him with interest, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a smile, thinking with some mischief, fight. Zichio is right. Who doesn't love to see women fight? But this short-haired beauty seems a bit familiar, doesn't she? Yi Bai thought carefully, and soon, he thought of a 10 million fan blogger from his previous life's jitterbug MS, Chen Yuyue Chang. In his previous life, Chen Yuyue's explosion began with a segment of 1818 GoldenEye interviews. This program is intended to address the issue of rights, but the majority of the old shy batch of netizens' focus is unsurprisingly skewed, and they have paid attention to MS Chang's body, leaving a message saying, MS Young has made perfect sense just by standing there. MS Young was right in everything she said, and suggested a follow-up. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, MS Zheng is still right. The MS Zheng is right stunt quickly exploded all over the internet, and was later put on Chen Youyu by netizens, making her a little hot. But what really puts her among the head bloggers of the jitterbug face track are 4 sentences. Dude, you're 5 feet 1 inch, right? Why are you wearing fake shoes? You're a 0. Ha, is it okay? Fine dog? Especially line off fine dog, the sentence. Quickly fire network, MS Chang also take this shot to become popular. Less than a month to increase the powder a few million. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. It looked like he had picked up a treasure. His gaze was like a scanner, constantly surveying Chen Youyue's body, giving the latter the feeling of being looked at. But Chen Youyue was very happy inside. Yi Xiao paid attention to her. So did she really have a chance to leap the Dragon Gate? Thinking of this, Chen Youyue's face was overflowing with joy, and she even raised her eyebrows towards Zhang Yilian, as if to say, is it okay? Chicken. I'm going to be the first one to get in. Chapter 35, You too. You want to with me? Zhang Yilian was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. What is this good? Just by the fact that she can pretend to be innocent? No, I must take the initiative. Tonight I must take Yi Xiao. Yi Bai was not aware or interested in the two women's explicit fight. He was now very excited. Chen Yui's path to explode in popularity was something he could completely replicate, creating a benchmark figure in the Netflix department in a short period of time. I thought I was already lucky to have recruited Zheng Ruolin, but I didn't expect there to be a Chen Yui. Looks like Lady Luck is on his side. Check Chen Yui's information. Yi Bai couldn't wait to silently recite. In the next second, a light blue virtual screen with a sci-fi feel appeared in front of Yi Bai's eyes. Name, Chen Yuyue. Sex, female. Age, 24. Face value, 90. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Dimensions, 90 centimeters 62 centimeters 88 cm. Size, D. Personality, lively. Hobbies, reading, traveling. Favorability, 60. Natural charisma plus 20. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Diseases, none. Current status, undergoing actors physical training at the training program of the Artiste Department of Worry-Free Media. Current mood, positive. Current wish, want to be the host's lover. Location, Worry-Free Media Artist Department, Gangxiang Innovation Park. Chen Yuyue's face value is considered outstanding among ordinary people, but Yi Bai ate too well. Surrounded by all the beauty of the country, Bai Jie, Luo Wanqin, the 3 sisters of the Gao family that is not much prettier than her, but Yi Bai is a good boy. He's well behaved and not a picky eater, and at this level, it's really worth it. It would certainly be better if the follow-up burst into flames with a popularity filter to add to it. Retrieving his cluttered thoughts, Yi Bai raised his head and looked at Chen Yuyue and Zhang Yilian with interest. These two were still there glaring viciously at each other. No one refused to avert their gaze first. They must be cursing each other in their hearts. The two seemed to notice Yi Bai's line of sight and coincidentally changed into disguises, instantly completing the Sichuan opera face change. Chen Yuyue instantly came into the spirit. She immediately straightened her waist and her breasts unconsciously pushed up, wanting to show her most charming side. Yi Bai looked at the two of them like open-screen peacocks, competing for color. His heart was a bit amused, and he lightly coughed. What's the matter with the two of you? In terms of reaction speed, one would have to look at Chen Yui. As soon as she heard this from Yi Bai, she changed her face faster than turning over a book. Her pretty face instantly piled up with sweet smiles, and her voice, which was already slimy, was so delicate that it could drip water. People also want to follow Yi Xiao's work. The first time I came to the company for the first time, I heard about Yi Xiao, your father's great achievements in founding the company back in the day, and I also heard from the old employees that you are gifted with great talent, so I can definitely make a big hit if I really catch fire. Hit the big time. At that time if I'm really on fire, I'll be sure to thank Xiaoyi properly. Are you serious? Is that the thanks I think it is? Zhang Yilian looked dumbfounded at the boastful Chang Yue in front of her. How come she hadn't realized before that this heartthrob was so capable of kissing ass? Isn't that just ass kissing? Come on, let's see who's better than who. Not willing to lag behind, she hurriedly moved forward, her face piled up with smiles. Yi Xiao, as long as I can follow you to work, no matter what the conditions are, I am willing to do. I'm not afraid of anything red or not. I just want to be able to work beside you, to follow you, to see what you talk about and do every day. I feel like it's a very happy thing. Yi Bai looked dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. No, is it necessary for you guys to roll like this? And why are you dressed in your own clothes? I'm not Sister Pearl. Although in Yi Bai's memory, Zhang Yilian in his previous life wasn't a big netizen. This kind of wheat-colored skin athletic beauty was indeed rare. Black leather? Seems nice. Zhang Yilian's hardware is good. And if operated properly, operating a blogger with several million followers is not a big problem. But, everything comes at a price. So, Zhang Ruolin or Chang Yue or Zhang Yilian, what price are you willing to pay? Want to follow me? Both of them froze at the same time. And in the next second, they were overflowing with joy and said in unison, think, do dream to follow Yi Xiaoyu. The dance studio was dead silent for 3 seconds, and all the beautiful women of all sizes and colors in the distance were dumbfounded. That's funny. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked into a smile, nodded slightly, and said lightly, alright, since they all want to follow me so much, then come with me to the conference room for a chat. After saying that, Yi Bai turned his head and left. Behind him Zhang Ruolin hurriedly followed. She was all confused until now, secretly looked at Yi Bai for a few eyes, and then hurriedly averted her gaze, her heart straight drums, flattered and surprised, completely do not know what in the world Yi Bai looking for her to do. Chang Yu and Zhang Yilian also hurried to follow, lest they fall behind. The two also did not forget to glare at each other. Look at the mouth cursed R*********. The surrounding group of beautiful trainees on the sidelines watched this scene, the jealousy in their eyes materialized, and each one of them was so greedy that they couldn't stand it. Earlier, when Zhang Ruolin was called away, they only dared to whisper behind their backs, and when Chang Yu and Zhang Yilian summoned up the courage to go up and strike up a conversation, they also sneered in their hearts. Now that the three of them are following Yi Bai, they are very unbalanced in their hearts. On what grounds? Why are they not prettier than them? Why did you choose them and not me? It's not fair. There were a few bold and lively-minded ones who immediately gathered around and flattered. Yi Xiao, what do you think of me? I also especially want to follow you. I can work hard. Saying that, she didn't forget to puff out her chest. Those eyes were full of flattery and currying favor. That's right. Yi Xiao, you're so wise and powerful. Take me with you. I'll definitely do whatever you say. Yi Xiao. People also want to work with you. For the rest of their lives. Yi Bai frowned. His eyes quickly swept over the group of chirping beauties as the system continuously gave out information. Non-major characters, shown briefly. Name, Pang Yuxuan. Size, E. Favorability, 40. Experience, 1. Disease, AIX. Name, Hong Ju. Size, C. Favorability, 90. Experience, 489. Disease, Plum D. Name, Lu Hui. Size, C. Favorability, 60. Experience, 20. Disease, foot fungus. Yi Bai. Chapter 36, when I'm done, who's in favor and who's against? Holy, what the hell is this? Artificial people, right? One or two of them, all plasticized to the point of not recognizing their own mother's tech face. Even if it's plastic surgery, it's a ING virus. Great, we're hopeless. Yi Bai all regretted agreeing so quickly. Life is everywhere a trap. Next time it is better to take a look at the information panel before saying, don't be deceived by the appearance of the body. He does not want to get sick. View information about Elaine Zhang. Name, Elaine Zhang. Sex, female. Age, 22. Face value, 89. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Circumference, 81 centimeters, 57 centimeters, 83 centimeters. Size, C. Personality, lively. Hobbies, sports. Food. Favorability, 70, natural chimera plus 20, note, natural chimera will only increase favorability if favorability is below 90. Experience, 0, marital status, single, diseases, none, current status, undergoing actors physical training at the training program of the Artiste Department of Worry-Free Media. Current mood, positive. Current wish, want to be the host's lover. Location, Worry-Free Media Artist Department, Gangxiang Innovation Park. It's okay. Elaine Kong is okay. As for this group that is closing in on, Yi Bai's face was full of disgust, as if he had seen a flooding beast. His stomach fluttered and he couldn't help but take a step back. Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Licks his lips. It's okay. I'm really hungry. My eyes are closed, and I'm directly transformed into the Terminator. 2. Hangs back and says, you guys might as well go get an advance on your paychecks and cure yourselves of ecstasies before you do that. 3. A disgusted face said, do not move. Do not come over. I'm not a rag collector. A brain is not clear. Cannot understand the situation. How far away to roll, how far away? First to go back to the furnace remodeling. Learn how to behave properly. Less behind the back of the blind Jill talking about others. Don't move. Don't even come over. Yi Bai frowned, his eyes full of disgust, and said coldly, Lao Zi is not a rag collector. One and all are not clear in their brains. They can't handle the situation. Get as far away as you can. Go back to school first. Learn how to behave properly. And stop talking about people behind their backs blindly. Jill. Ding. Love points plus 100. Currently 400 points. Ding. Zhang Roland's favorability towards the host plus 3. Currently 63 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. After saying that, he turned around and walked away, raising his head without looking back. Chan Yuyu and Jiang Yilian were full of little stars, scrambling to keep up with Yi Bai, one on the left and one on the right, sticking to his side and following along. Zhang Rulan was also touched, but she wasn't as open as these two were, and just followed behind with her head lowered. Those beautiful trainees who had been rejected were awkwardly mortared in place, their faces as if they had overturned a pallet. A burst of red and a burst of white. When Yi Bai and the others left without a trace, the originally quiet practice room instantly exploded like cold water falling into a boiling frying pan, with all sorts of acidic remarks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Those three vixens, just what kind of mesmerizing soup did they pour into Yi Xiao? They've mesmerized Yi Xiao. Maybe they've been having an affair with Yi Xiao behind their backs for a long time. Blanche. That's right. I should have known that I'd be as brazen as they are and come up to them. I'm so pretty. Yi Xiao will definitely look at me. Come on. Can you be prettier than me? Humph. They just know how to kiss ass. What's the big deal? Really think they can be a pheasant into a phoenix? Ah, Yi Xiao is just playing with them. Play a few days tired. Or not be kicked back? It will be fun then. Obviously. This group of long-tongued women only dare to beep lie behind the scenes, and even dare not scold Yi Bai. Typical of the weak to wield a knife to the weaker. Nothing more than that. The artist department is an unused office that will be used as an office for the Netflix incubation department. The moment he pushed the door in, a wave of dust came like an avalanche, choking Yi Bai several people to sneeze several times in succession. An extremely spacious and bright office into the eyes. The sunlight unreservedly through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows pouring in. Every corner is illuminated. The space here is very large. A rough estimate. At least a few hundred square feet, which is separated from the 10 or so small offices. It is just convenient for him to do a live base. But obviously, this place has not been used for a long time. The tables and chairs are placed horizontally and vertically, covered with a thick layer of ash. Yi Bai casually reached out and gently wiped his hand. His fingers were instantly stained with dirty ash. Ahem. This is the office I just applied for down here. And it's been a long time since anyone's been here, so it's only natural that it's a little dusty. Yi Bai cleared his throat and opened the door. Ugly to say in the front. Our department here is the company's next step in the development of the focus. That is, to use Jitterbug as the main platform for the incubation of netroots. But then, after all, the department is in its infancy, and a lot of things have not been so perfect, so the three of you have to consider it clearly if you come in. Yi Bai's gaze swept over the three beauties with different looks. Although they were all considered successful in their previous lives, it didn't mean that Yi Bai couldn't play away from them. After all, he had so many future ideas in his head that he could replicate the success in another person. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided to give them a chance, and if they were willing to sign on, Yi Bai could help them replicate the success they had in their previous life in a short period of time, or even go far beyond what they had accomplished in their previous life, because in that case, he also saves the trouble. Not to mention that these three people's face and body are all superior. However, I already have a draft for the initial development of the three of you. As for Zhang Roland, my goal for you is to accumulate influence on Jitterbug before entering the film and television industry, while Chang Yuyue and Jiang Yilian, the two of you are positioned as netroots, with the main battlegrounds being in short videos and live broadcasts. But then, you two should not underestimate this track. If you get it right, I dare to make a guarantee that you two will make more money than most stars in the future, because I'm very optimistic about the prospects of the Netflix economy. This is the general trend. As for the specifics of how to operate, this is a trade secret. Anyway, I have a full grasp of the situation, and let you guys fire up within 3 months. Yi Bai smiled and glanced at the three people, saying lightly, When I'm done, who's in favor and who's against? For the record, the word count for the body of the text has not been reduced, so this is not hydrology. Main female characters. 1. Auntie. Bai Jie, gentle and virtuous. Favorability, 95. 2. Foreign friend. Linda, English teaching. Favorability, 100. 3. High cool movie queen. Luo Wanqin, vengeful school bully. Favorability, 25. 4. Double ponytail JK girl. Sun Xiaoyan, heroic rescue. Favorability, 60. 5. Auntie's eldest daughter. Go play, not officially present. 6. Auntie's second daughter. Gao Inger, thesis teaching. Favorability, 88. 7. Auntie's third daughter. Gopal, not officially present. 8. Actor. Zhang Rulan, carefree media. Favorability, 60. 9. Netflix MS. Chang. Chun Yuyue, carefree media. Favorability, 60. 10. Netflix. Elaine Jiang, carefree media. Favorability, 70. Chapter 37 Yi Xiao. Whatever you say. I'm for it. As soon as the words fell, Chun Yuyue raised her hand in response as quickly as she could. Her proud little look like an honor student raising her hand in class. Her voice sticky and sweet as if it was smeared with honey. Chang Yuyue's face was full of smiles. Her eyes were full of pleasing. Mr. Yi, Chun Yuyue, will follow you. If you let me go east, I will never go west. If you let me fight the chicken, I will definitely not chase the dog. If Mr. Yi is willing to sign me, I will definitely work hard and never let you down. It's you again. How does this react so quickly? Zhang Yilian was furious, but it's not too late to mend. She was also not willing to show weakness as if she immediately followed. Hurriedly whispered and echoed, Yi Xiao. I also super want to work with you. I will work very hard, very hard. She was smiling on her face, but in her heart she was gritting her teeth in hatred. No, I'm going out on a limb. I must take the initiative tonight and take a place in Yi Xiao's heart. I don't believe it. Can you beat me this time? Zhang Rulan froze for a moment. She was not as lively as Chun Yuyue and Zhang Yilian, but she was not stupid. She knew in her heart that every day there were countless newcomers with dreams to break into the entertainment industry, and the chances of wanting to make a name for themselves in the artist department were really too slim. Rather than blogging about a nebulous opportunity in the artist department, it was better to follow Yi Bai. No matter what, Yi Bai is the major shareholder of this company, and now the Netroots department has just been created. Only 3 or 2 kittens. The future is promising. Would rather be the head of the chicken than the phoenix tail. Of this reason she still understands. She took a deep breath and looked at Yi Bai with her big fluttering eyes. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and anticipation, and she said softly in a period of time, I also want to follow you, Mr. Yi. In fact, Zhang Rulan was usually a cheerful and lively person with a simple mind, but today's sudden accident made her quite a bit at a loss for words. Very good. You guys will definitely be proud of today's decision in the future. Yi Bai nodded his head in satisfaction, a look of ambition on his face. You guys don't have to worry too much. In fact, there are as many beautiful women in this world as there are hairs on the ground. Beauty alone isn't worth much, but the ones with recognizable beauty are few and far between. And you guys, you're the best of the best. I'll give you a peace of mind, although our department is newly created, but the startup capital alone is $10 million, and there is no less than $50 million injected in the follow-up. And I don't intend to expand the scale for the time being before making you popular, which means that this $10 million will be prioritized to be smashed on you. As long as you guys do a good job, the resources will definitely be enough, Yi Bai said with a smile, drawing a big pie for the 3 women. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the 3 beauties instantly lit up, the color of surprise overflowing. They couldn't believe it. The whole person was smashed into a daze by the sudden surprise. Ding! Zhang Rulan's favorability towards the host +1. Currently 64 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, ding! Chun Yuyue's favoritism towards the host +1. Currently 61 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, ding! Zhang Yilian's favoritism towards the host +1. Currently 71 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, the bet is right. In their eyes, this isn't pie in the sky. This is their future. Chun Yuyue was so excited that she jumped up. The huge one in front of her body bouncing. Zhang Yilian was also full of excitement, and her eyes were almost stretched when she looked at Yi Bai, and although Zhang Rulan didn't act so exaggeratedly, her eyes were also glittering with anticipation. It's as if they've seen themselves standing in the spotlight, receiving worship from millions of people, and becoming internet celebrities and superstars. Yi Bai slowly walked out of the conference room, a playful smile on his face. It had to be said that watching Chun Yuyu and Zhang Yilian fight over their jealousy was indeed quite interesting. Who doesn't like to see beautiful women fighting over themselves? Stop it! Stop it! Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, Bai, I'm a very fraternal person. Yi Bai walked to the printer. The machine in front of him buzzed and operated, printing out a steady stream of pages of contracts. This is his last night beforehand contacted the law firm to draw up a good artist contract. The content of the contract in his opinion has been carefully designed. Inside the treatment is very generous. The base salary is also much higher than the industry average. The share of the ratio is even slightly higher than the average level of the industry. However, this contract is very strict. The liquidated damages are frighteningly high. The number of years is long. A variety of restrictive clauses are numerous, so it can be said that, after signing this contract, basically there is no difference with the contract of sale. In other words, the contract is for them to sell their bodies for fame and profit. As harsh as it may seem, this contract, in addition to being a costly breach of contract, is a package that is above industry standards. Although Yi Bai did not plan how to exploit the artists, but he is not a philanthropist, and he is not in the habit of compromising for any woman. He can quickly promote a person. Naturally, he also needs to have the legal means to tether this person to the company. He didn't want to see a precious thing like Xiao Huijun in his own company, even if he had the Dementor pocket watch as a great killing weapon to ensure that his men couldn't betray him. Meaning this kind of thing would be so bad anymore that it would be better to ban it from the start. Soon, several contracts had been printed, the handwriting was clear, and the paper still carried the slight heat and scent of ink that had just been exhaled from the printer. Yi Bai picked up the contract and looked up at the window. The golden sunlight spilled into the spacious office, illuminating the whole room warm and bright. Instead, a wave of mixed emotions surged through him. A new life, starting here, in the sunshine, not in a dark, damp prison. Picking up the contract, Yi Bai walked straight back to his office. But one is a leader anyhow, right? And one has to print the contract personally. And I have to say that the departmental draft is just exhausting, wasting one's time with all these trivialities. Looks like it's time to recruit a beautiful assistant to help lighten your load, preferably a high-value, high achiever who can help him with work matters and hold up the company. And, of course, take care of his own living would be nice. Chapter 38 Main Quest Completion. Arrogant translator in hand. Inside the office. You learned person. Chang Yuyue huffed and puffed, crossing her waist and glaring at Jiang Yilian with milky ferocity. You follow whatever I say. Learn from others stinks. He, you think everyone is like you, with big boobs and no brain? Jiang Yilian glanced at her with a disdainful face. Roland and I have to go through our brains when we talk. Unlike you, who doesn't have a brain when you talk and just opens your mouth. Don't you think so? Roland. Zhang Roland, who was in a daze, was pointed out and smiled awkwardly and said, everyone is different. It's normal. What do you mean? Chang Yuyue was so angry that her face turned red, and she came up with a ball, knocking Jiang Yilian back a few steps. Asterisk. Big is great. Jiang Yilian was not a wimp and took a step forward to confront her. LOL. The sound of the door opening rang out, and the two of them regained their modesty in a swift manner. Their faces piled up with pleasing smiles, their beautiful eyes looking at the doorway in unison. Yi Xiao, you're finally back. Chang Yuyue's slimy voice was the first to ring out, and she twisted her waist like a leaping house cat, walking quickly to Yi Bai's side, her eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Yilian and Zhan Roland followed suit and went forward to greet them. This is the artist signing contract of our Netflix incubation department. Take a look. Yi Bai hurriedly handed the contract and pen to the three respectively. This is your artist signing contract. The base salary is high, the treatment is good, and the share ratio is not low. These treatments are considered second to none in the industry. But then, the liquidated damages are very high, and the number of years is also long. You guys think it over clearly, and if there is no more problem, then sign. Chang Yuyu took the contract without blinking, picked up a pen and brushed and signed her name, then handed it to Yi Bai, looking at him with winks. Yi Xiao, whatever you say, I'll follow you from now on. Yi Bai took the contract in tears and said, aren't you afraid of being sold by me? You're not this kind of person, Mr. Yi. Chang Yuyu grabbed Yi Bai's arm and shook it as if she was pampered, her voice sticky. Yi Xiao, when are we going to start working? Ding. The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Laughing with evil impetuosity. What are you pretending with me? Still pampering yourself? How about this? We each tear off our disguises and take what we want. 2. Hangs back and says, itchy? So impatient? Then let's start right here, in front of everyone, right now. 3. Faintly said, we need to recruit people first, as well as buy equipment. You guys continue to train in the artist department these days. If you're tired you can come to this office to rest. I'll have someone clean it up later. We need to recruit people first, and buy equipment. You guys continue to train in the artist department for the next few days. If you're tired you can come to this office and rest. I'll have someone clean it later. Ding. Love points plus 100. Currently 500 points. Ding. Chun Yu's favoritism towards the host plus 2. Currently 63 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, okay da. Chun Yu said with a fluttering face. Zhang Yilian put the scene in front of her eyes. Angry teeth. She just put the contract of liquidated damages as well as the part of the years. Carefully read over. Indeed, as Yi Bai said, this contract is very harsh. The cost of breach of contract is exorbitant. With the same contract of sale, she was a little hesitant. After all, her youth is just these few years. If she signed a contract but stayed in this company and couldn't get red, then her life would be a waste. But seeing Chun Yu in this state, her competitive spirit was instantly aroused. Stud up. Even Chun Yu this little dares to directly stud. What do I dare not? Other people? Mr. Yi is not afraid to lose. I am a nothing. What is there to be afraid of? At that thought, the psychologically prepared Zhang Yilian took a deep breath. She made up her mind, picked up a pen and swished to sign her name, then handed it to Yi Bai. Young Yi, I'm going to follow you too. My intuition tells me that you'll definitely succeed. Young Yi. On the side, Zhang Ruolin carefully and meticulously browsed through the contract, her brows frowning at times and stretching at times, obviously scrutinizing the terms of the contract. Soon, she raised her head, looked at Yi Bai, and asked softly, Mr. Yi, isn't this contract too strict? Although the base salary and treatment are good, these restrictions and liquidated damages. Yi Bai looked at Zhang Ruolin, smiled slightly, and said, Zhang Ruolin, it's good that you can consider carefully, but you have to know that this Netroots incubation department of ours is the key development project of the whole company in the future. I have invested a lot of money and energy, and I have confidence in cultivating Netroots or celebrities that are really bursting into flames, but I'm not in the business of charity. So it's impossible for me to spend such a great deal of effort to give others a graft. And although this contract is very restrictive, accordingly, we will provide you with the best resources and training, and the future earnings will definitely far exceed your imagination. Zhang Ruolin listened and nodded, and after thinking for a moment, she also signed the contract. Mr. Yi, I believe in you, and I'm willing to join. Yi Bai took the contract and nodded in satisfaction. Well, I'm glad you guys made the right choice. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully recruited Zhang Ruolin with a face value of 96. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, help the weak and promote truth, goodness and beauty. Ding. Rewards have arrived, Pride Translator. 10 million real traffic vouchers *3. Cash reward *50 million. The cash reward of $50 million has been remitted to the host's account through legally compliant means. Finally, the job is done. Finally, it's harvest time again. Yi Bai revealed a satisfied smile and silently said, Show me the Pride Translator details. Pride Translator, Pride all go to hell ah. This translator can automatically translate a woman's speech into her real mental activity subtitles, so that all the speech of the mouth is not hiding. This is good. This is good. Yi Bai licked his lips and gazed at the three beauties in front of him, just in time to test it out. Do you guys have any more ideas? It's not too late to choose to regret your choice. If you wait until I take the contract to get it stamped, it'll be too late. Oh. Chang Yui's eyes firm, coyly said, Yi Xiao, people will not regret Lu. I just want to start working quickly. He. As soon as the words fell, a light blue virtual screen that only Yi Bai could see appeared above Chang Yui's head. Chang Yue, work? Who is a decent person who works? I just want to make lots and lots of money. Whether it's hot or not is up to fate. But hooking up with Mr. Yi is a reversal of fate. Yi Bai. Zhang Yilian followed closely behind and spoke. People won't regret it either. La. I believe that Yi Xiao you will be able to set us on fire all over the country. Zhang Yilian, let's put work aside for now. I have to rush to the parking lot later to ambush Yi Xiao. I must succeed tonight. Yi Bai? Yi Bai's eyelids jumped when he saw this. Hook me up? Ambush me? You two are very ambitious, aren't you? You both want to save 20 years, don't you? Yi Bai held back his laughter and pretended to be ignorant as he looked at Zhang Ruolin, who lightly bit her lower lip and said softly, I won't regret it either, since I chose you. Mr. Yi, I will always follow you. Oh, I can't believe you didn't say what you meant. Looks like Zhang Ruolin is an honest person. Yi Bai lightly coughed twice and made a promise. I can guarantee to make you all on fire within 3 months. You'll see. Chapter 39, Pull out my Italian cannon. As for the liquidated damages, you don't have to worry about it at all. We, worry-free media, take the boutique route, not the kind of company that cuts the leaks of cats and dogs, he said. Even if you don't catch fire in the end, I won't force anyone to keep you in the company. After all, Your base salary is a considerable expense. You're afraid of wasting your youth. But I'm also afraid of wasting money. He paused. His eyes skimmed over the three, and added in a bland tone. Moreover, the purpose of the liquidated damages establishment is mainly to prevent whoever gets promoted in the future and then pats his ass and jumps ship to another family. I spent so many resources, not for others to do the graft. If anyone betrays, the end will be very ugly. All heard? Understood. Thank you, Yi Xiao. We know. The three of them replied in unison. Their voices were all a bit nervous, obviously frightened by Yi Bai's serious tone. No need to be nervous. I'm an easygoing guy. Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction, casually took out his cell phone and skillfully opened the green bubble. Come on, let's sweep a green bubble and add a friend, so it's convenient for me to contact you guys later. Ta-da! Upon hearing this, the three beauties hurriedly took out their cell phones and swept the code to add friends in turn, their eyes full of anticipation. Pride Translator activated. Chen Yuyue, humph. Let's see how my mother can charm you on the internet. Zhang Yilian, hey, Yi Xiao. I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. I'll see where you're going to run. Zhang Roland, in that case, if you have any questions in the future, can you ask Mr. Yi on Green Bubble? Will it bother him? Alright, that's it for today. You guys go back and get ready. I'll contact you when the department is ready in a couple days. After exchanging contact information, Yi Bai waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. The three women nodded their heads in succession and reluctantly walked towards the office door. After watching their backs disappear, Yi Bai let out a light laugh. Not bad. They are all beauties. I actually have a feeling of nurturing? It's really strange. If all three of them catch fire and become famous in the future, when they pick the fruit, the feeling must be different from ordinary women. It's like Luo Wanqin, TSK, cold movie queen ah. How many men's dream girl? Now it's my resident pillow. If they knew, I guess they would have the heart to kill me, right? That said, it's been a day already. Wanqin must have missed me, but now is not the time to think about such things. The new Netflix department is still 100 miles away. As for Luo Wanqin, let's hang her out to dry first. She'll soon get a taste for it. Ding! Release the main quest. Main mission. Mission name, I can make whoever I want hot. Task content, any one of the bloggers under your command has 10 million jitterbug followers. Mission reward, Favorability Reverser. 100 million real traffic voucher *1. Cash reward *50 million. Time frame of the mandate, within 2 months from its issuance. Mandate penalty, none. Favorability inverter, when turned on, behaviors that would otherwise cause the target's favorability to decrease will increase favorability, and behaviors that increase favorability are unaffected. Holy, this stuff is pretty interesting. If Raider Luo Wanqin would have had this, her favorability would have been 100 long ago. It's okay, it's not too late. Sooner or later a suitable beauty will come to appreciate this divine weapon. Daily tasks, repeatable. Mission name, pull out my Italian gun. Task content, complete interaction with any member of the opposite sex with a favorability of 60 or more. Mission reward, 3,000,000 real traffic voucher *1. Cash reward *1, 0,000,000. Mandate time frame, long-term mandate. Mandate penalty, none. That's good. Sustainability. Brother Tuzi is Brother Tuzi. The rewards are all very generous. Tasks can be accomplished slowly. The most important thing right now is still the preparation of the department. Yi Bai retrieved his thoughts and turned to look at the 3 contracts on the table. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. The first step has been successfully taken. It's not a bare-bones commander after all. However, it's far from easy to keep a department running steadily and smoothly, and a lot of talent is still needed. With beautiful assistants, operations, and all sorts of related employees missing, and in addition to the regular staff, I'm in desperate need of a butler-type deputy to help me coordinate and manage the entire department in order to keep everything moving forward in an organized manner. After all, Yi Bai couldn't spend all his time on various trivialities. What he wanted to do was to take the helm in the general direction, control the whole situation, and then distribute the specific work to the people below, so he needed someone who would carry out the instructions without fail, responsible for coordinating the whole department. And not only did this person have to be loyal, but also his personal ability had to be strong. Yi Bai frowned and meditated, and soon, a beautiful figure emerged in his mind, Yan Danying. Yan Danying was a tough general brought up by his father, Yi Hunchings himself. In Yi Bai's impression, she came from a humble background, and it was only because Ye's father had sponsored her to go to college and had given her the opportunity that she had gotten to where she was now. That's why she was loyal. Even though Ye's father passed away in a car accident, she still visited his grave on time every year without fail. Moreover, She had come to visit Yi Bai a few times after he was imprisoned and had noticed Gao Yi's abnormality. Yan Danying has been working in the company for many years, with rich experience and strong personal ability, very suitable to be this deputy. As far as Yi Bai knew, ever since his father passed away, Yan Danying had been suppressed by Gao Yi, and now she had been completely marginalized and was completely in a position of power, which was a good time to pull in. At that thought, he got up and left the office, making his way to the personnel manager's office. LOL. At this time the personnel manager Lu Yunyuan is sitting in front of the desk. He looked at the screen, a green stock, constantly sighing and sipping tea with a sad face. The sudden noise scared him so much that his hand shook and he almost dropped his teacup on the floor. Yi Xiao, why did you come here without saying anything in advance? When Lu Yunyuan saw the person in front of him, he immediately narrowed the window of the stock software, and his face was piled with fawning smiles, and he hurriedly got up to greet him, but his eyes flashed a trace of undetectable panic. Why is he here? He's just finished screwing two of Mr. Gao's inner circle. He's not here to screw me, is he? I thought he went and started some kind of Netflix department. Why does he have time to come see me? LV Yunyuan heart is clearer than anyone else. Do not look at the high general manager of the company in one hand, but Yi Bai, how to say, is also a major shareholder. Both sides are able to determine his fate of the people. He cannot afford to offend. He can only between the two people left and right. What? I can't come? Chapter 40, Xiao Yi. You can do whatever you want. Yi Bai walked nonchalantly to the desk, then sat on his butt in the chair and crossed his legs. Of course you can come. You are the major shareholder of the company. Where in the company can you not go? LV Yunyuan, right? I'm here because I have something for you to do. You name it, whatever I can do, I will be obliged. Lu Yunyuan hurriedly nodded his head, the smile on his face stiffening. Well, I've created a new Netflix department over there. You help me release some recruitment information as soon as possible. Live streaming related, short video editing related talents. Pay higher than the industry average. Expedited processing. And that is, I need a personal assistant. The requirement is a good-looking female. Must be a high school student. And the ability to be strong. The salary to give more does not matter. You see to it. Tomorrow I want a personally interview. Yes. Yi Xiao. I'll do it right away. LV Yunyuan's mouth was busy agreeing, but in his heart, he secretly grumbled. Come on, he'll have to work overtime today. Well, hard work. When you fired Yuan Hao and Wei Jishue earlier, your movements were sharp and good. Heard. LV Yunyuan was overjoyed in his heart and was just about to open his mouth to pat his ass, but he saw Yi Bai continue unhurriedly. But then, I hope you weigh yourself. Who is the major shareholder of this company? Whose words speak for themselves? You're a smart man. The future deserves better development. The words are over. Think for yourself. A carrot and a big stick. That's the way of the royal family. Don't worry, Xiao Yi. I'll get it done. For sure. LV Yunyuan pushed his glasses, then wiped the cold sweat emerging on his forehead, and secretly thought in his heart, this Yi is young. I did not expect to do things so old. It seems that the company is going to be a big change in the sky, and in the future, we have to hold his thighs tightly. There's more. Yi Bai continued. You immediately contact the logistics cleaning and have them clean up the office of the Netflix incubation department. Okay. Only after seeing Yi Bai leave the office did Lu Yunyuan sit back in his chair in a vain manner. Why is Mr. Yi more oppressive than Mr. Gao? And he's only a freshman, right? How come he's so old-fashioned and watertight? He had lived these 40 years in vain, and he was actually inferior to a fledgling child. He slowly pulled out his cell phone and casually glanced at the screen as multiple new messages popped up on the screen in sequence, his mouth curling into a playful smile. No need to guess. It must be messages from Chang Yuyu, Zhang Yilian and Zhang Rulan. Yo, it's kinda coincidental that all three came together to send a message. Yi Bai unlocked his cell phone, and sure enough, the messages from the three women were arranged on the screen in order, all of which had just been sent over. Who should I reply to first? It's just like the ancient emperor flipping his cards. It's kinda tangled. Forget it, just pick whatever you want. It's just you, Chang Yuyue. He clicked on Chang Yuyue's chat box to take a look and was directly struck by opening lightning. Chang Yuyu's chat box was topped with a pink rabbit avatar, and the first message was a wet hair selfie. That stunningly beautiful pretty face was flushed, wet eyelashes half hanging down, eyes mesmerized, and the aura of pure desire practically overflowing the screen. Yi Bai let out a light laugh. This niece, want to hang me? Chang Yuyue's messages followed closely behind, popping up one after another. Hello, good evening. It's me, Yui. I'm so excited today. Usually I'm a little transparent. No one pays attention to me. I never thought I could be appreciated by Yi Xiao. Hey, hey, more guidance for the next few days. Kitten Shy. JPG. Yi Bai looked at these messages, skimmed his mouth, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart, instructing chicken hair you think I'm marrying you He thought for a moment, and his long, slender fingers tapped on the screen to return a message. Aha! The first lesson in self-cultivation for scum: the less you give, the more you get, the more you give, the worse you die. The words, MS. Cheng, suddenly popped into, the other party is typing, and message bubbles exploded one after another. Cheng Yue, Aya, Yi Xiao came back to me. Have you eaten yet? Cheng Yu, hey, Yi Xiao, have you seen my selfie Cheng Yu, aggrieved Baba. JPG. Oh, women, want to see you and do not give. I do not see you called on. Indeed, absolutely cannot be spoiled. So, he replied without a hitch, read it. Why? The other party is typing, on the chat box appeared for a while, then disappeared for a while, and the message came after a long time. Cheng Yu, I'm asking, how about this look of mine? Does it have the potential to catch fire? Cheng Yu, sleeveless undershirt selfie pic. JPG. Hiss. Yi Bai couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, and double-fingered enlarged the picture to observe it carefully. Well, it's really good. Are you testing me with this? Do you realize that I can't stand a little test? Woman, I'm warning you not to play with fire. There are serious consequences. Yi Bai, well, according to my professional eyes, you have a good base. Yi Bai, you follow my plan. A few million fans is just the start. Cheng Yu, if you can really have millions of fans. Yi Xiao, you can do whatever you want me to do. Anything? Hearing this, Yi Bai's expression was a bit strange. Are you implying that? I'm a real person. I don't do that kind of stuff. I'm serious. Cheng Yue on the other side of the screen was so excited that she let out a sharp popping sound and rolled straight on the soft big bed. She originally thought that it would be good to be a small blogger with hundreds of thousands of followers, and her main focus still had to be on hooking up with Yi Xiao, but she didn't think that the sky was falling with surprises. Mr. Yi said, millions of followers is just a start? Am I going to be rich then? Then 10 million or even tens of millions of fans are conceivable. Cheng Yu was thinking infinitely inwardly, her heart blossoming, as if she had already seen a bright future. In her opinion, how could a billionaire like Yi Xiao lie to her? As long as it was said, no matter if it could eventually reach a few million followers or not, the resources invested would definitely not be small. Be sure to hold on to Yi Xiao. Cheng Yue, your chance to change your fate against all odds has come. As long as you seize this opportunity, you will definitely be able to leap over the Dragon Gate and realize your wealth freedom. Cheng Yu gave herself a boost in her heart, while anxiously rummaging through her phone. Soon, she found a few high-definition photos, and with a clench of her teeth and a close of her eyes, she sent them to Yi Bai in a brainstorm. These photos were taken by her own hands when she was usually lonely and bored late at night, and they could never be exposed, or else her reputation in this life would be completely ruined. But at the moment, she couldn't care less, and there was only one thought in her mind. I've got a pike. I have to. I'm going to bet all my youth on Mr. Yi. Cheng Yu looked at the reader with a flirtatious face. Sir, can you let me into your bookshelf? Chapter 41, J.K. Beauty. Cheng Yu, High Definition Picture *9. Cheng Yu, Xiao Yi. Do you think I look good? What style is appropriate for my image? Cheng Yu, Shy. JPG. Is that right? Yi Bai looked at the cell phone screen popped up one after another high-definition large map. Eyes are straight. One by one carefully observed these high-definition large map, while watching also with the appreciation of artwork like comment, good. Great photos, great photography. Photography has to be learned. This side of Yi Bai is carefully studying the high-definition photos. The other side of Cheng Yu see him half a day no movement, but it is anxious. Holding the phone wail more than, Aowa, how come there's no response? Why would this man be indifferent when he's obviously posted so many unseemly pictures of himself? Is this the legendary Sigma man? It's too hard to chase. No, I can never give up. I have to take it. Cheng Yu, Yi Xiao? Cheng Yu, Kitten Anticipation. JPG. Yi Bai just finished reading the save and replied, you're very good looking. Style-wise, you fit the pure lust style. When the time comes, have the makeup artist make you up in pure lust? The style suits you. Cheng Yu, Pure Lust Wind? Cheng Yu, is that so? Cheng Yu, selfie with misty eyes and flushed face. JPG. You're going to have a reaction this time, aren't you? If it were any other man, he would have been caught in a ing daze and fished into a warped mouth. Cheng Yu folded her hands together and mouthed the words, looking at the screen with a prayerful face. Yi Bai, well, it's this style. You can try to figure it out more privately yourself. Yi Bai, but pay attention to the selfie. Don't spread it out. lest it be used by someone with a heart. Ding. Chun Yu's favoritism towards the host +2. Currently 65 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, lol. Chun Yu let out a sad sigh. It seems that her posture is not enough. Otherwise how could Yi Xiao be indifferent? It must be my own problem. But it's a good start. At least Yi Xiao will care about me. Well, that's right. Yi Xiao definitely has me in his heart. The next thing is just to let my position in Yi Xiao's heart slowly increase. What to do? Should we offer? So soon? However, she hadn't thought about the other reason why Yi Bai cared about her, which was that the selfie would affect her business value once it was exposed. That's a Sigma man. Wouldn't change his mind for beauty. But one size does not fit all. And you still have to eat the meat that comes to your mouth. Chang Yue, it won't happen. People will only send it to you to see. Chang Yue, hey, Yi Xiao, you're so nice. It's not often that someone cares about me so much. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yi Bai looked at the cell phone, the corner of his mouth slightly up. Really a good employee who is well behaved and understands the situation. You can properly give some more resources to show reward. Yi Bai, then I'm honored. Laughing and crying. JPG. Yi Bai, it's not early. I still have things to do. Talk next time. Chun Yu's rosy little mouth flattened, looking at the screen with resignation. It may be that Yi Xiao is going to be busy. After all, it is normal for Yi Xiao to be busy in the daytime. I can't pester Yi Xiao, lest I upset him. Chun Yu, okay de, thank you Xiao Yi. Chun Yu, Yi Xiao has time to return to me. It's okay, hey, I just like to share my life with you. I don't know why. I didn't have this feeling before. Ha, why? For the money, of course. Yi Bai snorted. I still don't know those little plans in your heart, but it doesn't matter, each to their own. And once the goodwill reaches 100, the system will be directly locked. When I take a stick to beat you to drive you away, you don't even go oh, woman, you're still too young. Yi Bai shook his head indifferently, exited Chun Yu's chat box, and continued to turn over the next person's sign. He's very busy. After all, Yi Xiao has a lot of work to do. Understand. Open the chat box of Elaine Jiang. Good evening Yi Xiao. Have you gone home? Black silk photo. JPG. What's the best style for people to use in the future? Sexy or cute? Yi Bai silently admired the photos, almost forgetting that Zhang Yilian was still waiting to ambush him in the underground parking lot. Looks like we need to get this done and go see how you want to ambush me. On the other side of the screen, Zhang Yilian was standing next to Yi Bai's car. The cold wind from the underground parking lot made her shiver. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping watch and waiting for Yi Bai to come and drive, she would have left long ago. She wore a simple white shirt on top, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. Underneath, she wore a navy blue pleated ultra-short skirt and a pair of cute little leather shoes under white silk knee-high socks. Long, dark hair hung down like a waterfall, 2 black and white hairpins dotting it, and a few strands scattered casually beside her cheek. Zhang Yilian lightly bit her lower lip, her hand gently twisting her hair, some distress in her expression. She'd obviously been waiting for a while, and before that she'd made a special trip to the mall to buy a JK suit and even a Raimu-made outfit. Originally, Zhang Yilian was still confidently waiting for Yi Bai to come to the parking lot, but she didn't expect that this wait was more than an hour, and her legs were almost numb from standing. Ding dong! A pleasant prompt sounded. Her pretty face blossomed into a surprised smile, and she hurriedly looked at her cell phone, and sure enough, Yi Bai had returned the message. Haven't gone home yet. Still have some work to do. Morcos style if you will. Finally, Yi Xiao finally replied to me. Zhang Yilian only felt that the bitterness was over, and her slender fingers quickly clicked on the screen as she replied. Wow. Yi Xiao, you've worked hard. Not going home so late. Isn't it a bit monotonous? She frowned and thought for a moment, then clicked on her camera and took a picture on the spot. Fixed it up briefly and quickly, and then sent it to Yi Bai. JK American Girl Photos. JPG. Yi Xiao. Is it like this? Not only did the photo include herself, but it also included a portion of Yi Bai's car. You do understand innuendo. Yi Bai looked at the photo on his cell phone and smiled. A hint of teasing her rose in his heart, then replied, it's pretty, and you're good at cos, but this background of yours, looks like my car? Ding. Zhang Yilian's favoritism towards the host +1, currently 72 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, on the other side, Zhang Yilian's heart was beating as fast as a drum, so excited that she jumped in place, her ultra-short skirt fluttering upwards in the air. And if there were people around, it would all be exposed. Zhang Yilian, hey, Yi Xiao, my feet are a bit uncomfortable. Thought I could rub your car. Eileen Jiang, little girl shyness. JPG. What a lame excuse. You better really want to rub it in. Someone is lying, and I won't say who. Chapter 42 Yen Dannying. Yen Dannying, what are you thinking about? Figure in the author's words. Yi Bai looked at the message on the screen, shook his head somewhat breathlessly, and typed a reply. Okay, I'll be down there when I'm done, so you can find a place to wait first. Jiang Yilian, okay de. Thanks Yi Xiao. Love you yo. Jiang Yilian, Bishin. JPG. Alas, it's a pain in the ass to have too many women, and you have to reply one by one and play little games one by one. The last one was a message from Zhang Rulan, quite brief and didn't engage in any false temptations. Good evening, Mr. Yi. Thank you very much for your appreciation and I look forward to working with you next. Yi Bai, well, there's no need to be so formal. I'm very nice to talk to. After finally replying to all the messages, Yi Bai took a deep breath and headed to Yen Dannying's office. Plus, knock knock. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Yen Dannying, who was dealing with official business, raised her head in surprise. A head of bewitching long purple hair scattered wantonly, her hair naturally curling slightly, revealing a bit of spontaneity. Her bright, moist red lips parted lightly and she slowly spat out 2 words, come in. Her pretty face is like a carefully sculpted work of art, cold in the sultry and irresistible. High nose with a pair of fine-framed glasses, not only did not detract from her charm in the slightest, but instead made her look more mature and sensible, full of flavor. That pair of narrow eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards the doorway, coldness flowing in her eyes, her lips coated with bright lipstick gently hooked up, seemingly between a smile and not a laugh, giving her a kind of aura that rejected people. Yen Dannying was wearing a white shirt with the neckline slightly open inadvertently. The bottom was paired with a lavender wraparound skirt that fit her tightly. White. What are you doing here? Yen Dannying looked at the handsome figure at the door in surprise, and the visitor was none other than Yi Bai. Aunt Ing. I missed you, so I came to see you. Yi Bai he had a bright smile on his face and intimacy in his eyes. What? Don't you welcome me? Of course not. Yen Dannying pouted, then stood and got up, coming to Yi Bai's side. Come, let Aunt Ing take a look. Has Xiao Bai grown taller? Gee, White has grown up. Yen Dannying looked at Yi Bai with a smile and stretched out her white arm to touch his hair, then compared his height. How long has it been since I've seen you? You've grown taller again. And you're getting more and more handsome. Say, are the girls chasing after you in the university lined up from the dormitory to the entrance of the school? Honestly, are you in love? Bring it back for your Aunt Ing to check it out. Ding. The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. Stares at her menacingly. Who are you? I'll bring you home to Auntie Bai. It's more like I'll bring you home to Auntie Bai. 2. With a disdainful face, he said, row to the school gate? Who are you looking down on? The girls chasing me can line up from Jiangcheng to Paris. 3. Laughing. No, they're all too tender. If they were a tenth as beautiful as you, Aunt Ing, then I'd be assured of a yes. No, they are all too tender. If they were 1/10 as beautiful as you, Aunt Ing, then I would definitely be assured. Yi Bai said with a smile as the corner of his mouth rose. Ding. Love points plus 100. Currently 600 points. Ding. Yen Dannying's favoritism towards the host plus 1. Currently 91 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Asterisk 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 you. How dare you make fun of your Aunt Ing? You've changed since college. How dare you? Yen Dannying smiled even more and hit Yi Bai's chest not lightly. That's when she realized that the feel was not right. The pecs were too hard. Ooh, and you work out? Yes. Do you want to try it, Aunt Ing? Yi Bai smiled, tightened his biceps and struck a pose full of power. Yen Dannying's pretty face flushed, stretching out her slender fingers to poke Yi Bai, and said with a delicate smile, it's still really hard. Say, what is it that you came to find me for? Yen Dannying tried to calm the waves in her heart and asked right to the point. She was afraid that it wouldn't end well if the conversation went on. Yi Bai was after all so many years younger than her and was still the son of her benefactor. Aunt Ing, you say this? It hurts me. Nothing can't find you have said. Want you? Yi Bai looked at the blushing beauty in front of him with a smile, and opened his hands. Aunt Ing, you've changed. You used to hug me when you saw me. Aren't you angry? You cut it out. Yen Dannying hesitated for a moment, but still gently hugged Yi Bai, and in an instant, the hormonal scent that came to her face made her a bit distracted. After the death of Mr. and Mrs. Yi Hanqing, she also visited the young Yi Bai from time to time, and it can be said that the latter was watched by her grow up. Yen Dannying forced herself to hold back the strangeness in her heart and said in a low voice, I don't know you yet. You don't come to the temple for nothing. Tell me, what do you want? Lack of money? Or are you looking for advice from me on which girl you can't get? She grunted and continued, if I don't, I'm going home from work. You go back. I drove over today and drove you back, and I haven't gone to Aunt Ying's house to play for a long time. Yi Bai shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent face, This brat. You've grown up so much. Don't you know how to avoid suspicion? You don't know. I have to do a good job as an elder. But why do I feel like White is getting more and more handsome and so manly? Yen Dannying. What are you thinking nonsense? He's still a kid. Ding. Yen Dannying's favoritism towards the host +1. Currently 92 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, no need. I have my own car. Yen Dannying patted Yi Bai's shoulder. Stop teasing your Aunt Ing. What is it in the end? Hurry up and say it. Yi Bai wasn't in a hurry to answer, so he quietly stared at Yen Dannying, whose face was becoming more and more flushed, and silently read in his heart. System, check Yen Dannying's information. Name, Yen Dannying. Sex, female. Age, 32. Face value, 96. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Circumference, 97 centimeters 65 centimeters 100 centimeters. Size, F. Personality, gentle and virtuous. Hobbies, work, reading. Favorability, 92, natural charisma +0, winky face. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Diseases, none. Current status, being sidelined by Gaoi and gradually marginalized in the company. Current mood, physically and mentally exhausted. Current wish, I hope I can save the company from the fire, and I hope Gaoi will die soon. Location, Jiangcheng Innovation Park Worry-Free Media. No way. This is a complete waste. Chapter 43, Inviting Yen Dannying. Stop teasing your Aunt Ing. What's going on? Hurry up. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai did not answer immediately. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. His heart was in a heavenly battle, torn between whether or not he wanted to tell Gao Yi's beastly true colors to her. However, looking at the system panel, Yen Dannying's favorability was as high as 92, and her actions in her previous life showed that she was trustworthy. After hesitating for a while, Yi Bai took a deep breath and finally made up his mind, looking at Yen Dannying with a solemn expression. Aunt Ing, do you know that this morning, a big event happened in the company? I haven't heard. What's the big deal? Yen Dannying shook her head. Her eyes couldn't help but darken. Her complexion was a bit bitter. She had been sidelined by Gao Yi in the company over the past few years. She was completely marginalized. She was just like a deaf and blind in the company. She was ignorant of the company's movements. And nowadays there were only a few overrated artists left under her. If it wasn't for the fact that she really wasn't willing to let her benefactor's company be taken away by Gaoi, this scumbag, she would have left long ago and gone out to start her own business. Aunt Ing, do you know about Yuan Hao and Wei Jishue? Yi Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed under his eyes. I know these two people are just shameless people, usually relying on Gao Yi's relationship to run roughshod over the company and do whatever they want. The more Yen Dannying spoke, the more furious she became. Her chest rose and fell, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her joints whitening. I've told Gaoi many times, but he didn't take it seriously at all, deliberately harboring and even indulging them. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth rose slightly with a hint of coldness as he said nonchalantly, I fired both of them today. Ha? Are you serious? Yen Dannying's pair of good-looking Danfang eyes stared like copper bells, shock written all over her face. What was Gao Yi's reaction? He would actually allow you to fire his beloved? She really couldn't believe that Gaoi, who had a hand in the company, would actually be defeated under the hands of a college student one day. Was this still the kind and gentle teenager she remembered? Why not? I don't need his consent. Aunt Ing, don't forget that I'm the majority shareholder of this company. Yi Bai had a rightful look on his face, and then he continued. Moreover, I have evidence in my hand that the two of them have been submerging female artists and harassing female employees, so even if Gaoi pinched his nose, he had to fire these two pieces of. Yen Dannying couldn't help but look Yi Bai up and down. Her beautiful eyes were full of appreciation. She didn't expect that not only had Xiao Bai become handsome and strong, even his behavior and handling style had become very sophisticated. A trace of appreciation flashed in her eyes as she lamented. Awesome, Xiao Bai. It's Aunt Ing who underestimated you. How long has it been since I've seen you? And you've actually become so powerful? Are you preparing to come back and regain control of the company? Yes, that's why I came to look for Aunt Ing you today. The first reason is definitely because I haven't seen you for so long and miss you. The second reason, well, is that I hope Aunt Ing you can help me? Yi Bai looked at Yen Dannying with a pleading face, his eyes full of anticipation. Have you thought this through? This is not a simple matter. Yen Dannying's face is a bit gloomy and she sighs helplessly. Nowadays, the company is filled with Gao Yi's people. It's hard as hell for you to even think of meddling, and the vast majority of the minority shareholders are on his side. She had thought that Xiao Bai had come to find herself, having not seen her for a long time, to say hello, not realizing that Yi Bai was actually going to bring down Gaoi. Yen Dannying, while feeling pleased with his growth, could not help but worry about his safety. After all, money moves people's hearts, and with hundreds of millions of dollars at stake, the evil that erupts from human nature is unimaginable. And Yi Bai was still so young. It was hard to fight against an old fox like Gao Yi. Thinking of this, Yan Danying was ready to help Yi Bai. She couldn't just watch her benefactor's only bloodline fall into danger. Considered it well enough, and it's precisely because it's not easy that I need your help. Aunt Ing. Yi Bai nodded heavily and looked at Yan Danying with a firm gaze. Aunt Ing, you don't want to see the company being messed up or even closed down by this bastard Gao Yi, do you? Listening to your tone, you seem to have a problem with Gao Yi. He's your father's hairdresser, as close as brothers. Yan Danying had a puzzled look on her face, her gaze fixed on Yi Bai. In her opinion, Yi Bai should be very close to and trust Gao Yi. How come she felt that he hated Gao Yi even more than herself? Meh. Yi Bai sneered, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. Aunt Ing, what I'm about to say may seem unbelievable to you, but I have to make it clear to you. I suspect that the car accident that happened to my parents back then was orchestrated by Gao Yi. The moment these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, which directly dumbfounded Yan Danying. What? Are you telling the truth? This beast, how could he do such a thing? Your father and him were good brothers growing up. Yan Danying looked incredulous, anger written all over her pretty face, her hands clenched into fists, her nails almost embedded into her flesh. Bai, do you have any evidence pointing to him doing it? If so, we'll just call the police and let the law punish him. Yan Danying forcibly suppressed the burning anger in her heart and eagerly pursued the question. Aunt Ing, I'm still investigating, and for the time being, I don't have any definite evidence on hand to arrest him directly. That's why I need to regain control of the company and force him to reveal his footsteps. Yi Bai spoke truthfully. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Yan Danying took a deep breath and said with a grave expression, Xiao Bai, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I also had a suspicion long ago that it was Gao Yi, this beast, who killed your parents. But he's a man who usually comes across as incredibly kind, and everyone around him speaks so highly of him that no one but me would believe he would do such a thing. Yan Danying's face was filled with anger and grief as she recalled what happened back then. You may not be aware of what happened back then, but I'm definitely aware of it as someone who was there. Back then, in order to make money, Gao Yi wanted to let the company's artists to accompany the drinks, so that they could bribe those high-ranking officials and bosses with their bodies. Your father was thunderstruck when he found out, and said that he didn't care what other companies did, but as long as he was in this position, he wouldn't allow this to happen in his company. Yan Danying said, as if recalling something terrible, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 44, is this the difference in treatment? You weren't able to see how terrifying Gao Yi's eyes were that day. Before that, I had also always thought that he was a very kind person, but then right after your father said those words on that day, his eyes were so gloomy that it seemed as if he was about to kill someone. And shortly after that, your parents were in a car accident, and I've been secretly investigating it for a couple years, but I haven't found any obvious evidence of it. All that is known is that the perpetrator was a drunken truck driver and the police investigated his account and there were no extra funds of unknown origin. Yan Danying had a resigned look on her face and shook her head helplessly as she continued. The only thing suspicious is that the driver himself was suffering from leukemia and was dying. He died shortly after that, and his son was sponsored by a foundation abroad to go to university. The more I think about this, the more wrong it is, but I just can't find any evidence at all. But my intuition tells me that it must be Gao Yi's doing. Yi Bai nodded. Yan Danying was able to investigate for so many years without regard to his own safety. His heart was very grateful, and from this it could also be seen that she was definitely a person who knew how to repay her kindness. Aunt Ing, I'm thanking you for my father for all these years, and it's also hard for you to be ostracized by Gao Yi in the company like this for the past few years. If you're willing to come and help me bring down Gao Yi together, that's of course the best, but if you feel tired and don't want to get involved, I can also give you a sum of money to start your own business. Yi Bai looked at Yan Danying with a sincere face, his eyes filled with gratitude. Xiao Bai, don't say that. Back then, if it wasn't for your parents, I might have dropped out of junior high school, and wouldn't have been able to get out of the mountain village for the rest of my life, and might have even been sold by my parents for a 10,000 piece dowry, to an old man from the same village. Yan Danying's eyes were slightly red, her body undulated, her voice was a little choked. It was your father who gave me the opportunity to get into college from the mountain valley, and only then did I get this achievement today. She was really grateful to Yi's father and Yi's mother from the bottom of her heart. Not only did they sponsor her education, but also gave her a platform to utilize her abilities, which was a kindness that could not be repaid in a lifetime. Seeing her so sad, Yi Bai hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and gently hugged her, gently stroking her back. Yan Danying pressed herself against Yi Bai's solid chest, Her heart and mind swayed a little. She hadn't felt so at ease in many years. Ding! Yan Danying's favoritism towards the host +1. Currently 93 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. The two of them just quietly embraced for a while before Yan Danying gently pushed Yi Bai away. Her pretty face red like a ripe tomato, as if it was going to drip blood, and she lowered her head not daring to look at him. After a long time, she wiped away her tears and raised her head to look at Yi Bai, her eyes full of determination, and said, Xiao Bai, I have a hunch that although Gao Yi controls the company, but your father left you shares. You are the major shareholder. He definitely won't let you go. Sooner or later, he will go after you. And I didn't want to leave the company for so many years because I was afraid that something would happen to you. And since you want to come back and take control of the company again and then bring down Gao Yi, then I will also do my best to help you. Yi Bai looked at Yan Danying, who had a sincere face. His eyes were full of emotion. His eyes were slightly moist, and his voice became a little hoarse. Thank you, Aunt Ing. Since my parents left, besides Aunt Bai, you're the only one who can make me feel at home. Yan Danying looked at the young man in front of her to reveal his fragile appearance. Her heart was a little touched. She couldn't help but embrace Yi Bai into her arms, gently stroking his hair. Her voice was so gentle that it could drip water. It's fine. It's all in the past. Auntie Ying will be there for you. This, if anyone who knew her well saw it, would only exclaim, Ghost in the shell. Because Yan Danying's work attitude was extremely serious and she didn't take offense to anyone. So many employees called her in private, the Demoness. Is that a difference in treatment? Yi Bai felt his eyes go black and he couldn't breathe at all. Hiss. What is this? After a long time, it seemed to be sensing that Yi Bai was about to suffocate. Yan Danying then snapped back to her senses and hurriedly loosened him up. Yan Danying's pretty face was flushed, the blush spreading from her earlobes to between her grooves, and she only felt herself getting hot. Ah! Am I crazy? How could I do such a thing to Bai? He's still a kid who doesn't know anything. Hold it. Stop it. Ahem. Yan Danying forcibly suppressed the dissimilarity in her heart, coughed gently a few times, and directly cut to the chase. The artist department is Gao Yi's home base, so I'm afraid it would be much harder to start from the artist department. Let's think together and brainstorm. Yi Bai sniffed the scent remaining on the tip of his nose and was a bit enamored, but business was important, so he quickly adjusted and said, Aunt Ing, do you know about Jitterbug? I know. There's a short video app that's kinda hot lately. If I go out and start my own business, I'll probably join this track. Yan Danying nodded and said, Aunt Ing, you're really great. Worthy of being a senior student. Your sense of smell of the market is just sharp. Yi Bai gave a small pat on the back and continued. I'm optimistic about this track as well. I believe that Jitterbug has a lot of potential. It will definitely explode in the next few years and become a universal app. Today I went to confront Gao Yi, that beast, and got 10 million startup capital from him, and set up a Netroots incubation department. And now I need help from a talent like Aunt Ing. Yan Danying looked at Yi Bai with surprise. Xiao Bai really gave her too many surprises today. She never thought that the teenager in front of her not only had the departments all set up, but even got the funds. Xiao Bai, you're the one who's awesome. Aunt Ing is somewhat worshipping you. I'm still talking on paper and you're putting it into practice. Yi Bai humbly shook his head and said, I'm just surfing the internet more and reading more. Compared to an experienced leader like you, Aunt Ing, there's still a lot for me to learn. Xiao Bai. Then Aunt Ing will teach you the first lesson. Yan Danying looked at him with a smile and said, as a leader, no matter what, you have to be confident on the surface. The enemy won't be able to net you a favor because of your humility. But in your heart, you must never be complacent, and you have to pay attention to every opponent. Understood? To strategically defy the opponent, in tactical importance of the opponent well. Right. Yan Danying patted Yi Bai's shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. You understand it well. Then let's say it's a good deal. Now that the Netflix incubation department is still in a state of flux, it's up to you, Aunt Ing, to form the department. Don't worry, Xiao Bai. Your matter is Aunt Ying's matter to me. I'll do my best. For the record, the word count of the text has not been reduced, so this is not a water text. It's usually posted once when a new character appears. 1. Auntie. Bai Jie, gentle and virtuous. Favorability, 95. 2. Foreign friend. Linda, English teaching. Favorability, 100. 3. High cool movie queen. Luo Wanqin, vengeful school bully. Favorability, 25. 4. Double ponytail JK girl. Sun Xiaoyan, heroic rescue. Favorability, 60. 5. Auntie's eldest daughter. Goplay, not officially present. 6. Auntie's second daughter. Gao Inger, thesis teaching. Favorability, 88. 7. Auntie's third daughter. Gopal, not officially present. 8. Actor. Zhang Roland, carefree media. Favorability, 64. 9. Netflix MS. Chang. Chun Yuyue, Carefree Media. Favorability, 65. 10. Netflix Wu Ling Air. Elaine Jiang, Carefree Media. Favorability, 72. 11. Sultry OL. Departmental Deputy. Yan Danying, Carefree Media. Favorability, 93. Chapter 45. A Throwdown in the Underground Parking Lot. Ing. I've just explained everything to Manager Liu. I asked him to help me recruit an assistant to help me share my personal affairs, as well as an employee in charge of Shakeology-related operations, editing, and other aspects. Yi Bai's body leaned forward slightly, crossed his hands on the table, and said with a serious expression, I also need Aunt Ying's help to supervise him. After all, this person is a wallflower. I'm worried that he'll secretly do bad things. In Yi Bai's opinion, there was a high probability that this wallflower would not trip him up on the matter of recruiting, because this kind of person would definitely not be in a hurry to take a stand when the situation was unclear. Take this matter this morning for example. If he was suppressed by Gaoi, then Lu Yunyuan must be a different face. But Yi Bai will not completely let go and let LV Yunyuan do. Supervision is necessary. Otherwise what goes wrong? The morale of the whole team is one aspect. More importantly, the delay in the formation of his department, which is a loss he cannot afford. Yan Danying sat across from Yi Bai, and her sultry purple hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall. She gently nodded, her gaze softly looking at Yi Bai. Her right hand gently ruffled the hair around her ear. Her red lips lightly opened. Well, the matter of recruiting. One really has to be careful. If the ones who are recruited in are all rice buckets, then even the work may not be carried out. Saying this, she frowned slightly. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Xiao Bai, you also know that many people in this company have been bought by Gaoi, this company, and may be able to play tricks on this matter. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai nodded heavily, strongly agreeing with Yan Danying's view. That's why I still need to rely on Aunt Ying to help me keep an eye on him. Wallflowers can be used, but we also need to be vigilant and not give him the chance to secretly trip him up. Yi Bai said as he stood up and walked over to the window, looking out the window at the bustling street scene. Okay, I'll do my best. Do you have any specific requests? Yan Danying also stood up and walked over to Yi Bai, clasping her hands in front of her body and following his gaze. Outside the window, the bustling streetscape came into view. Traffic, bright lights, the whole city decorated like a dream. The night has quietly descended. Each position. I hope that more than half of the staff should at least have a certain amount of work experience. It is best to dig from other Netflix companies. Salary. It can be appropriate to open some higher. After all, you have to come up with a full of sincerity, in order to dig to the real talent. Yi Bai turned around and eyed Yan Danying. It had to be said that Yan Danying was really beautiful and belonged to the type of a strong woman. In the eyes of outsiders, she was an awe-inspiring female devil and a workaholic, while in Yi Bai's case, she was gentle and lovely. This sense of contrast, he could love so much. Yan Danying felt Yi Bai's aggressive gaze and felt something strange in her heart. What's wrong with Snowy today? Why is he always staring at me? Yan Danying slightly averted her head, a faint blush quietly surfacing on her fair cheeks. After a moment's reflection, she nodded and said, no problem. I'll start recruiting for you in the next couple days. She patted Yi Bai's shoulder, her eyes full of encouragement. Little Bai, don't worry, there's Aunt Ying. Thank you, Aunt Ying. Without you, I would really struggle in this company. Yi Bai looked at Yan Danying with gratitude. Having an experienced and seasoned person to assist him really made it easier. Otherwise, it's really hard to find someone reliable and capable. Yan Danying reached out and gently touched Yi Bai's head and said with a doting face, you're polite to Aunt Ying. Don't worry, I'll help you get the department going. We'll work together to bring down this beast Gaoi and make him pay the price he deserves. Aunt Ying, let's go eat together? Yi Bai asked. Aunt Ying had helped herself so much today, so she had to give her a treat anyways. As for Jiang Yilian, who was still shivering in the underground parking lot, waiting for him with bated breath, come on, it's all about beauty, but the importance is worlds apart. Most of these internet celebrities are just those who come when called and go when called. How can they be compared to Yan Danying? Some other day. Yan Danying was a bit impressed. After thinking for a moment, she still refused. I'll go down later to find Manager Lu to butt in. And then I still have to plan the departmental structure and all that. There's too much going on in the past 2 days. I have to hurry up and build up the department. Tough, Aunt Ying. Yi Bai looked at Yan Danying with a touched face. Then I'll treat you to a big meal next time. You go back first. When the recruiters are ready, I'll let you come and personally select them. Yan Danying said with a smile, gentleness written all over her pretty face. Coming out of the office, Yi Bai headed to the parking lot, since Aunt Ying was going to be busy. Then Jiang Yilian, the spare tire, could come in handy. In the underground parking lot, There were all kinds of cars parked neatly, glittering with metallic sheen under the light. Zhang Yilian was standing next to Yi Bai's cool Porsche, playing with her cell phone in boredom. Mr. Yi, are you done? Thanks for your hard work. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhang Yilian raised her head violently, and a bright smile instantly bloomed on her face as she quickly stepped to meet Yi Bai. As soon as the words fell, the Pride Translator automatically activated and a virtual screen that only Yi Bai could see appeared above Zhang Yilian's head. Zhang Yilian, finally, my feet are numb from waiting. Yi Bai glanced at her and dumbly laughed. It seems that after waiting for a few hours, you don't have a lot of grievances. But he didn't take it to heart. A little bit of resentment is normal. At least they did a good job on the surface. Being late is the right of high rollers, not women. Yi Bai nodded slightly, a warm smile on his face. Well, just got busy. He opened the door and got in the driver's seat. You've been waiting. Come on, get in. Mr. Yi, can I sit in the passenger seat? Yi Bai looked at Zhang Yilian with surprise. Yo, quite polite. It's okay, sit down. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yilian hurriedly sat in the co-pilot. Where is your house? I'll send you there now. Yi Bai started the car and turned his head to look at Zhang Yilian. My home is in the happy neighborhood over Zhongshan Road, Zhang Yilian said with her hands folded on her lap. Slightly nervous. Good. Yi Bai answered and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot. The car smelled faintly of perfume, and the atmosphere became a little quiet for a moment. Zhang Yilian secretly glanced at Yi Bai, hesitated and spoke. Young Yi, do you think I can be read? I'm strangely anxious in my heart. Alas. She bit her lip gently, her eyes filled with worry. After all, what she was about to do next would be a gamble on her youth, and it was only natural that there would be some internal struggle and hesitation. Yi Bai glanced at her, nodded, and said, there's no problem, don't worry, now that Jitterbug is just starting out. It's a blue ocean market that's just waiting for us to explore. If you're willing to put in the resources and make a video of good enough quality, it's just as easy to catch fire. Then will you invest resources in us, young Yi? Zhang Yilian asked cautiously, her eyes fixed on Yi Bai. Zhang Yilian, at least it should be higher than Chang Yui with that. Of course, otherwise why would I recruit you guys in? Yi Bai said with a smile. So there's a high and a low level of resources. By what standard are resources given? According to how high or low the data is? Zhang Yilian pursued, her eyes revealing a hint of eagerness. Zhang Yilian, input resources to put it nicely. By 100 shaking plus is an input. By 100, 000 is also an input. This can be the same? Yi Bai laughed in his heart. The map is so short, isn't it? Is the map of Yen so short? The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said, good or bad data is naturally important. And if the data is good, more resources will definitely be invested. Without waiting for Zhang Yilian to open her mouth, he changed his words. However, this isn't the only criterion. Apart from the data, it's also vital that you perform well. You know. As he spoke, his eyes gave Zhang Yilian a meaningful look. Zhang Yilian's cheeks were slightly flushed, her small mouth slightly opened, and she pouted. Yi Xiao, I bought a super nice set of clothes, and I want to ask for your help to taste. Just out of the small black room. Like the readers greatly add some bookshelves, so as not to enter the small black room cannot find me. One more chapter to be updated in the evening. Ask for a freebie. Yan Danying changed her strong appearance outside, and was full of shyness. Readers greatly I want a small gifted. Chapter 46, Tying Up Your Hair. Inside the car, Zhang Yilian said delicately with a sweet and cloying smile on her face. Yi Xiao, people have bought a super nice set of clothes and want to ask for your help in tasting them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Pride Translator was automatically activated. Zhang Yilian, little man, see if my sister won't charm you to death. While saying that, she took out a set of clothes from her bag and pulled it apart to show it to Yi Bai. Oh, what kind of clothes? Let me see. Yi Bai turned his head sideways and casually glanced at it. Good lord. It was actually a Raimo set. Those who get it get it. That iconic blue and white color scheme with delicate silk edges instantly made Yi Bai understand. Not bad. You know what you're doing. You're much more obedient than the pretentious Chang Yuyue. Very promising. Then let's throw resources at you first. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in Yi Bai's head. Ding. The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. With a wicked grin on his face. Oh? What's this for? I can't see it. Why don't you show me live? 2. With a face full of righteousness and justice. He said, put it away. What do you take me? Yi Bai. 4. Would I be fooled by this little trick of yours? I'm warning you, my company doesn't allow such crooked ways. You're fired. 3. Smiling with satisfaction, he says, not bad. Good equipment indeed. You know your stuff. I think highly of you. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked into a smile of satisfaction that was permeated with cunning, and he couldn't help but nod his head and said, not bad, not bad, good equipment indeed. You know your stuff, I think highly of you. Ding. Love points plus 100, currently 700 points. Ding. Zhang Yilian's favoritism towards the host plus 3, currently 75 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, then, Mr. Yi, how is this performance of others? Can we get more resources? Zhang Yilian blinked those big watery eyes and asked with an expectant face, her eyes full of desire and eagerness. Zhang Yilian, I've alluded to it like this. And if Yi Xiao is any more elmish, he should understand my feelings, right? Zhang Yilian just don't believe it. What man in this world can resist the beautiful woman's throw? She is now completely open-minded. What propriety, justice, integrity and shame, all thrown to the clouds. Zhang Yilian only wanted Yi Xiao to accept her now. Whether it was to get more resources to be a netizen or to be Yi Xiao's lover, it was a good choice for her. Well, it's okay, barely, let me think about it. We'll have to see how you follow through, Yi Bai said with a smile, not giving a direct answer, his smile hiding an inscrutable meaning. Just one suit? Oh, I don't see a rabbit without a hawk. Yi Xiao, I want to tell you that I will definitely work hard and will definitely not let you down. Zhang Yilian bit her lips. That look looked pitiful. Zhang Yilian, no, I've made it this far, and I still have to think about it? Zhang Yilian was full of grievances. She looked at Yi Bai with a grudging look, and muttered in her heart that she had not behaved well enough. Yi Bai secretly laughed. While driving with one hand, he said in a serious manner, well, we all have to work hard. After all, the opportunity doesn't wait for anyone. Sometimes the opportunity arises. It may be the only time you'll ever have in this life. If you don't grasp it, then this life will be just like this. What do you mean? As soon as these words left her mouth, Zhang Yilian's heart thumped and she began to think wildly. Is that a hint? If we don't take advantage of the opportunity now, we won't get it later? Zhang Yilian looked around. At this time is caught in the evening rush hour traffic jam. The car with a snail-like, slowly moving forward. Horn, car sound continuous, densely packed around all the cars. She was so torn up in her mind that she looked hesitant. But then he thought, if he didn't make a move this time, he might really miss this rare opportunity. I'm going out on a limb. Zhang Yilian crossed her heart and tied her hair into a high ponytail, revealing her long and white neck, then looked at Yi Bai with flirtatious eyes. Yi Xiao, look, do I look good with my hair tied up? Yi Bai swept a glance out of the corner of his eye, nodded, and said succinctly, it's quite pretty. Ding. Zhang Yilian's favorability to the host plus 5, currently 80 points. Please host to continue to work hard. Oh. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission. Pull out the old man's Italian cannon. Ding. Rewards have arrived. 3,000,000 real traffic voucher *1. Cash reward *1. 000,000. The cash reward of $1 million has been remitted to the host's account through legally compliant means. The car drove slowly down the road in the direction of the happy neighborhood. Zhang Yilian tied up her hair high, her face full of shyness. Readers greatly people into your bookshelf. Chapter 47, My Hakimi Can Do Backflips. Would you like to come and see? The night grew thick. The Porsche stopped steadily at the entrance of the happy neighborhood, and the dim streetlights shrouded the entrance of the neighborhood in a warm color. Inside the car, Yi Bai leisurely leaned on the driver's seat, his fingers gently tapping the steering wheel without a beat. His eyes seemingly randomly swept forward, but his afterglow was always on the passenger seat. Zhang Yilian's every move. It was his creed that those who initiated first lost the most. Yi Bai simply did not intend to take the initiative to open his mouth to say that he wanted to go to Zhang Yilian's house, so he held it steadily, waiting for Zhang Yilian to sink in first. The two of them were in this slightly ambiguous atmosphere for a while, and he was a bit bored. It was purely a waste of one's precious time to spend any more time like this, so it seemed that one had to spice things up for Zhang Yilian and force her to give it a go. Get yourself up there. I'm going home first. Yi Bai's tone was light, as if that interaction just inside the car was nothing more than a fleeting interlude for him. He intentionally made a gesture to leave, signaling Zhang Yilian to get out of the car, and did not offer to accompany her up the stairs. Yi Bai slightly sidled his head, his gaze absently skimming over Zhang Yi's panicked and confused face. It seems to be working out okay. People just have to push it and won't step out of their comfort zone. After the words, Zhang Yilian violently raised her head. The corners of her mouth still had some crystals. She originally lowered her head and did not know what she was thinking. At this moment, her heart violently tightened, as if she was viciously gripped by an invisible hand. Zhang Yilian licked the corners of her mouth and panicked, reaching out and grabbing Yi Bai's arm. Her eyes fluttered, as if she were desperately searching for an excuse. and she stammered for half a day before she could speak. Yi Xiao. You're just leaving? As soon as the words left his mouth, the pride translator was automatically activated. Zhang Yilian, no. Yi Xiao, you don't go. Come to my house. I'm all ready. There was a hint of urgency and unease in her tone, and her eyes glanced unconsciously out of the car. Her eyes were lost in thought, as if she wanted to find a reason that could keep Yi Bai from this endless darkness. But the darkness was dead. Where was anything that could help her? What to do? Zhang Yilian's heart was like a pot of boiling water at the moment. This is just the beginning. Doesn't Mr. You want to take the next step with me? Does he hate me that much? Or am I just not attractive anymore? Zhang Yilian, who was originally very confident in her looks and figure, was all self-doubt and trepidation at the moment. Yi Xiao, you're just leaving? Is there anything you need to be busy with? After holding her tongue for half a day, she was able to squeeze out this sentence again. Zhang Yilian, Yi Xiao, don't go away. Looking at the arrogant translator's subtitles displayed above Zhang Yilian's head, Yi Bai secretly laughed in his heart. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry first. Keep tuning X. Yi Bai deliberately put on a careless look and shrugged his shoulders, saying in a light tone, nothing busy, went home to rest. While speaking, his fingers gently tapped the steering wheel, his eyes still looking out the window, seemingly unconcerned about Zhang Yilian's retention. When Zhang Yilian heard Yi Bai's answer, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, and her heart became more and more flustered. Her original carefully planned seduction plan seemed to be failing under this cold attitude of Yi Bai. What's going on? It's a bad day for everything. After a few hours of cold wind in the parking lot, even if it is not enough, it is not easy to complete half of the plan in the car. Full of joy thinking that it will be able to smoothly carry out the next step, obviously have come to the doorstep. Who would have thought that the boiled duck is about to fly? She bit her lips, those red lips becoming more and more delicate under the light bite of her shell teeth. Her heart was full of thoughts and it was difficult to calm down. Zhang Yilian took a deep breath and after hesitating for a moment, she organized her words and finally gathered the courage to say, so, would you like to come up to my house and sit down? Zhang Yilian, how come Yi Xiao is not a gentleman at all? Do I have to speak first? Her voice was small, but her cheeks rolled ever hotter. A hint of anticipation and apprehension in her eyes. Zhang Yilian really didn't want to be too proactive. In her concept, being too proactive would make her look cheap. She prefers to be tactful and half-hearted, so as to fit the elegant routine she has in mind. Although her behavior was to make herself cheap, she didn't want Yi Bai to feel that she was cheap inside. Once a cheap impression was left in Yi Bai's mind, it would definitely affect her position in Yi Xiao's heart, and that position is what she'll settle for next. But now that the cooked ducks were about to fly, she had no choice but to care about those so-called reserves and calculations, and of course Yi Bai was aware of her thoughts, but it was still the same saying, don't spoil a woman. When it's time to tune in, it's time to tune in. Nah, no need to be polite to me. Yi Bai continued to speak nonchalantly. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious. He knew that Zhang Yilian was already on the verge of pressing on. Zhang Yilian was frantic in her heart. How could she not expect that Yi Bai would be so difficult to deal with? Is this still a man? Obviously. He was so majestic just now. Why is he as impassive as a wooden man now that he is facing this big beauty of his? She racked her brain and searched her mind, and then suddenly had a bright idea and said, my Hakimi can backflip. Would you like to come and see? As she spoke, she looked at Yi Bai with expectant eyes. The excuse was so poor that even she felt embarrassed, but it was the last thing she had to hide behind. She could only hold on for dear life, expecting Yi Bai to save some face for him, but it was not to be. When Yi Bai heard this, he was slightly stunned, and an odd look appeared on his face. Yi Bai, I'm not interested in Hakimi. Yi Bai remained unmoved, his tone as flat as plain water, without a ripple. You're at the end of your rope, aren't you? No excuses? Be a good boy and admit it. Zhang Yilian completely gave up struggling. She took a deep breath and said with a red face, well, it's actually me who wants to stay with you, alone for a while. At this moment, the subtitles on the Pride translator also changed. Zhang Yilian, okay, I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards. I just want to be your lover. Her voice was soft and shy, her eyes full of girlish shyness and longing. Chapter 48, what do you want? Well, it's actually people who want to be with you, alone for a while. Zhang Yilian had a red face. Her voice was delicate, and that tone seemed to carry the slightest hint of seduction. Oh, a moment alone with me? The corners of Yi Bai's mouth couldn't even be suppressed, a smug smile spreading across his face, his eyes teasing. Can't hold it in, can you? For Yi Bai, surrounded by beautiful women, all types of beauties could be easily obtained. Zhang Yilian was just one of the many warblers and swallows in his eyes, and there was nothing special about it. But for Zhang Yilian, Yi Bai is her only chance to change her fate. The chips in the hands of the two are worlds apart. Not at all in a quantum leap. What do you want? Yi Bai took advantage of the situation and directly added a fire. His eyes tightly staring at Zhang Yilian, pressing step by step. Well. Zhang Yilian's voice was as small as a mosquito buzzing. She lowered her head, her hands nervously gripping the corners of her coat, her fingers whitening from the exertion, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple, as if it could drip water. Zhang Yilian, I want to. Please let me go. Yi Bai looked at Zhang Yilian's shy and nervous appearance and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. TSK. This feeling of being in control of everything, of killing and giving birth, is just too mesmerizing. Even more than being direct, this intense exchange of words before a big battle, you and I testing each other, was more enjoyable for him. Oh, that's so. Yi Bai smiled and nodded. As a gentleman, I will of course fulfill a beautiful woman's request. With that, he restarted the car and slowly pulled into the neighborhood. The roads in the neighborhood are lined with lush trees, their branches and leaves swaying gently in the breeze as if whispering. The vehicle moved forward slowly, the wheels crushing the ground and making a slight rustling sound that was especially clear in the silent night. Zhang Yilian sat on the passenger seat, her hands nervously clutching the corner of her coat, her eyes sneaking a look at Yi Bai from time to time, her eyes full of tension and expectation. Her heart was beating like a drum and her breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling slightly. Is it finally time for the main event? She didn't know if she could either. In terms of the scene she had just experienced on the road, Zhang Yilian deeply felt that she was no match. She was like a rookie who had just left the rookie village, while Yi Bai was the final boss. Yi Bai didn't care what the beauty beside him thought. He drove the car with a relaxed face and focused eyes, the corners of his mouth always hanging that faint smile, as if he was enjoying the subtle atmosphere. Finally, the car stopped at the downstairs of the building where Zhang Yilian lived. Yi Bai turned off the engine and turned his head to look at Zhang Yilian with a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Is it here? At this moment, Zhang Yilian was simulating the sparring match in her mind. Her pretty face was red, her mind was in a mess, and she was almost burnt out. She'd simulated 30 times and hadn't won a single time, and they'd all been crushing defeats. Yi Bai saw that Zhang Yilian had gotten lost in thought, so he spoke out to remind her. Here we are. What are you thinking about? No, nothing. Zhang Yilian was startled and snapped back to her senses, stammering, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly at Yi Bai. Oh, woman, you're not being honest. But sorry, I'm hungover. Yi Bai looked at the arrogant translator subtitles above Zhang Yilian's head, which clearly read, Zhang Yilian, I can't say I'm simulating a sparring match and still losing. Can I? And you simulated it? Even Linda, a foreigner, was my undoing, and you, a petite beauty queen, still think you can beat me? That's a nice thought. I said, here it is. Is it here? Perhaps in a good mood. Yi Bai was extraordinarily patient and repeated the question. Yes, it's here. Zhang Yilian recognized the entrance to the unit building and quickly replied, with a hint of panic on her face. Okay, then get off. Yi Bai nodded and didn't say anything more, parked the car, got off directly, and walked towards the unit building with big strides. Behind her, Zhang Yilian lowered her head, her face reddened, not daring to raise her head, and her footsteps were a bit flustered as she followed behind Yi Bai. Oh, it's Elaine? Off duty? A very pretty young woman happened to be coming back from the other side, and seeing the two of them, she greeted them warmly. Is this handsome man your boyfriend? This is her neighbor across the street, a single young woman who has been divorced for a long time, and the two of them often string together and chat, and the relationship is quite cordial. Zhang Yilian didn't know how to answer for a moment. She wanted to say yes, but she was afraid that Yi Xiao would be dissatisfied. I can't say this is my boss. I'm his future lover, and we're friends who see each other occasionally, right? This is too ridiculous to say out loud. Do you want to see people in the future? Just when she didn't know what to do, Yi Bai took the initiative to open his mouth with a gentle smile on his face and said, Good evening, sister. I'm Elaine's boyfriend. Ding. Zhang Yilian's favoritism towards the host +5. Currently 85 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Zhang Yilian was touched. Her eyes were slightly red and tears were about to flow down her face. Although she knew that this was just a falsehood that Yi Xiao had said in order to relieve her, she did not expect that Yi Xiao would actually do this. This is going to damage Yi Xiao's reputation. A warm current surged in Zhang Yilian's heart. I'm so happy. Yi Bai didn't pay attention to what the flamboyant beauty beside him thought, because this was nothing more than a passing act for him, and didn't mean anything in particular. His focus now fell on the buxom beauty in front of him. What sister is there? I'm over 30, older than you guys. the beautiful young woman said with an envious face. Wow. You two are really talented and beautiful. Lian, you are really lucky. Actually found such a handsome boyfriend. Sister, you're still young and pretty. When people see you, they'll think you're a young girl in your early 20s. Bai complimented from the bottom of his heart. Bigger just makes sense. I wonder what to call you. He continued to ask. My name is Lin Jiayu. And you? Lin Jiayu seemed to have just finished her night run. Her pretty face with a mature flavor was flushed. Her blonde hair was wet with sweat, strands of it hanging down from her forehead. Her skin was hydrated and glossy, and she was glowing. The little camisole and yoga pants she was wearing were also soaked with sweat and clung to her body. Heck, what's up with this property? Putting headlights in the doorway. Bright as hell. System, check Lin Jiayu's information. A light blue virtual panel instantly surfaced. Name, Lam Ka-yuk. Sex, female. Age, 38. Face value, 90. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Circumference, 94 centimeters 65 centimeters 99 centimeters. Size, E. Personality, warm and cheerful. Hobby, sports. Favorability, 60. Natural charisma plus 20. Experience, 100. Marital status, divorced and single. Diseases, none. Current status, every day is boring and lonely inside. Current mood, general. Current wish, for someone to talk to her. Location, Kangxiang Happiness Neighborhood. Hiss. It's really nice. It seems that we should come to Jiang Yilian's house more often in the future. Chapter 49 Yi Xiao. How did you get in? Sister. My name is Yi Bai. Just call me Xiao Bai. Yi Bai was slightly stunned, and with difficulty, his gaze moved away from Lin Jiayu's beautiful curves that were drenched in sweat and outlined before he replied. There was an imperceptible hint of huskiness in his voice. Oh, come on up with me then. I've just finished exercising and I'm sticky. I need to get home and take a shower. Lin Jiayu had a charming smile on her face, which seemed to hide a few deep meanings, and her eyes swept over Yi Bai intentionally or unintentionally. Okay, Yi Bai responded. The three of them walked towards the elevator together. Jiang Yilian followed behind Yi Bai, her head lowered, her pretty face still red, her hands unconsciously grabbing the corner of her coat. She was like a little daughter-in-law who let others bully her. The elevator doors opened slowly with a slight ding. The three stepped into the elevator one after the other. The narrow space was filled with the scent of post-exercise fragrant sweat emanating from Lin Jiayu's body, mixed with Jiang Yilian's girlish body odor, plus the perfume scent, which made Yi Bai a bit apoplectic. Jiang Yilian's home was on the 17th floor, and Lin Jiayu lived across the street from her. The elevator slowly rose. The numbers kept jumping, and every time it jumped, Jiang Yilian's heart followed and clenched for a minute. What's coming is coming. This is the first time I've ever brought a man home, and the first time I've ever done so much to seduce a man. I wonder if in the future she will regret this decision or be incredibly grateful for today's decision. But now, the arrow is in the air and it has to go. If she says she regrets it now, she's screwed. Not only will her career be ruined before it even starts, she may even be blackballed from the entire industry. The current Jiang Yilian could only go all the way to the black with anticipation, and could only pray that Yi Xiao wouldn't eat his words and disown him. The moment Lin Jiayu opened the elevator door, she turned her head to look at Yi Bai and waved goodbye with a smile. Then I'll go home first. The three of us will have dinner together sometime later. I've known Elaine for a long time. She's a good girl. You have to treat her well. Okay, take care sis. I'll be good to Elaine. Yi Bai responded politely, with just the right amount of smile on his face. Jiang Yilian, on the other hand, had a red face and lowered her head to follow Yi Bai. Her heartbeat was like a drum. Her mind was in a mess and she didn't know what she was thinking. Let's go, Elaine, Yi Bai said softly and tenderly. Okay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yilian hurriedly took out her key and opened the door. As soon as I pushed open the door, a cozy and girly atmosphere hit me, mixed with a refreshing scent. In the room, pink sheets were softly spread on the bed, cute dolls were casually placed, and there were some pictures of herself hanging on the wall, each overflowing with youthful vigor. Yi Bai walked into the room and looked around with interest. Jiang Yilian, on the other hand, followed behind him, looking a little rattled. Her hands nervously twisted in front of her body, as if she didn't know where to put them for good. Yi Xiao, make yourself at home. Jiang Yilian's voice was very tense. As she spoke, she quickly walked towards the water dispenser and was busy pouring water for Yi Bai. Her movements were a bit flustered, and she almost touched the cup next to her. What are you so nervous about? Yi Bai sat on the sofa and looked at Jiang Yilian's busy figure, feeling funny in his heart but not moving his face. I'm a very pleasant person to be around. There's no need for you to be so nervous. Well, Jiang Yilian managed to stabilize her mind and handed the water cup to Yi Bai. It's the first time a man came to my house. I'm just a little less comfortable. Oh, it's okay. I'll come back a few more times later and you'll get used to it. Bai took the cup of water and took a light sip, saying unapologetically. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Well, Jiang Alien blushed her little face, lowered her head and said expectantly, People also hope Yi Xiao can come to me more often. I will definitely, properly serve you. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, and by the last few words, she was almost inaudible, her cheeks so red that it seemed as if they could drip blood. Aha! Bai nodded. Go take a shower and change your clothes first. I'll wait for you. After a pause, he added, We'll see how you do later. Jiang Yilian nodded heavily and said, Okay, Xiao Yi. I'll go now. When he finished, he grabbed the bag with his new gear like a frightened bunny and darted into the bathroom. The room was suddenly quiet, leaving only the faint scent of perfume, mixed with the characteristic girlish scent of Jiang Yilian's body, permeating the air. The sound of clattering water came from the bathroom, and the sound seemed to carry some kind of magic, making Bai a bit apoplectic. Bai stood up and stretched, moving his muscles. Yi Xiao, what brings you here? It's okay. Ding. Jiang Yilian's favorability to the host +5. Currently 90 points. Please host to continue to work hard. Oh. Bai was sitting on the sofa in a refreshed state, and was swiping his cell phone, his eyes looking at the bathroom door from time to time. Jiang Yilian was still taking a bath. Soon, the bathroom door slowly opened, and Jiang Yilian walked out wearing Raimu's exclusive suit. Her skin looked extraordinarily rosy from the hot water, like a ripe apple, and the hair on her forehead was wet and hung down in strands, making her whole person look incredibly seductive. Mr. Yi, do I look good? Perhaps it was the new clothes that gave Jiang Yilian confidence. She had a little pride on her face and actually asked such questions. I'm glad you asked for my opinion, but the tone of your voice just now, I don't like it. Bai said indifferently, without a trace of expression on his face. Joking aside, the relationship between master and servant is hierarchical, and this hasn't even started yet, and you dare to turn against the Big Dipper? Jiang Yilian instantly panicked. The smile on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. She hurriedly sat down on her knees, her movements so flustered that she almost fell, and then held Bai's hand, her hands trembling slightly from nervousness. She said carefully, Yi Xiao, I'm sorry, I want you to like me. I won't be like this next time. Jiang Yilian's voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, her eyes glittering with tears as she looked at Bai pitifully. Well, that's good. Knowing your mistakes makes you a good boy. Bai nodded with satisfaction. The expression on his face eased a bit, then asked, The title Yi Xiao doesn't seem to fit the new equipment you're wearing. Is there another name for it? It's not hydrology. There is no reduction in the number of words in the text. Female character sheets. 1. Anti. Bai Jie, gentle and virtuous. Favorability, 95. 2. Foreign friend. Linda, English teaching. Favorability, 100. 3. High cool movie queen. Luo Wanqin, vengeful school bully. Favorability, 25. 4. Double ponytail JK girl. Sun Xiaoyan, heroic rescue. Favorability, 60. 5. Auntie's eldest daughter. Goklei, not officially present. 6. Auntie's second daughter. Gao Inger, thesis teaching. Favorability, 88. 7. Auntie's third daughter. Gopal, not officially present. 8. Actor. Zhang Roland, carefree media. Favorability, 64. 9. Netflix MS. Chang Yuiyu, carefree media. Favorability, 65. 10. Netflix Yuling Air. Jiang Yilian, carefree media. Favorability, 100. 11. Sultry OL. Yan Danying, carefree media. Favorability, 93. 12. Neighborhood Ant. Lin Jiayu, Jiang Yilian's neighbor. Favorability, 60. Chapter 50. White. Can you come and help me? I think my water pipe has burst. Is there another name for it? Jiang Yilian looked down at her new skin, and immediately came to a realization. A pleasing smile appeared on her face as she said in a delicate voice, Master. Well, that's good. You know your stuff and I'm glad that you have a bright future ahead of you. A satisfied smile appeared on Bai's face. Ding. Jiang Yilian's favorability to the host +5. Currently 95 points. Please host to continue to work hard. Oh. Ding. Jiang Yilian's favoritism towards the host +5. Currently 100 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Ding. Jiang Yilian's favorability to the host has reached 100. In order to ensure the purity of the relationship and to eliminate the bulldogs, it has been locked for the host's favorability. It can't be decreased, and it will never be betrayed. Not bad, not bad. Another woman with a 100 favorability rating. Bai looked at the beauty in front of him and nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he silently chanted, System, check Jiang Yilian's information. a light blue virtual screen instantly appeared in front of Yi Bai's eyes. Name, Elaine Zhang. Sex, female. Age, 22. Face value, 89. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Circumference, 81 centimeters, 57 centimeters, 83 centimeters. Size, C. Personality, lively. Hobbies, sports. Food. Favorability, 100, fixed. Experience, 3. Marital status, one-way relationship. Diseases, none. Status, in retrospect. Current mood, positive. Current wish, want to be the host's rightful girlfriend. Location, 1701. Unit 3. Happy community. Jiangchang. Yi Xiao is slow to go. Zhang Yilian struggled to hold up her body and wanted to send Yi Bai downstairs. Her face was tired and her eyes were full of reluctance. Don't. You have a good rest. Yi Bai politely refused her farewell. It's not like he's some capitalist who squeezes his employees. Since he's not feeling well, he should stop going to work for a while and just take a good rest. It's getting late. Go to bed early. I'll have someone notify you when the department is officially formed in a couple of days. Okay, thanks for Yi Xiao's concern. Then I'll wait for the good news. Zhang Yilian said obediently, but in her heart, she was apprehensive. Zhang Yilian, I'm dying to know if the traffic support will give me more. Zhang Yilian though was apprehensive in her heart and wanted to know about the traffic support. By after all, she had given the most precious thing in order to be able to go farther on the road of netizens. If there was no gain at all, it would be a big loss, and the bet would be a bottomless one. But she was measured enough to know what to ask and what not to ask, so she didn't open her mouth. Yi Bai was very satisfied with her performance. In his opinion, you can only ask for what I give you. What I don't give you, you can't ask for it. That's what good behavior is all about. Don't worry, I'll see to it that your efforts are not in vain. Yi Bai gave her a peace of mind before he left. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Zhang Yilian was so excited that she even forgot the swelling and pain on her body. She jumped up in excitement. She ignored the pain and hugged Yi Bai and kissed him, her eyes full of gratitude. After all the dance studio snatching, waiting in the cold wind in the parking lot, and pulling downstairs, I finally got what I wanted. The next thing you know, whether it's becoming a regular friend of Yi Xiao or a big internet star, my life has been on the fast track ever since. Yi Bai didn't resist, and when Zhang Yilian calmed down a bit, he gently carried her to the sofa with gentle movements, and then said, have a good rest. I'll leave first. Wait. Zhang Yilian's delicate voice suddenly sounded in the room, as if she had remembered something vital. Her body, which was still somewhat weak, instantly came to strength and violently jumped up from the sofa. This drastic movement instantly pulled at her not yet recovered wounds, and her brow furrowed tightly as a look of pain flashed across her face. She couldn't care less about the pain in her body, and in her bare feet, she hurried to the shoe cabinet and rummaged eagerly through its drawers. Within moments, she pulled out a set of keys, which wiggled between her slender fingers with a crisp clink. Zhang Yilian trotted to Yi Bai, her cheeks turning red from the drastic action and shyness she had just experienced. She slightly lowered her head with a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes as she handed the key in her hand to Yi Bai. Yi Xiao, this is the key to my house. You can come over anytime you want. Oh, well, you're fine. I'll come by sometime. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction as he reached out and took the key. Goodbye Yi Xiao. I hope you can come more often, preferably every day. Oh. Zhang Yilian waved goodbye, her eyes full of anticipation. Tell me more. Yi Bai nodded and responded lightly before turning around and closing the door to leave. Are you kidding? There are so many beautiful women waiting. Numbly go and queue up. Just as Yi Bai walked to the elevator entrance and was about to leave, the door of Lin Jiayu's house suddenly opened. White, can you come and help me? The water pipe in my house seems to have burst. Lin Jiayu leaned against the doorway, wearing a loose nightgown, her hair tied casually, with a hint of anxiety on her face, but that anxiety seemed to hide a few different meanings. Ding! Pride Translator detects a woman with a bad mouth. Automatic activation in progress. Lin Jiayu, let me kong you a few kilograms. If the strength can be. Sister Ku? Yi Bai pretended not to know anything and asked in surprise. How could it explode? Don't you contact the property? Bastard. Pretend with me. I'll see how long you can pretend. Yi Bai also came to be interested. He loved to see the scene of these people, who couldn't help but take off their masks under his pull. Lin Jiayu had a pathetic look. The property said it's not over here. They all went out for a gathering. Lin Jiayu, why don't you understand what I mean? It's really tiring to communicate with straight men. I'm speechless. She was very frantic inside. Just now next door to Zhang Yilian's house. It was as if she was watching a war drama with the same. In the drama both sides of the people and horses were fighting to the death. The artillery fire. So much so that she could hear it clearly through the thick wall. She had never seen such a terrible war in her life. It was horrible. It was out of curiosity that she had lied a little, wanting to interact with Bai. I didn't expect that Bai was actually so straight. It made her regret a bit. I see. So let me conk out. Plus the rules of the shift. Plus more rules, this month's gifts for every 1,000 pieces. Plus a chapter. I implore all readers greatly. To the small more gifts, asterisk caret caret asterisk. Thank you very much. Current progress, 85/2000, you can see the exact number in the monthly user gift list. Chapter 51. My head is stuck in the cabinet. Can you help me? White. Lin Jiayu had a pitiful look on her face, and her loose nightgown was gently fluttering by the night breeze, showing off her bumpy figure to the fullest. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of tenderness. That look, anyone who saw it could not help but feel pity. I see. So let me conk out. Bai has no choice. After all, as a good young man, how can he turn a blind eye to such a request from a beautiful woman? Thank you, Shiro. It's a good thing you're willing to help. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Lin Jiayu said while biting her lower lip. Those red lips looked more and more delicate under the light bite of her shell teeth, and her eyes also vaguely revealed a hint of a different kind of expectation. Ding! Pride translator detects a woman with a bad mouth. Automatic activation in progress. Lin Jiayu, oomph. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let me see what you're capable of. I'll take you down tonight no matter what I say. Bai secretly laughed in his heart, but on his face, he did not move and followed Lin Jiayu into the house without any shock. Stepping into the entrance hall, a few pots of greenery into the eyes, the leaves hanging on the crystal water droplets, in the soft light shimmering glitter, obviously just watered shortly. To the slightly empty entrance hall added a few points of vitality and moist atmosphere. In the living room, the sparkling crystal chandelier emitted soft light, and the light spilled down like silk, illuminating the entire room with warmth. Sister Kyu, where's the plumbing? Bai opened his mouth and asked, his gaze like a torch, scanning around the room, only to see all sorts of clothes scattered randomly around the room, some of which were of rather strange styles. It seems that this woman is really not very tidy in her habits. As he was thinking about it, his eyes fell on a dark red item on the coffee table. What is this dark red item? Could it be a fascia gun? Bai's eyelids slightly jumped as he realized that this woman was not simple. Over here, it's the bathroom plumbing. It seems to be leaking. Please take a look for me now. Lin Jiayu's delicate voice came, interrupting his thoughts. As she spoke, she moved lightly with her lotus steps and led Bai into the master bedroom bathroom. Just stepping into the bathroom, a rich lavender aroma hits you as if to wrap you in it. On the edge of the bathtub, a few odd pieces of clothing with very little fabric were casually hiked up, looking evocative. Bai silently spit up in his heart. This intention is too obvious, right? Can you be more subtle? Simply like a carefully arranged crime scene. Afraid that I do not know what you think it is. Lin Jiayu was crouching on the ground, checking out the condition of the water pipes, while he, from his height, took it all in. Bai, only to see her reach out and gently touch the hose. The action seemed careless, but skillfully splashed the water onto herself. The originally loose nightgown instantly soaked through and clung tightly to her body. Oops. I'm so careless. I just got out of the shower and now I'm getting wet. Lin Jiayu said with a remorseful face. With that expression and tone of voice, those who didn't know really thought that she had accidentally gotten it wet. However, the pride translator has long since exposed her little heart. Lin Jiayu, oh, men, one by one, they are all visual creatures. I just use some means, and I can charm you all, like a pug. Blow it you. Bai rolled his eyes breathlessly. Fantasy, you are good. I just don't know if you have the strength to pretend with me. Today, I'm not only going to make you actively beg for my help, but I'm also going to make you completely soft. Let me see. Bai said as he squatted down and scrutinized the water pipes. He soon realized that there were obvious signs of man-made looseness in the water pipe connections, and his mind was made up. Geez, that's a poor tactic to fool children. How dare you be arrogant in front of me with this little trick? This should be an aging connection for you. Do you have new water pipes and tools at home? Bai asked without moving. Yes there is. My ex-husband used to keep it. Come with me and I'll take you to get it. Lin Jiayu said, stood up and walked out of the bathroom with a catwalk. And between every move, she exuded the unique flavor of a mature woman, swaying as if she was deliberately displaying her charm. Bai followed her step by step, enjoying the view in the meantime. Lin Jiayu stopped in the kitchen. She knelt on the floor and opened a small cabinet under the sink, then rummaged through it. Bai's eyes went straight, and when he looked down, he saw her. It's not stuck, is it? In the next second, Lin Jiayu exclaimed, oops, how come I can't get out? Hiss, my head is stuck in the cabinet. Bai, can you help me? Lin Kayak, oh man, how do you respond to this trick? Bai, Yi Bai almost laughed out loud, looking at her pretending but being exposed by the arrogant translator. The scene looked like he wanted to laugh. Sister Jia Yu, I'm coming. Don't worry. I'll help you. Why thank you. Here, I'll pull you out slowly. 3, 2, 1, pull. Soon, Lin Jiayu, who had a grumpy face, and Yi Bai, who was carrying tools, returned to the bathroom. It's all here. See if there's anything you can use. If there's not enough I'll get more. Lin Jiayu said reluctantly. This was completely inconsistent with her original plan, right? How could she be fixing the pipes after all this? Is White really a decent guy? No, even if you're a decent guy. But sorry, today the arrow has to go bad. I'm sorry, Elaine. Let me borrow your boyfriend. At this time, Yi Bai turned his back to her and squatted in front of the water pipe. Hearing the sound of words behind him, he revealed an imperceptible bad smile, and then pinched and burst the water pipe connector with force, and the high-pressure water flow instantly gushed out. Genetically enhanced power really isn't something to sneeze at. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, like a raging tide, instantly drenching the entire bathroom. And of course, the two were not spared. Ah! Lin Jiayu was so shocked by the sudden splash of water that she lost her face, and in her panic, her feet stepped on the water on the ground, and her whole body lost its balance, and she slipped and fell directly backward. Just as she thought, it's over. It's going to fall to the back of her head. Is the old lady going to perish today? Don't! I haven't even tasted the new food yet. Lin Jiayu's fingertips were twisting the corner of her coat. Her face was soft, and she lightly bit her lower lip between her eyes. Lord Reader, can you let me stay in your bookshelf? Chapter 52 Wasteful Ex-Husband. Not even a finger of Yi Bai can compare. It's now. Yi Bai, who had been prepared for this, was quick on his feet and stretched out his arm like lightning, holding her tightly and protecting her in his arms, while skillfully using his body to block the splashing water for her. The two of them were tightly pressed together, and Yi Bai could clearly feel Lin Jiayu's rapid heartbeat, as well as the warm body heat radiating from her body. Are you okay? Yi Bai asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. The shocked Lin Jiayu felt Yi Bai's strong arm. Her cheeks instantly turned scarlet, like a ripe apple, and said softly, no, it's fine. Kei Lin, it's so manly. I even want to fall again. Aha, that's too secure. How can you be so handsome? Lin Jiayu cried out frantically in her heart. She had never felt so relieved. Thinking back to their own waste of ex-husband, not only the ability is not good, but also go out all day to spend the day, cheating and gambling, compared with the Yi Bai in front of them, it is simply a world of difference. Even Yi Bai's a finger cannot be compared. Ding! Lin Jiayu's favorability towards the host plus 10. Currently 70 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, maybe the water pressure is too high. I'll turn off the water valve first. Yi Bai said, gently letting go of Lin Jiayu and turning around to turn off the water valve, his mouth still chanting, blame me. I should have turned off the water valve earlier. Alas, still too little experience. At this time, his clothes were already wet, and the firm muscles showed through, full of masculine charm. No, it's okay, it's a real pain in the ass. Lin Jiayu, so sturdy. This waist strength must be 100 times stronger than my ex-husband. Lin Jiayu looked at Yi Bai's back and swallowed hard, a hint of infatuation flashing in her eyes. She reached up and straightened her wet hair and said, this is trouble. My clothes are all wet. Forget it, just wait for me for a while. I'll go back to Elaine's house and change a set of clothes. Otherwise it's inconvenient. Yi Bai made a gesture to leave and said, ah, Lin Kayak, no, I'm all set. How am I going to fix it when you're gone? Lin Jiayu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, a look of reluctance on her face, her heart secretly screaming in agony. If Jiang Yilian knew that her boyfriend was in my place, she might have rushed over to stand guard right away. It's over. All my plans are gone. But Yi Bai had always been an understanding person, so of course he would give her a leg up. He pretended to be distressed and continued, alas, but she rested. Just now she was very much suffered from fatigue, and there were injuries on her body. I really couldn't bear to disturb her, but now there's no way out. Saying that, Yi Bai made a move to leave. No, 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 no. When Lin Jiayu heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she hurriedly pounced over to pull his hand, and was about to be unable to suppress the upturned smile at the corners of her mouth. Forget it, let's not disturb Elaine's rest. My ex-husband still left some clothes at home. I'm too lazy to throw them away. Why don't you wear them first? Alas, getting into this mess is really an offense to you. Well, I don't mind. Yi Bai pretended to blame himself. Alas, it's my inexperience. I should have closed the stop valve earlier. Lin Jiayu gently patted Yi Bai's shoulder and said, to put it this way, thanks to your willingness to help. Since my ex-husband, that bastard cheated on me and gambled. I divorced him, only to find out that there is no man in the family really can't do it. The big and small things are all I do by myself. A woman wandering around outside. No relatives, alas. It is me who talks too much. Thank you so much Xiaobai. Lin Jiayu, I'm bad enough, right? Why don't you come to care about me? Yi Bai followed Lin Jiayu into the bedroom, and the latter opened the closet and took out a man's shirt and a pair of casual shorts from it. Why don't you change into them? They're all clean, and I'll go get you some towels. Okay, thank you, Sister Ku. Yi Bai took the clothes and walked into the bathroom to change. Lin Jiayu quickly brought the towel back, and when she passed by the bathroom door, she accidentally, through the doorway, saw Yi Bai's 8-pack abs and angular male dog's waist, as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture. Scary as hell. This strength is unheard of and unseen in life. Mad. What gives Zhang Yilian the right to monopolize such a handsome and powerful boyfriend? What gives her the right? I will never allow anyone to eat alone. Lin Jiayu's heartbeat steeply accelerated and her breathing became rapid, as if she was going to suffocate. Her brain was dizzy. Ding. Lin Jiayu's favorability towards the host +5. Currently 75 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. Yi Bai changed his clothes and walked out of the bathroom just in time to meet Lin Jiayu, who was blushing. Oh, woman, spying on me huh? Sister Jiayu, what's wrong? Yi Bai deliberately asked. No, it's nothing. Lin Jiayu handily handed him the towel and lowered her head to stare at the floor, not daring to meet his eyes at all. Wipe your hair. Yi Bai took the towel, wiped his hair, and said, I'll go change the water pipe. There should be no problem this time. Soon, Yi Bai replaced the broken water pipe with a new one, and with skillful movements, the water pipe was repaired in one go. Little White, you're awesome. Lin Jiayu squatted by his side, looking at him with a face of adoration, her eyes full of little stars, full of admiration. Nope, it's all just a small matter. Yi Bai stood up. Since it's fixed, I'll leave first. After all, it's a bad influence on you if we're alone in a room together. No, no, no. When Lin Jiayu heard this, she was so anxious that she directly pulled Yi Bai. Yi Bai, why are you trying to kidnap me? You won't let me go, will you? The corner of Yi Bai's mouth hooked into a teasing smile. I'll see how you act. Meeting his puzzled gaze, Lin Jiayu stammered for a moment before explaining. It's been a hard day. It's so late. You haven't eaten yet, right? Just let sis treat you. I'll make you something to eat. Lin Jiayu, can you please not go? I'll make you a big meal. A big meal you'll absolutely love. Oh, the ingredients wouldn't be. Yi Bai was only pulling a little, so of course he would not choose to let Lin Jiayu go. Okay, then, eat and drink up. Sister Scarlet Jade. Right at this moment, a cold mechanical voice came from Yi Bai's mind. Ding! The highly emotional choice function has been activated. 1. With a wicked grin on his face, oh, is this treat serious? If it's serious, then I'm going home. 2. In the guise of a licking dog, righteously saying, get lost. What do you take me? Yi Bai. 4. I'm Jian Yelian's boyfriend. I won't be fooled by this little trick of yours. I'm warning you, don't give me an inch. I won't do anything to Ron Elaine. 3. Laughing. Well then, I'll trouble you Sister Jiayu. I've been so busy tonight. I haven't even bothered not eating, and it just so happens that I'm hungry too. So I'll just butt it. I have to try Sister Jiayu's handiwork. Chapter 53, The 36 Tactics of the Standard Bearer's Lustful Temptation. Yi Bai's eyes unconsciously swept around Lin Jiayu's plump and moving figure, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Well then, I'll trouble you Sister Jiayu. I've been so busy tonight that I didn't even bother not eating, and it just so happens that I'm hungry too. So I'll butt it. I have to try Sister Jiayu's handiwork. Ding! Lin Jiayu's favorability towards the host +1. Currently 76 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, as soon as the words fell, Lin Jiayu's originally dull eyes instantly lit up, looking at Yi Bai with a surprised expression. Really? Then I'll go make dinner now. You sit there on the couch for a while. It'll be ready soon. Lin Jiayu walked into the kitchen and took out an apron printed with a cartoon bunny pattern from the cupboard, forming an extreme contrast with her mature and charming temperament. She skillfully tied the apron around her waist with both hands and then tied a bow, and in an instant, the slender waist that was in her hands was outlined perfectly. You're in for a treat. My daughter loves my cooking and says I'm better than the chefs out there. Lin Jiayu had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, a small hint of smugness on her pretty face. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled open the refrigerator door, pulling out a variety of fresh ingredients from inside, her movements flowing in a single motion. Yi Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, admiring the graceful figure of the beauty in front of him, and opened his mouth. Oh, I'll have to savor it then. Here, Let me help you with that. When he finished, he walked over to the sink, nimbly rolled up his sleeves, and began to help with the washing and handling of the ingredients. Xiao Bai, you are really a good man. Alas, I have a bad fate, marrying this kind of gambler. If he was half as good as you, Xiao Bai, then I wouldn't have to get divorced. Lin Jiayu looked at Yi Bai's busy figure, and a forlorn look appeared on her face. The water in the pot gurgled and bubbled as it boiled vigorously over the high heat, creating a steady stream of steam that filled the entire kitchen. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai stopped his hands and gently patted Lin Jiayu's shoulder. Comforting, Sister Jiayu. It's fine. It's all in the past. Look forward. You're right, but I'm most worried about my daughter. She lacked a father's love since she was a child, and now she's mischievous and rebellious as hell, and I've got a headache. Lin Jiayu's brows were tightly furrowed and her eyes were filled with worry. Obviously her daughter's matter had worried her to death. Yi Bai asked curiously as he continued the action of washing vegetables in his hands. Oh, Sister Jiayu, your daughter shouldn't be too young, right? Why is she still so rebellious? Sister Jiayu actually has a daughter. The kitchen window was half open, and the night breeze blew gently through, ruffling Lin Jiayu's hair. She raised her hand and rubbed her temples, and said with a helpless face, yes, it is said that children are obedient when they grow up, but it turns out that they don't let people worry when they grow up, and this is not the case. She is about to go to college, but she is still as rebellious as ever. Xiao Bai, do you think my life is a failure? My marriage is in shambles, my child doesn't listen to discipline, and she often spends the night at her best friend's house, not staying home all day. Alas, I'm really at my wit's end. I can't control her. Seeing that Lin Jiayu was a bit gloomy, Yi Bai hurriedly comforted him. Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. Sister Jiayu, you shouldn't take all this too seriously. There is a high margin for error in life. Besides, you're strong. Sister Jiayu, the divorce is not your fault. It's him who doesn't know how to appreciate it. After all, she would soon be one of his women, and Yi Bai had a responsibility to help ease the relationship between them. As for how to help, Lin Jiayu raised her head slightly as she listened to Yi Bai's words, her eyes glittering with tears of emotion. White, thank you for your comforting words. I'm in a much better mood now. The two of them chatted with each other, one after the other, and before they knew it, the meal was ready. Let's eat first. Lin Jiayu moved nimbly to plate the stir-fried dishes, and when the steaming dishes were brought to the table, the tantalizing aroma instantly filled the air, making people salivate. At the table, the two sat opposite each other, enjoying the delicious meal. Well, it smells good. To be able to marry Sister Jiayu, that's the blessing of 8 lifetimes. Your ex-husband doesn't know how to cherish it. He will be condemned by heaven. Yi Bai said from his heart. The meal in front of me tasted really good, but of course, it still couldn't compare to Auntie Bai's cooking. Nonsense. In my opinion, to be able to marry a man as good as you, Xiao Bai, that's a blessing. Lin Jiayu smiled and trembled. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Alright, Sister Jiayu, you eat more too. After the meal, Yi Bai looked at the clock on the wall. The time came to more than 9 o'clock. It was already very late. It's time to get down to business. He stood up. Sister Jiayu, it's getting late. I'll leave first. We're alone in a room together. If people see us, it'll also damage your reputation. Jagged 36 plans of the desire to escape. Never speak before the woman. The man who takes the initiative does not have a good end. To let the woman take the initiative. Lin Jiayu instantly panicked. No, she had gone through so much trouble and tossed half a day just to spend the night with Yi Bai, and now the duck in the mouth is going to fly. Who can stand it? No, we have to be proactive. If we hesitate, we'll lose everything. She followed suit and stood up, anxiety written all over her face. It's so late. The road is very unsafe. Listen to Sister Jiayu. You can stay at my place for the night and go back in the morning. I still have a guest room to clean up and it's ready to be occupied. As she spoke, she took 2 steps forward, blocking Yi Bai's way, and that stance was quite a bit like not stopping until she reached her goal. Ding! Pride Translator detects a woman with a bad mouth. Automatic activation in progress. Lin Jiayu, still want to run? If you don't leave something behind when you fall into my hands, will I let you go? It's not good, is it? Yi Bai could barely suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. If the neighbors see it, or if your daughter comes back, won't she be gossiped about? It doesn't matter to me. I'm just afraid that it will affect you, Sister Jiayu. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Jiayu hurriedly shook her head. What's wrong with that? I'm divorced and I haven't had the heart to look for so many years because my kids are still in school. But that doesn't mean I can't have a life of my own, let alone letting my recognized brother stay for a night. Even if the two of us are dating, what's it going to do? Lin Jiayu, mud. What do I care about those long-winded women? I'm happy enough when I'm happy. But, after all, Elaine is at the opposite door. Yi Bai looked at her with a tangled face. Still operating? Yi Bai is still operating. Lin Jiayu's heart was on fire. You want me to take the initiative, don't you? Alright. I'll go for it. Don't say it. Saying that, Lin Jiayu slightly stood on her tiptoes. Her hands gently encircled Yi Bai's neck, and in the latter's unbelievable eyes, she directly kissed him. Kiss me and just go over there tonight and forget all about it. Her voice held a few tremors. Lin Jiayu's face was flirtatious and her voice trembled. Lord Reader, can you let me stay in your bookshelf? In that case, even if I go into the small dark room, you can still see me. Chapter 54 Ex-husband is here? That's just right. At the moment, Lin Jiayu's world only contained Yi Bai. Finally, by God's grace, I finally attacked this elfin straight guy. Just at the moment when their lips touched, a violent knock on the door broke the atmosphere of the house like thunder. Asterisk. Grass. Who is it? It's late at night. What's wrong with you? Lin Jiayu was instantly like a firecracker that had been set on fire. Letting go of Yi Bai, the blush on her face hadn't faded yet, but at the moment, it was covered with anger. She cursed while aggressively stepping towards the door. Her footsteps were hurried, and her slippers clattered in the floor. Yi Bai looked at the fuming beauty in front of him, inwardly dumbfounded. I didn't think that she was hiding such a shrewish side under this usually gentle and charming look. This strong contrast was actually more tantalizing. Open up. I'm from the property. Downstairs says your bathroom is leaking. A jarring voice came from outside the door, as if deliberately lowered, sounding very strange. What a ing disease. Can't we talk tomorrow in the daylight? Lin Jiayu gritted her teeth and cursed, and then pulled open the door with one hand. However, when she looked at the person standing outside the door, her face instantly turned pale, and her originally rosy lips lost their blood color at this moment. How is it you, Sun Yuanzhong? What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. With that, she jerked to close the door, but was stopped by a thick hand that pressed hard against it. Jiayu, we've been married for a day. Can you bear to lock me out? Besides, I miss you and my daughter. Let's remarry, okay? I swear I will never gamble again. Sun Yuanzhong's face was full of smiles as he tried to force his way through the door. You dog, I think you've run out of money from gambling and have your eye on the property in my name, don't you? Lin Jiayu snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain, as if she was looking at a jumping clown. I'm telling you, don't be delusional. This was left to me by my parents. It has nothing to do with you at all. There's absolutely no way it can be given to you. Just die, get lost, or I'll call the police. Sun Yuanzhong, like a scoundrel, was not moved at all, and half of his fat body squeezed in hard, and his mouth muttered, Jiayu, listen to me, I'm not lying to you, and Xiaoyan needs fatherly love too. Before he could finish his words, his eyes widened as his gaze crossed over Lin Jiayu and saw Yi Bai standing behind her. Who is this? Who am I? Where am I? Why is this white boy at my ex-wife's house? I'm green? Sun Yuanzhong instantly opened his eyes in anger. The anger within him erupted like a volcano, and he instantly lost all of his sanity. Who is this? Great! You're stealing behind my back? You! He roared as he rushed through the door, his obese body trembling slightly with rage and his footsteps stumbling a bit, like a bull that looked like it had gone berserk. You're out of your mind, aren't you? Funny, who stole someone? I divorced you a long time ago. What is your status? What kind of a thing are you to dare to meddle in my mother's affairs? Lin Jiayu wasn't willing to show weakness either, and instantly fired off a furious and direct dislike. Sun Yuanzhong was provoked into anger. His face was red, like a ripe pig liver, and his mouth kept cursing you, raising his hand to hit Lin Jiayu's face. In the nick of time, Yi Bai rushed forward with an arrow step and accurately grabbed Sun Yuanzhong's wrist. Sun Yuanzhong struggled with all his might, but found that his wrists were unable to move as if they were tightly clamped by a pair of iron pincers. You are also a trashy little white boy. Surely you are rushing to her property, right? I shucks. Be sensible and get lost, or I'll get my brothers on the road to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Sun Yuanzhong struggled and threatened viciously, his greasy face twisted with anger, veins rippling on his forehead. Watch your mouth. Yi Bai looked at him expressionlessly. What's a soft competent, rotten gambling cheating piece of like you pretending with me? Upon hearing this, Sun Yuanzhong's eyes were instantly covered in blood, and his entire body was as if he had gone mad. I'll kill you. He hissed and swung his other hand to try to hit Yi Bai. Yi Bai looked at the punk in front of him with a disdainful face. He didn't panic, and with a slight side of his head, he easily dodged the punch, followed by a backhanded slap to Sun Yuanzhong's face. The slap was so forceful that the snap echoed in the room. and a bright red handprint instantly surfaced on Sun Yuanzhong's face. Before Sun Yuanzhong could react, Yi Bai kicked him precisely in the abdomen. Sun Yuanzhong's plump body was like a kite with broken strings. The whole person flew backwards, first hitting the wall with a muffled thud, and then falling heavily on the ground. Yi Bai took an arrow step forward, grabbed Sun Yuanzhong's arm with both hands, twisted it with force, and buckled his arm behind his back, then kneed him in the back and pressed him to the ground with a dead weight. Sun Yuanzhong wailed like a pig in pain. That hurts. Quickly let go of me, or I'll call the police. You're illegally hurting. Oh, I'm merely tackling the criminal who broke into the house. I'm just doing what's right. You fart. Sun Yuanzhong, inwardly shocked and afraid, originally thought to come to spend money with his ex-wife. How things have developed into this pattern. Not to mention the fact that he's been beaten up. He might even have to go to jail. You talk too much. Yi Bai turned his head toward Lin Jiayu and shouted, Sister Jiayu, bring the rope. Is standing on the sidelines to watch the battle Lin Jiayu, Yi Bai athletic body, hands fascinated. At this time heard, rushed to the balcony to take a few thick hemp rope. Yi Bai took the rope and skillfully tied up Sun Yuanzhong's hands and feet. Then he looked at Lin Jiayu, putting on an innocent face and letting out a T-word. Sister Jiayu, did I hit him a little too hard? After all, he is your ex-husband. Are you hurt? Lin Jiayu, however, only cared about Yi Bai. Her eyes were full of worry and she didn't care about Sun Yuanzhong's death. I'm fine. Yi Bai shook his head, signaling that he was not in any serious trouble. Nice. It's just nice to have someone's ex-wife care about you. You two sons of ES. Let go of me if you can. I'll make your lives worse than death. You shameless little white boy. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. Sun Yuanzhong was tied up on the ground. Looking at this scene, his lungs were about to explode, and his mouth kept cursing. The ex-wife actually cared about this white boy who beat me up and ignored my injuries? Is that right? Lin Jiayu had never even shown such a tender expression to me before. Sun Yuanzhong's pride as a man was completely trampled. Where's the barking? Yi Bai frowned and said to Lin Jiayu, Sister Jiayu, bring a dirty rag. Lin Jiayu hurriedly went to find another rag. Yi Bai took it and shoved the rag into Sun Yuanzhong's mouth, and he could only desperately shake his head and make whimpering noises, like a trapped beast struggling in vain. Yi Bai looked at the masterpiece in front of him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile. He turned to Lin Jiayu. Kyu-san, let's continue what we just didn't finish, okay? Lin Jiayu glanced at her ex-husband, who was like a dead dog on the ground, and only considered it for a fraction of a second before firmly saying, okay, Xiao Bai, you have to have mercy on me. Saying that, she slowly walked towards Yi Bai with anticipation in her eyes. Readers greatly think I write can. If, please beg to small a 5-star praise the best with the text Omega. Chapter 55, you're only good for listening at the door. Okay, white, have mercy on me. Wait a minute. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth rose slightly, hanging a bad smile as he reached out and gently stopped Lin Jiayu's impatient pounce. His gaze swept to Sun Yuanzhong on the side, and at this moment, this punk who was tied up like a dumpling was still struggling desperately. In Yi Bai's eyes, he was just like a buzzing fly. It was just too obtrusive. Lin Jiayu was full of doubts, her big watery eyes fluttering as she looked at Yi Bai, as if asking, this is on fire, and you're still dilly-dallying? Yi Bai raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of teasing, a wimp like General Sun Yuan, it would be too cheap to let him watch the live broadcast. This kind of goods is worthy of being outside the door. Said, he strides to be tied like dumpling. Sun Yuanzhong in front of him, reached out and grabbed, with a hand like carrying a chicken, a hand to mention him to the bedroom door. Sun Yuanzhong's eyes were wide and flaming, as if he wanted to eat Yi Bai alive, but he could not help that his hands and feet were bound, so he could only stare there, with a rag stuffed in his mouth. He could only make a muffled whimpering sound that was full of resentment and anger. After dealing with Sun Yuanzhong, Yi Bai couldn't wait to turn around, and in a princess hug, he steadily picked up Lin Jiayu. Lin Jiayu exclaimed in shock, her hands subconsciously wrapped around Yi Bai's neck. Her delicate appearance was like a frightened deer. Yi Bai hugged her and walked into the room with big strides. Behind him, Sun Yuanzhong was struggling desperately, his body twisted into a ball. If his eyes could kill, then his gaze full of resentment. He would have long ago not known how many times he had killed Yi Bai and cut him into 1,000 pieces. But sadly, he had to be forced to accept it. Ding! Lin Jiayu's favorability towards the host +10. Currently 86 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, ding! Lin Jiayu's favorability towards the host +10. Currently 96 points. Please make more efforts. Oh, ding! Lin Jiayu's favorability towards the host is +4. Currently 100 points. Ding! Lin Jiayu's favorability to the host has reached 100. in order to ensure the purity of the relationship and to eliminate the bulldogs, has locked the favorability for the host, can't be decreased, and will never be betrayed. I don't know how long it took. Bai reached over and touched the cell phone that was placed on his pillow. The screen lit up and the time showed that it had reached 12 o'clock. However, just at this time, a voice as pleasant as a silver bell came from the entrance hall. "Mom, I'm back. Are you still awake?" The sound was like a bolt of lightning that instantly cut through the atmosphere in the room. Lin Jiayu's pretty face, which had originally become rosy from shyness, instantly turned white, and her eyes were filled with panic. What to do? Xiaoyan is back. If she sees me like this, how can I live? Her voice was tinged with trembling as she clutched Bai's arm. Bai gently patted her hand and comforted. It's fine. It's fine. I'm here. Look at me. With that, he quickly got up from the bed and dressed quickly. Parlor. Sun Xiaoyan, who had just returned, didn't hear Lin Jiayu's response and felt a little strange in her heart. Obviously the lights in the living room and kitchen are on. Where is everyone? She took a few steps forward, her eyes sweeping around, and soon saw Sun Yuanzhong, who was tied up in the doorway. At this moment, he struggled desperately, his mouth continuously emitting whimpering pleas for help, looking at Sun Xiaoyan with a gaze full of hope, expecting her to untie his bonds. In the back of his mind, he thought that if he let go and fought again, he'd surely be able to win over that little white boy. Those few hours just now were the darkest moments of his life. Magic sound through the ears in general. The sound constantly impacted his eardrums, as he had never heard before, and he wanted not to hear it cannot. The torment made him want to die immediately. During this period, Sun Yuanzhong also tried to hit his head against the wall, wanting to knock himself out once and for all, but after he tried it, he realized that it really hurt too much, so he gave up. At this moment, when he saw Sun Xiaoyan's appearance, it was like seeing an angel descend to earth. A flame of hope lit up in his heart. I am saved. When I get out of the trap, I must kill that and that little white man. But Sun Xiaoyan's next words were like a pot of cold water poured down, extinguishing all his hopes and making him feel like he was struck by lightning. Sun Yuanzhong? Who told you to come here? Did you do something to my mom? Mom, where are you? Are you okay? Seeing Sun Xiaoyan ignoring the fact that he's tied up, he turns to question why he's here. Sun Yuanzhong died. Didn't I just lose $1 million or so in a couple of gambling sessions? I've only whored myself out a few hundred times and cheated on my wife a few times. Even if Lin Jiayu hates herself, why does she even hate my daughter Sun Xiaoyan? Why? Why? Definitely Lin Jiayu. This stirring up trouble. Sun Xiaoyan didn't pay attention to what Sun Yuanzhong was thinking. She had an anxious face, thinking that something had happened to Lin Jiayu. Stretching out his long legs, he stepped over Sun Yuanzhong and then opened the bedroom door. The door to the room was gently pushed open. Sun Xiaoyan walked in, and as soon as she entered, she was struck by lightning. She saw Bai at a glance and froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with surprise. Hey, it's you. Thanks to you saving me last time. Otherwise I would have been defiled. As she spoke, she walked quickly to Bai, her eyes filled with gratitude. She didn't expect to actually meet her longed-for savior in this situation. The other day when she was returning from her best friend's house, she was blocked in a dark alley by some punks. If it wasn't for Bai's timely rescue, then her innocence would be gone. Looking at the double ponytail girl in front of him, Bai was confused. Who is this? Lim Kaiyel's daughter, Sun Hyuyan? Does he recognize this man? He hurriedly murmured in his mind. Check Sun Xiaoyan's information. Name, Sun Xiaoyan. Sex, female. Age, 19. Face value, 91. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Circumference, 81 centimeters 51 centimeters 83 centimeters. Size, C. Personality, lively. Hobbies, novels, drama series, second generation. Favorability, 60, natural charisma plus 20. Experience, 0. Marital status, single. Diseases, none. Status, worrying about Lam Kayuk's health. Current mood, depressed. Current wish, I want Sun Yuanzhong, this rotten gambler, to disappear. Location, Kangxiang Happiness Neighborhood. Oh, he remembered. It was the two-ponytailed girl that he had saved in passing. It's just a matter of raising my hand. I didn't realize that you're actually Sister Jiayu's daughter. We're quite destined to be together. Bai smiled and waved his hand and said. Bai also did not expect that Lin Jiayu's daughter was actually Sun Xiaoyan. To be honest, he did do it in passing at the time, not to save Sun Xiaoyan. Rather, it was just a pure attempt to manipulate those three punks and get them to kill Luo Yifan and the others. Sun Xiaoyan turned to Lin Jiayu, who was covered with the quilt and had a flushed and sweaty face, and immediately became anxious and took 2 steps forward, saying with a concerned face, What's the matter with you? Not feeling well? Chapter 56. What's the matter with you? Not feeling well? I'm fine. Lin Jiayu was so ashamed and angry in her heart that she could only pretend to be calm and said with a slightly trembling voice. She felt like she was going crazy. Obviously. She heard the sound of artillery fire next door and had the impromptu intention of looking for Yi Bai to get to the bottom of it. Who would have thought that not only did the disgusting ex-husband actually come and make a scene, but even her daughter, who had agreed to spend the night at her best friend's house, came back early. What's going on today? Why are they all together? Still, it's a great value. Lin Jiayu's mesmerized eyes fell on Yi Bai. She never thought that she would be so. Even the ex-husband is tied up out there. Yi Bai looked at Lin Jiayu with a bewildered look, as well as Sun Xiaoyan's suspicious expression, and secretly said that it was not good, and quickly spoke to find a remedy. She's fine. It's just that just now, that asshole broke in and scared her. But I've subdued him. It's fine. Lin Jiayu listened to Yi Bai's words and gradually found her way back to her thoughts, adding, yes, Sun Yuanzhong, this lunatic, must have lost money from gambling again and wants to ask us for money. It's good that you're okay. This asshole definitely can't give him the money. Sun Xiaoyan nodded, then looked at Yi Bai and asked suspiciously, why are you here? Do you know my mom? Yi Bai smiled and explained, yes, last time I talked with Sister Jiayu quite well. Just now the water pipe burst in your house. I came over to help fix it. I didn't think that Sun Yuanzhong actually wanted to break into the house to commit murder. This is also coincidental. Otherwise the consequences would be hard to predict. Ding. Sun Xiaoyan's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Currently 70 points. Please make more efforts. Oh. When Sun Xiaoyan heard this, gratitude was written all over her pretty face. Wow. That's really too much to thank you for. Saving me last time. And saving my mom this time. Could this be her Prince Charming? If it wasn't for Yi Bai, then not only would she have been defiled, but her mother would have been hurt by Sun Yuanzhong, a lousy gambler, and the family might have even been torn apart. Should I, then, give my life in return? It's okay, it's all minor. You guys are fine. Yi Bai smiled and nodded. It is important to have a good relationship with Sun Xiaoyan. After all, he and Lin Jiayu are like that. He has an idea. He has a special relationship with Lin Jiayu, and Sun Xiaoyan and Lin Jiayu are. Then what kind of relationship should he have with Sun Xiaoyan? Let's go out first. Let your mom have some quiet time by herself. She just got a shock. Yi Bai said. Sun Xiaoyan nodded, looked at Lin Jiayu, and said, good. Then you can rest for a while. Oh. The two of them walked out of the room. Sun Xiaoyan glanced at Sun Yuanzhong who was tied up in the doorway and asked with a frown. So what do we do about this asshole? Should we call the police? Yi Bai nodded and said, call the police. This kind of behavior has broken the law and must be handed over to the police. Sun Yuanzhong's face was like ashes. All he wanted to do now was to wait until he got out of the trap and kill this little white boy and Lin Jiayu, even if they died together. Sun Xiaoyan walked to the balcony, took out her cell phone and started to call the police. Taking advantage of this opening, Yi Bai walked to Sun Yuanzhong and looked at the hatred in the eyes of the person in front of him that looked like it had turned into substance. Unfortunately, by hating me, you already have a way of getting killed. He shook his head and said, it's a pity, as much as I want to spare your life, but then again, I'm a person who has a principle. To cut the grass you have to get rid of the roots. You may not have the ability to harm me, but you have the ability to harm Sister Jiayu and Xiaoyan. You must be tempted to say that you're not like that, but I'm a person. I'm very afraid of trouble. I don't have the heart to fight with a waste like you. After all, as the old saying goes, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief, and that there are 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Don't you think so? Looking at Sun Yuanzhong's terrified appearance, Yi Bai took out the Soul Regeneration pocket watch from his pocket and directly launched it. In just an instant, Sun Yuanzhong's eyes went from angry to dull. Forget what I just said. You go to jail and bang your head against the wall one at a time until you die. Soon, Sun Yuanzhong returned to normal, those eyes full of anger and hatred, looking dead at the man with a teasing face in front of him. At this time, Sun Xiaoyan, who had just finished making a phone call, also returned. Sun Xiaoyan finished her phone call and walked over with a concerned look on her face, saying, you saved me last time. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly yet. Did you get hurt last time? I saw the news that the gang killed several people. I thought something happened to you. Yi Bai smiled and shook his head, saying, it's okay, they're all just colorful punks. Sun Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. She really thought that something had happened to Yi Bai, and she didn't ask anything when she went to the police station to inquire, because she didn't know Yi Bai's name and contact information. That's good. I wanted to thank you last time, but I don't have your contact information. She paused, looked at Yi Bai, and continued, "By the way, my name is Sun Xiaoyan. What's your name?" Yi Bai smiled and replied, "My name is Yi Bai." Sun Xiaoyan's eyes lit up and said, "Let's add a WeChat. When are you free? I'll treat you to a meal." Yeah. The Sun Yuanzhong on the side heard this, so angry that his face was twisted. His eyes glared as if they were going to fall out. His heart was so angry that his own daughter was actually so enthusiastic about this little white boy. At that moment, Lin Jiayu, who had organized herself, walked out. However, as soon as she went out the door, Lin Jiayu's body suddenly went limp and she almost fell down. Sun Xiaoyan immediately walked over to support her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" "I'm fine. I'm just scared." Actually, she was a little soft on her feet, having just exercised too vigorously. Saying that, she gave Yi Bai a mournful glance, and there was a hint of anger in those eyes, as if to say, "It's all your fault for making me in such a sorry state." Yi Bai hurriedly added, "Sister Jiayu is just in shock. She'll be fine after a good rest tonight." Lin Jiayu stroked Sun Xiaoyan's head with some relief. Xiaoyan has finally grown up and knows how to care about her. "I'm fine. Xiaoyan, why are you back early? Didn't you say you were going to spend the night at your best friend's house?" Lin Jiayu sadly looked at the readers greatly. Snapped, "Can you give people a 5-star review with text? People will thank you properly." Chapter 57. What is this? The person who was tied up is the victim? Lin Jiayu reached out and ran her hand through the slightly messy, yet adding a few flirtatious strands of hair. A smile she tried to squeeze on her face. She looked at Sun Xiaoyan and said, "I'm fine. Xiaoyan, why are you back early? Didn't you say you were going to spend the night at your best friend's house?" There was still a hint of the afterglow of the panic she had just experienced in her eyes, but in front of Sun Xiaoyan, she tried to act calm and collected. Sun Xiaoyan's mouth dropped. "Her family came to visit, and it was so noisy that I couldn't stand the atmosphere, so I ran back." After saying that, she glanced at Sun Yuanzhong, who was still on the ground like a maggot seemingly dying. Instantly the willow eyebrows went up and she gritted her teeth. Why is this asshole Sun Yuanzhong here again? Did he lose money gambling again? Want to come and screw us out of our money? I have to send him to jail this time. I was just too soft-hearted before. I can't let this bastard affect our lives anymore. Lin Jiayu nodded her head vigorously, a touch of determination on her face. Definitely can't let this guy bring another hint of gloom to Xiaoyan's life. Can't let her daughter suffer anymore because of this ex-husband. The three of them were talking to each other, but not a moment later, the crisp doorbell rang suddenly. Ding dong. Sun Xiaoyan ran to open the door. When the door opened, 2 policemen stood pensively in the doorway. One of the pretty policewomen looked at the slightly chaotic scene inside the room and couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. Her eyes filled with surprise. What is this? The person who was tied up is the victim? Who was the informant? And who is the murderer? She raised her hand and gently pointed at Sun Yuanzhong, who was squirming continuously on the ground. Her voice clear and with professional seriousness, she asked, "What's the deal? Who's this one tied up?" As soon as Sun Yuanzhong saw the police, it was like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw, and his body, which was already a little tired, was instantly filled with strength again, struggling desperately, twisting his body, and his mouth constantly emitted whimpering sounds of distress. He sounded miserable as if he was going to give out the next second, and his eyes glittered with hope as he stared dead at the police. Yi Bai took a step forward with a polite smile on his face and explained without being condescending. "Officer, this man's name is Sun Yuanzhong. He's the ex-husband of this Ms. Lin Jiayu, and he usually doesn't do a lot of gambling scoops, so he disguised himself as a property owner to trick us into opening the door, and then forced his way into the residence." The female police officer named Shang Yuqi. Her face was like a carefully carved jade, very beautiful and heroic. Her body is toned and tightly defined, giving her an aura of health and vigor. Shang Yuqi sniffed and frowned, turning her head to the male police officer beside her. "Xiao Wang, untie the ropes from this man first." The other male cop nodded and responded ably. "Good." Shang Yuqi looked at the crowd seriously and asked, "Who tied up this Sun Yuanzhong?" Yi Bai had a puzzled look on his face and spread his hands, saying, "It's me. What's the problem? What the hell? Instead of catching the bad guys, you're asking about me, the victim?" Shang Yuqi shook her head and said, "Then I'm going to have to trouble you to go back with us later to take a statement as well." On the other side, Sun Yuanzhong, who had just been untied from the rope, was hot-blooded and rushed towards Yi Bai with a shout. All he could think about was what had just happened to him when he listened to the wall, and he couldn't stand the humiliation at all. There was only one crazy thought in his mind at the moment. That would be to die with this little white boy. I'll kill you. I want you dead. Like a mad bull, he hissed and swung his fist towards Yi Bai. The stance was as if he wanted to eat Yi Bai alive. "Stop!" The 2 policemen shouted in unison. while quickly stepping forward, trying to stop Sun Yuanzhong, but someone was faster than them. As soon as the words fell, Yi Bai's body flashed, a beautiful side-back kick. His movements were flowing and clean. In the next instant, Sun Yuanzhong was like a kite with broken strings, traced an arc in the air, and then bang sound, ruthlessly smashed into the wall. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and almost lost his breath as he let out a muffled grunt of pain with gold stars in front of his eyes. Officers, you guys are moving a bit slow. If this prisoner hurts me, this will not end well. Yi Bai clapped his hands and looked at them indifferently. Shang Yuqi looked at Yi Bai with a face full of shock. Her eyes were wide open and she almost dropped her jaw in shock. That's a lot of force. Are you Superman? The expression on his face changed from shock to curiosity. Even professional fighters don't have this kind of power, right? Who the hell is this guy? But now is not the time to think about that. She rushed to Sun Yuanzhong's side and helped him up while handcuffing him. Then he looked at Yi Bai and said, "Let's go." And that MS. Lin Jiayu, let's go back to the police station together to take a statement. Yi Bai nodded and said, "All right." Lin Jiayu walked to Sun Xiaoyan's side, touched her head and said gently, "Xiaoyan, just stay home. It's so late. We'll be back soon after going to take statements." Sun Xiaoyan nodded her head obediently and said, "Good. Then you guys have to pay attention to safety." Although she was usually rebellious, she knew that she couldn't cause trouble for her mom and brother Yi Bai in this particular situation. It was 2 in the morning when I came out of the police station after taking a statement. That policewoman, Shang Yuqi, sent Lin Jiayu and Yi Bai to the door, and at the moment, her originally fair and pretty face was slightly flushed. Just now during the interrogation, Sun Yuanzhong was like a shrew, constantly crying, saying that Yi Bai had screwed his wife, and also described the scene in colorful detail. The scene was as embarrassing as it could be. It made the interrogating male cop cry, and the untouched Shang Yuqi was so shy that her face was red with want and her little heart was thumping. This thing, is it really that powerful? She shook her head hurriedly, shaking the jumbled thoughts out of her head, and cleared her throat. "You can go. Sun Yuanzhong, we will punish him according to the law. The specific sentence will have to be decided by the court. The follow-up of any problems, we will contact you. Please keep the phone open." Yi Bai shrugged indifferently and said, "Well, we know. He doesn't care how many years Sun Yuanzhong will be sentenced, because he had already controlled him with the soul regeneration pocket watch. If nothing happens, Sun Yuanzhong will die in prison tonight. The cause of death was suicide." Spinning around, he turned to leave. "Let's go, Sister Ku." Yi Bai wrapped his arms around Lin Jiayu's waist that was as thin as a willow and soft and boneless. The hand is still not honest, slowly sliding down. Wantonness. Chapter 58. Bai Jie, I miss you so much I can't sleep. Lin Jiayu instantly turned red with shame. Her head was almost buried to her chest, and she glared at Yi Bai with incomparable grudge. But strangely enough, she nonetheless refused. Instead, an inexplicable excitement welled up in your heart, even outside. In this anachronistic venue, she couldn't afford to push Yi Bai away either. Behind her, Shang Yuqi was stunned to see the scene, and her heart couldn't help but be agitated. What? Are these two not ashamed of themselves? She thought to herself. The blush on her face intensified, and hurriedly looked away, not daring to look again. The night was deep, the streets were cold and clear, and only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the silence of the night. The two of them walked to the car. Yi Bai gentlemanly opened the door and let Lin Jiayu get on. After getting on the car, Lin Jiayu leaned back on the seat and looked at Yi Bai with mesmerized eyes and said, "Bai, I really thank you so much for today, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." Her voice was very soft, with a hint of gratitude and a hint of something else. Yi Bai smiled and said, "It's fine, Sister Jiayu. It's good that you're fine." The car started slowly and drove through the silent streets. Lin Jiayu gently bit her lower lip, a shy blush appearing on her face as she said, "Xiao Bai, can you come over to my place more often in the future? I'm actually quite bored being alone. It's good for you to come over and chat with me." Ding! Pride Translator detects a woman with a bad mouth. Automatic activation in progress. Lin Jiayu, tonight feels so good. If only it could be like this every day. It was the first time she had truly experienced the joy of being a woman. The aftertaste. As if she thought of something, she immediately added, "I won't tell Elaine." Yi Bai nodded with a smile. "Yeah, if you miss me, Sister Ku, just send me a message or call me, and it's okay for Elaine to know." Lin Jiayu lightly bit her lower lip and said with a shy face, "White, you're so nice. Next time, I can go find Elaine and come with her to play with you." Lin Jiayu said as she tied up her hair. The car stopped under Lin Jiayu's house. After getting off the bus, she said to Yi Bai with affection, "I'll go home first then. I'll miss you and you miss me." Yi Bai smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, Sister Jiayu." You rest early. At this time, Sun Xiaoyan ran down from the doorway, saw Lin Jiayu, wrinkled her nose, and asked, "Are you okay? Why does it smell weird?" Lin Jiayu blushed slightly, her eyes dodging a bit, and said, "I'm fine." Yi Bai said to Sun Xiaoyan with a smile, "I'll leave you guys to get an early night then." Sun Xiaoyan waved her hand and said sweetly, "Bye. Hard work, brother Yi Bai." Lin Jiayu also gently waved her white arms, emotion written all over her face as she was still reminiscing about the wonderful feeling she had just experienced. Yi Bai returned home and opened the door, only to find that the lights were still on. Bai Jie walked out from the room, and when she saw Yi Bai, a delighted expression appeared on her face. She rushed to meet him and said, "White, you're back?" There was joy in her voice. She didn't know what was going on, but a few days ago when Yi Bai was at home, she slept especially peacefully. But today Yi Bai didn't come back. She tossed and turned in bed. How could she not sleep? Her heart was empty. She had wanted to call Yi Bai to go home earlier, but then she had a second thought and was afraid that Yi Bai would not like to be disciplined, so she dismissed the idea. She vaguely felt that she might have developed some other kind of emotion towards Bai, and this emotion is getting stronger and stronger. Like weeds growing wild in the spring, it can't be suppressed. It was a feeling she had never experienced in the first half of her life. She knew in her heart that this was a thought that shouldn't be had. Bai was still young and had a large number of wonderful girls waiting for him to choose from in the future. And their own age is not small, although the maintenance is quite good. But and Xiao Bai between always still a bit of generation difference. A flicker of despondency flashed in her eyes at the thought. Yi Bai nodded and asked with concern, "Auntie White, why are you up so late?" Bai Jie was still feeling sorry for herself in her heart, and when she heard Yi Bai's words, she responded in a panic. "I saw you weren't back so late, so I waited for you. Are you hungry? I've left you a meal." Ding! Pride translator detects a woman with a bad mouth. Automatic activation in progress. Baekjae, I miss you so much I can't sleep. Yi Bai? Ha? Yi Bai rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't blinked. "No, Auntie White, you should have said so. I've been wanting to interact with you for a long time." The Pride translator takes the credit. Just in time. He was ready to speed up his revenge, trying to trample on Gao Yi's dignity for a short period of time and then screw him. Let's start with Auntie White. Then. Thank you Auntie Bai. I happen to be hungry. Isn't Sister Inger home? She went back to school. I think she's working on her thesis. Yi Bai walked to the dining table and sat down to start eating. Baekjae, on the other hand, sat on the side with her hands resting on her face, looking at him with unblinking eyes, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. As he ate, he chatted with Baekjae about what had happened in the company during the day. Baekjae let out a silver bell laugh every now and then, and the atmosphere was very cozy. Soon, Yi Bai finished his midnight snack and felt energized again, ready to fight again. "I'm done eating. I'm going to take a shower first." Good. After a while, Yi Bai, who was comfortably soaking in the bathtub, hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's time to interact with Baekjae. He ripped his voice right out and shouted, "Auntie White, I forgot my bath towel. Can you get it for me?" Baekjae answered, "Okay, later." Bai Jie walked into the bathroom with a bath towel. Looking at Yi Bai's robust body, her pretty face was flushed. Even her ears were colored with a flush. Her heart beat steeply faster. A deer in the headlights. She was just about to hand the bath towel to Yi Bai when suddenly her feet slipped and her whole body fell into the water uncontrollably. Panicked beyond belief, she struggled on her hands and knees to get to her feet. But the more busy, the more messy, but instead splashed a large water splash. Her hair wet on the face, adding a few points of poor charm. After half a day's work, it was Yi Bai who helped carry her out in a princess carry before she was able to leave. Bai Jie leaned in Yi Bai's arms, feeling his strong arms, her heart beating faster, and the blush on her face intensified. I'll go back to my room first. I'm all wet, and you take care not to catch a cold. Xiao Bai. When she finished, she left the bathroom as if she had fled. Yi Bai smiled and followed without slowing down. After a while, he gently pushed open the door to Baekjae's room with a feeling of apprehension and anticipation. "Auntie White, let me help you." The new book rating just out. A little low? Trouble readers greatly help point a 5-star praise. Chapter 59. Auntie Bai, I'm coming in. Yi Bai stood in front of Bai Jie's room door, his heart beating violently like a drum. Taking a deep breath, he slowly reached out and gently pushed open the half-covered door. The door shaft turned, making a slight creak that was especially clear in the stillness of the night. "Auntie White, I'm coming in." Inside the house, Baekjae was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a fluffy towel and gently wiping her long, wet hair. She was wearing a loose robe, the light fabric fitting the curves of her body and outlining the unique flavor of a mature woman. Droplets of water slid down the pale swan neck, over the delicate skin, and swirled into the slightly open neckline, drawing a startling curve. Hearing the door slam, Bai Jie's movement stalled and she turned her head violently, surprise written all over her pretty face. Little Xiao Bai, why are you coming in? You'll catch a cold in this state. Get out. Bai Jie's voice trembled slightly, and the towel in her hand clenched involuntarily. The pink cheeks instantly turned red as if they were ripe apples. Her eyes dodged in panic, not daring to look directly into Yi Bai's eyes, and her heart felt like a deer was running rampant. What to do? What to do? White really came in. What do I do? Should I kick him out? And will it hurt him if I do? Or just leave it at that? Don't think about it so much. Just be silent. Just fine? I'm the eldest. It's not right. Bai Jie, how can you have such thoughts? Her inner thoughts were like numbness. Various thoughts intertwined and collided, stirring her mind. Yi Bai took one step at a time towards Bai Jie, his eyes blazing more and more. Auntie White, I've actually always liked you. A long time ago. To Yi Bai, Bai Jie was an incomparably special existence. In the years after his parents' death, Yi Bai felt as if the entire world was plunged into darkness. At that time, he fell into self-imposed isolation, closing himself off and not wanting to have any interaction with the outside world. Bai Jie is like a beam of warm sunshine, giving him unlimited patience and tolerance, guiding him, caring for him, little by little to dispel his inner haze. Even after being framed and imprisoned by Ruyan Lu in his previous life, Bai Jie still chose to trust him without reservation. She traveled around, worked tirelessly to find out the truth, and gave everything for him, and in the end, she was even killed by Gaoi and died away from home. In this life, he secretly swore that he would love Bai Jie and never let her suffer a single injury again. Bai Jie tightly bit her lower lip and lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Yi Bai's gaze that wanted to eat her as if she was a child, her hands twisting the corners of her robe uneasily. But we're so far apart in age. It's not right. Her voice was as light as a fly, tinged with hesitation and struggle. Bai Jie, our age difference is too much. I can't cross that hurdle, or else. Bai Jie felt like she was going crazy. She actually didn't reject it outright and started thinking about it, even fantasizing about it in her mind. It would be nice if there wasn't a big age difference between the two. She kept admonishing herself in her mind. No, I must control myself. Aunt Bai, age is never an issue. Don't think so much. Life is short. One should live only for oneself. Yi Bai followed the advice. Bai Jie more than 30 years old. It is a woman's most mature and temperament age. Her beauty, like aged wine, the more you taste the more fragrant. It seems that Auntie White is just about to take that final step. And a 95 favorability rating really isn't something to sneeze at. But, if Inger and the others find out, then where would I have the face to meet people? Bai Jie's voice was even lower. Beach, if no one knows, I can. The already small amount of resistance within Bai Jie was now like a candle in the wind, and had begun to falter. After all, he himself had those alien feelings for Xiao Bai, only to be shackled by too many worldly prejudices. And this period of time with Yi Bai had instead allowed her to see what was really going on inside of her. Yi Bai continued to follow the good advice and gradually dismantled Bai Jie's concerns. Auntie White, it's okay, can't we just keep them from knowing? Bai Jie hesitated for a long time, her eyes full of struggle, her heart in heavenly battle. In the end, as if she had summoned up great courage, she looked at Yi Bai with eyes full of love, and then she gently nodded her head, her voice so small that it was almost inaudible. Okay, then this time ding, Bai Jie's favorability towards the host +5, currently 100 points. Ding! Bai Jie's favorability to the host has reached 100. In order to ensure the purity of the relationship and to eliminate the bulldogs, it has been locked in for the host, unable to drop, and will never be betrayed. Looking at Bai Jie in front of him, Yi Bai's heart surged with an unprecedented sense of joy and accomplishment. Auntie White, it's finally mine. Yi Bai looked at the dreamlike beauty in front of him, licked his lips, and then silently said, System, check Bai Jie's information. A light blue virtual screen instantly appeared in front of Yi Bai's eyes. Name, Beach. Sex, female. Age, 35. Face value, 99. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Circumference, 92 centimeters 59 centimeters 98 centimeters. Size, E. Personality, gentle and virtuous. Hobbies, yoga, cooking, shopping. Favorability, 100, fixed. Experience, 19, +3. Diseases, none. Current status, resting. Brain completely blank. Never experienced such intense. Current mood, happiness. Current wish, I wish to be like this with Yi Bai forever. Location, no. 32. Dingsheng Villa area. A wealthy neighborhood in Gangxiang. It was a long time before Bai Jie rested and slowly came back to her senses. She felt as if she had been on a dreamlike journey, her mind and body immersed in a bliss she had never known before. Bai, who was sitting aside and waiting, immediately reached out his hand and tenderly stroked her hair and asked softly, "Auntie White, are you okay? Do you want to rest some more?" The redness on Bai Jie's pretty face hadn't completely faded, and she glared at Bai with a grudging look before saying poutingly, "It's not even you. Bai Jie, I hope there will be. In the future." White has really grown up. She's even hugged Bai as a child. Her mind couldn't help but recall Bai when he was a child. He would be tiny. His skin was pink and tender. How cute he was. Not like now. Shame on you. Thinking about this, Bai Jie's face became more and more red, so shy that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Bai smiled and joked. Then, "Auntie White, don't you like it very much? The new book rating just out. A little low? Trouble readers greatly help point a 5-star praise. Chapter 60. This way will delay Xiao Bai. We are so different in age." Bai Jie's pretty face instantly turned red. Red from the earlobes all the way to the root of her neck, like a ripe tomato. Annoyed, she grabbed the pillow beside her and gently smashed it against Bai, pouting. "And you say, no talking? Forget it. Shame on you. How can you keep hanging on to this kind of thing? Just break your fast once tonight, and you'll never do it again." "Absolutely not." Bai looked at Bai Jie with a smile. Feeling happy after a long time, he hurriedly coaxed, "That's the truth. I'm not lying. You really can't help it, Auntie Bai." Well, I'll say less." Bai Jie casually picked up a piece of clothing and smashed it. "It's not less talk. It's you're not allowed to talk." Her mouth was unforgiving, but her pretty face had a sappy edge to it. It was as if she was 10 years younger after tonight's experience. It was the first time she had ever pampered a man, or one younger than age her. Bai took the clothes, deliberately sniffed them, and laughed badly. That smells good." Bai Jie was now so ashamed that she buried her head into the quilt and kept wailing in a small voice. "Stinky white. Stinky white." Bai watched the scene with a smile, and after a while, when Bai Jie calmed down a bit, he suddenly put away his smile and put on a straight face. "Auntie White, there's something I want to tell you. It's time to bring out the initial revelation of Gao Yi's true colors." Seeing his serious face, Bai Jie's heart couldn't help but tighten as he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? White? Why is White so serious?" A sudden thought flashed through her mind. "He's not trying to propose to me, is he? It won't work. At least until I divorce that guy Gao Yi. Nope. I'm thinking of something. Absolutely no promises. This look will hold White back. We're so far apart in age. It would actually be nice for White to care for me once in a while." At that thought, she opened her mouth. "White, you're still young." On the other side, Bai also spoke at the same time. "I found out that my parents' deaths weren't accidents." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that Bai Jie was saying something odd. "What the hell?" He looked at Bai Jie suspiciously and asked, "Auntie Bai, what did you say?" Bai Jie felt like she was going crazy, completely losing her usual calm sanity. She's not usually like this, is she? What's going on today? She clenched her lower lip and stammered, "No, it's nothing, go on." Although Bai was puzzled, he didn't pursue the matter further and said, I realized that my parents' deaths weren't an accident." Shock was written all over Bai Jie's pretty face as she asked incredulously, "Who did this to them?" Although she vaguely felt in her heart that the car accident of the Yi family couple back then was a bit fishy, but the officials had all investigated it for a long time and concluded that it was an accident, so she didn't look deeper. "It's Gao Yi." A trace of anger flashed in Bai's eyes. Bai Jie's eyes widened in shock and her hands unconsciously covered her mouth. "It's Gao Yi? Her husband?" To be honest, her heart was extremely shocked, but it wasn't completely unacceptable. After all, after so many years, no one knew Gao Yi better than she, his wife. When he first met Gao Yi, he was cheerful and kind, with deep affection for his deceased ex-wife, and extremely sincere friendship with Yi Hanqing, his childhood friend. But after we got married, we realized that was not the case at all. Since Bai Jie has never been able to give birth to a child, Gao Yi quickly becomes disinterested in her, not coming home for years and keeping a mistress and having illegitimate children. Moreover, because Gao Yi's patriarchal thinking is extremely serious, his relationship with his 3 daughters is also very poor. There was even a time when Bai Jie told Gao Yi to go home more often and care for the kids, but he actually went straight to his original form. Not only did he get angry and yell at Bai Jie, but he also slammed the furniture and even hit her with his hands. If not for the fact that her youngest daughter was still young at the time, she would have divorced Gao Yi long ago, but she knows that if she leaves, her daughter will surely be awarded to Gao Yi, and their situation will only get more miserable. Even though her 3 daughters were not her own, she treated them perfectly well, even though some of her own may not have done so. At that thought, she retrieved her thoughts and said in a hurry, Then let's call the police and have them arrest him. Yi Bai looked at Bai Jie and a warm current surged in his heart. Do you trust me so much, Auntie White? Aren't you afraid I'll lie? As expected. Auntie White always trusted herself unconditionally. It's a really good feeling. Auntie believes that you won't lie to me. Bai Jie looked at Yi Bai firmly, her eyes full of trust. Thank you, Aunt Bai. Yi Bai sighed slightly and said, I'm just skeptical now, and don't have too substantial evidence. Bai Jie looked at Yi Bai and asked, should we call the police then? Let the police check it out. Yi Bai shook his head and said, let's not for now. I'll look into it myself, and when I find the evidence I'll hand it over to the police. He knew in his heart that the police involvement in many things would instead tie his hands. If you call the police, the evidence is difficult to investigate. Not to mention that even if you are sentenced, it is still cheap this. Moreover, he had a lot of tactics that could not be brought to the surface, and he had to use them one by one for Gaoi. Bai Jie gently held Yi Bai's hand, her eyes full of worry, and said, in that case, then you must be careful. Oh, if there's anything you need help with, you just tell me. If he really did it, then this man is too scary. I'm afraid he'll do it to you. You must be careful. In fact, Gaoi so many years, in the outside to keep a mistress, and illegitimate children, these I know, but at that time Koer is still studying. I do not want them to know their father is this kind of person. Also do not want to affect her college entrance exams, so I have been pretending to do not know. A hint of helplessness passed through Baekjae's eyes. In hindsight, it would have been better to take the 3 daughters and Yi Bai away from Gaoi, the beast, earlier. Otherwise, who knows what kind of heartlessness he'll do. Now that all 3 daughters are in college and are capable of going off on their own, I was going to divorce him this year as well, but I really wouldn't have thought that he would be able to do something like this. Dad's a good brother to him. How could he do something like this? Yi Bai gently embraced Bai Jie into his arms. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, he softly comforted, Auntie White, don't be sad. I'm here. I'll be with you. Bai Jie leaned in Yi Bai's arms, suddenly feeling much more at ease, and the worries in her heart seemed to have lessened a bit, saying, I am fine. Xiao Bai, I am not so sad in my heart. I have no feelings with him long ago. I am only sad because of your mom and dad. They trust Gaoi this so much. Moreover, I am also afraid that he will do something to you. Yi Bai hugged Bai Jie tightly and said seriously, it's okay, it's all in the past, and I'll make sure he pays the price he deserves to console my mom and dad's memory. Of course, the necessary torture is missing. Not hydrology. Female character sheets. 1. Auntie. Baekjae, gentle and virtuous. Favorability, 100. 2. Foreign friend. Linda, English teaching. Favorability, 100. 3. High cool movie queen. Luo Wanchin, vengeful school bully. Favorability, 25. 4. Double ponytail JK girl. Sun Xiaoyan, heroic rescue. Favorability, 70. 5. Gao Yi's eldest daughter. Gao Kier, not officially present. 6. Gao Yi's second daughter. Gao Inger, thesis teaching. Favorability, 88. 7. Gao Yi's third daughter. Gao Bauer, not officially present. 8. Actor. Zhang Roland, Carefree Media. Favorability, 64. 9. Netflix MS. Chang. Chun Yuyue, Carefree Media. Favorability, 65. 10. Netflix Yuling Air. Zhang Yilian, Carefree Media. Favorability, 100. 11. Sultry OL. Yan Danying, Carefree Media. Favorability, 93. 1-2. Neighborhood Ant. Lin Jiayu, Zhang Yilian's neighbor. Favorability, 100. Chapter 61. Megalophobia. Outside the house. A gentle breeze rustled the branches and leaves of the trees in the courtyard. Inside the house, Yi Bai and Bai Jie sat opposite each other. The dim light looked like it had been stained by years, softly sprinkling on Yi Bai and Bai Jie's bodies, casting ambiguous light and shadows on their faces. The two people who had just finished the heavy topic of Gaoi, after being honest with each other, fell into a heart-racing awkwardness. For a moment, the atmosphere became very quiet, so quiet that they could even hear each other's breathing clearly. Baekjae's fingers tangled and twisted the corner of her coat as she lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. Sometimes, she mustered up great courage before she was willing to raise her head, but just as her eyes met Yi Bai's, it was as if she was electrocuted, and she dodged again in panic, immediately followed by a flustered lowering of the head. Cheeks also slightly reddened in this instant, like the first bloom of peach blossoms in spring, delicate and moving. Yi Bai, on the other hand, leaned forward slightly, his eyes full of anticipation and longing, his blazing gaze seeming as if it could melt Bai Jie. His chest rose and fell slightly, filled with the woman in front of him. He only felt that Baekjae's every move and every smile hooked his soul, making him unable to move his eyes. The longing inside him was like a raging tide, nearly breaking the bank. Bai Jie lightly opened her red lips, her voice soft, but with a hint of trembling and shyness, and said, "You're not allowed to look anymore. Hurry back to your room and get some early rest." As she spoke, she slightly sidestepped her body, trying to block Yi Bai's line of sight. Ding! Pride Translator detects a woman with a bad mouth. Automatic activation in progress. Bai Jie, not today. I'm so tired. I can't lift my fingers. If it's tomorrow, I can still think about it. Obviously I'll give a lot. Why was Yi Bai still colorful? Was he really that attractive? Thinking this way, a trace of joy actually surged in her heart. After all, she could truly feel Yi Bai's infatuation with her. Yi Bai certainly didn't listen and instead moved forward a little closer. He licked his dry lips and said in a slightly raspy voice, "But, Auntie Bai, you're so beautiful. I can't control myself." Thanks to the genetic evolution agent, he was now so energetic that those 3 hours just now didn't even make him sweat much. Invincible in single combat now. Maybe it's time to practice being one against many. At those words, the blush on Bai Jie's pretty face became more and more intense, just like the gorgeous clouds in the sky that were dyed by the setting sun. She bit her lower lip lightly, her shell teeth leaving shallow traces on her pink lips as she snapped, "No nonsense. Bai, you're still young. You need to know how to abstain, or you'll hurt your body." In fact, she had some thoughts in her heart, but she was worried about depleting Yi Bai's energy too much. She felt content to maintain this secret relationship and give each other occasional attention. After all, she was over 30 and always felt that she was not a good match for Bai, not to mention that she did not want to delay his future. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile as he said, "Auntie White, I'm in good physical condition. Don't believe me? They'll let your horse come over." "Oh, Bai Jie was so ashamed that she was almost smoking. Her white hands hurriedly covered her eyes and shrieked, "Ah, you messed up. Don't do this." She marveled inwardly at how it was so exaggerated. Luckily she didn't have a phobia of giant things. Thinking so, she secretly opened the slit of her finger and carefully observed, accidentally meeting Yi Bai's smirking look. Her neck reddened in fear. Yi Bai slowly approached Bai Jie and said with a bad smile on his face, "Auntie White, it's still early. I can get you. Mother asterisk 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 Bai Jie was taken aback, and her voice raised a little, with a hint of panic and shyness. "You're crazy. It's obviously 3 in the morning. And how can you say such things? Stinky little white. You don't know how to be ashamed." "Bai Jie, I love it when you say these colorful things." Bai Jie knew in her heart that these words were wrong and should not have made her feel otherwise, but after hearing it, an inexplicable feeling of excitement welled up inside instead. She couldn't help but mentally ask herself why this was happening. Yi Bai's expression became more and more gentle as he slowly approached Bai Jie and said seriously, "Auntie White, let's get on with it." Bai Jie's body jolted as if it had been struck by an electric current. She looked up, her lips slightly parted, wanting to say something but momentarily lost for words. After a few moments of hesitation, she whispered, "Didn't we agree on one last time?" "Bai Jie, give me a break." There was a tremor in her voice, a struggle written all over her face. Her brow furrowed slightly as she was going through a fierce internal battle of ideas. There was a vague anticipation within her for what was going to happen next. And yes, she enjoyed that intoxicating feeling too. "It's okay, no one else is home." Yi Bai once again approached Bai Jie, gently holding her hands with both of his hands, quietly gazing at her absolutely beautiful and pretty face. Bai Jie's cheeks rolled and her heart beat like thunder. She felt her sanity gradually disintegrate under Yi Bai's gaze. Finally, she let out a soft as small as a mosquito's buzz, but as deafening as a clap of thunder in the silence of the room. In an instant, the air seemed to be filled with a different kind of flavor, ambiguity and passion like the crazy vines in spring, spreading uncontrollably in this small space. Yi Bai slowly reached out his hand and gently wrapped it around Bai Jie's waist, bringing her towards his arms. Bai Jie's body trembled slightly, like a swaying, soft and helpless flower in the cold wind. She slowly closed her eyes and felt it with her whole being, like a weary bird returning to its nest, sinking completely. Outside the window, the moon was like water, spilling silently over the earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission. Pull out the old man's Italian cannon. Ding! Rewards have arrived. 3,000,000 real traffic voucher *1. Cash reward *1. 0,000,000. The cash reward of $1 million has been remitted to the host's account through legally compliant means. Like I. It's really good. Jiang Ilian, Lin Jiayu and Bai Jie, 3 big beauties, brought him 3 million real traffic vouchers and 3 million cash. It's been a very productive day. Yi Bai had some feelings that he was really a laborer. I don't know how long it took, but the two of them lay down in each other's arms. Bai Jie's head leaned tenderly against Yi Bai's chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Feeling this moment of peace and happiness, a deep sleep ensued. The new book rating just out. A little low. Trouble readers greatly help point a 5-star praise. Chapter 62 I Want the Apron. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured through the cracks in the curtains and spilled onto the floor of the room, creating patches of golden light. Yi Bai and Bai Jie were still asleep. They were really tired last night, so even though the sun was up, the two of them were still immersed in dreamland. Right at this moment, the cell phone that Yi Bai had placed on his pillow suddenly rang, and the sharp ringtone instantly broke the tranquility. Yi Bai reached for his cell phone and pressed the mute button in a daze. Who is it? It's early in the morning, disturbing people's sleep. He frowned slightly until he saw the name bouncing on the screen, which was none other than Yan Dannying. Looks like there's something serious going on. He guesses that the recruiting of staff has come to a head. He glanced at Bai Jie, who was still asleep, the serene sleeping face bubbling with beauty. Then, he carefully got out of bed, taking each step extremely gently for fear of disturbing Bai Jie. He came into the living room before he hit the answer button. Yi Bai's voice carried the lethargy of just waking up and said, "Hey, good morning, Aunt Ing." Yan Danying's voice was crisp and competent, with an air of workplace elite. Said, "Good morning, Bai. The assistant you want. I've made 3 appointments to interview the candidates. It's set for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The place is in the company conference room," Yi Bai said while raising his hand to rub his sleepy eyes. "Good. Hard work, Aunt Ing." Yan Danying continued. "It's fine. And there's the fact that I've gotten headhunters to poach a lot of experienced veterans that I've personally done backtracking on. And they're all very good at what they do." "Aha, have the equipment related to live broadcasting and also shooting short videos been procured?" Yi Bai asked, his expression gradually becoming serious. "All bought," Yan Danying replied crisply. Yi Bai's tone was filled with gratitude as he said, "Okay, then Aunt Ing will see you this afternoon. Finally got the department set up. Hard work, Aunt Ing. It's fine. I'm happy to help you share the pressure with Xiao Bai, so I'll see you this afternoon. Bye," Yan Danying said with a smile. "Bye, Aunt Ing." After hanging up the phone, Yi Bai stretched comfortably before returning to his room. He turned his head to look at Bai Jie beside him, who was still in deep sleep. Her cheeks were flushed, as lovely as a ripe apple, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she was dreaming of some sweet beauty. Yi Bai gently stroked her cheeks. The action was as gentle as a breeze, and he couldn't bear to wake her up. After a while, Bai Jie slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were sleepy, and when she saw Yi Bai looking at her with a smile, a shy blush appeared on her face. Her heart was sweet. This feeling of seeing her beloved as soon as she woke up was wonderful. Yi Bai asked with a doting face and a smile, "You're awake?" Bai Jie's voice still had a hint of lazy charm as she said softly, "Well, wake up. I slept so well last night. I haven't slept this well in a long time," Yi Bai said with a bad smile on his face. "Then I'll keep tucking you in tonight." Bai Jie's pretty face turned red and lightly whacked Yi Bai before saying, "You're talking nonsense again." After saying that, as if she was afraid that Yi Bai would misunderstand, she hurriedly added in a low voice, "Could be." Yi Bai smiled with his mouth wide open and said, "Auntie White, what are you saying? I can't hear you." Bai Jie was annoyed and said as she gently bit him, "Stinky White, you just know how to bully me." At this time, Bai Jie suddenly seemed to remember something extremely important and violently sat up from the bed, exclaiming, "Oops, it's so late. I have to go make breakfast. Bye. You lie down for a little while longer." Oh. With that said, as if she had a change of heart after being honest with herself, she didn't bother with the pajamas by the bed, and just, straight away, hurried out of the room. Hiss. Yi Bai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Who can afford to do that? It didn't take long for Bai Jie to come back into the room. At this time, she had an apron tied around her body, and underneath the apron revealed her white and slender legs, with perfect curves that made people look at her and couldn't help but feel their blood rushing out of their veins. Her hair was tied casually at the back of her head, a few strands of it falling down by her cheeks, adding a bit of a flirty, touching flair to her. "Get up for breakfast," Bai Jie said with a red face, with a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes, just like a young girl in love. Yi Bai looked at Bai Jie in front of him, and his mouth instantly went dry, so he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and let out a slight rumble in his throat. "Forget it if you don't have any decorations. You're wearing an apron. Who can stand that? Which cadre can withstand this test? Breakfast, eat, show and tell." Bai Jie just wanted to leave, but Yi Bai suddenly hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Auntie White, let's go back to." Bai Jie's body trembled slightly and said, "Stop it. Let's eat breakfast first." "Okay, after that you can do whatever you want," Yi Bai said. "I don't. Now is now and after breakfast is after breakfast. There's no conflict." "Oh, you don't want to live?" Bai Jie turned her head and looked at Yi Bai's blazing eyes. A warm current surged in her heart. The words of refusal could no longer be uttered. She nodded softly, shyly bowed her head, and whispered, "Okay, then hurry up. Apron a little dirty." "Don't. All I want is an apron." System, check Bai Jie's information. Abbreviated version. No hydrology, for those who know. Name, Beach. Face value, 99. Size, E. Personality, gentle and virtuous. Favorability, 100, fixed. Experience, 25, plus 6. Diseases, none. Status, consciousness has drifted to the sky and hasn't been able to come down. Current mood, happiness explosion. After the dust settles, the two came to the restaurant. On the dining table, there were all kinds of delicious breakfasts. There were golden and oily omelets that gave off a tantalizing aroma. There was also milk that was steaming hot, as well as exquisite snacks made by Bai Jie's own hands. And each piece of the snacks was like a piece of artwork that had been carefully sculpted. Yi Bai sat down, picked up a piece of dim sum and put it in his mouth. The sweet flavor instantly spread in his mouth. He quipped with a satisfied look on his face. "Wow, that looks delicious." Bai Jie sat across from Yi Bai and watched him eat with gusto. A happy smile on his face that was as warm as the sun. She nodded and said, "Eat as much as you like. I'll make more if you don't have enough." Her whole heart belonged to Yi Bai now, and it was a blessing to be able to cook for her beloved. Yi Bai hemmed and hawed and said, "Auntie White, you're so nice. I'll reward you once after breakfast later." Bai Jie gave him a blank look and said, "Oily mouth." She was now used to Yi Bai molesting her without moving, and grew to love the good old couple-like flirting. It was something she had never experienced before. Marriage with Gaoi was nothing more than weighing the pros and cons, and with Yi Bai, she experienced a happiness that she had never experienced in the first half of her life. Yi Bai didn't care and said with a bad smile on his face, "Not enough? 3 times then." The new book rating just out. A little low? Trouble readers greatly help point a 5-star praise.